Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Lights, camera, action, party! Can you believe your eyes? Crafter's Companion is nearly 17. Join us on Hobbymaker for the most glittering soiree in town.
Join us on the 18th to the 21st of October here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafter's Companion's 17th birthday. There's loads of fantastic deals and unmissable offers. There'll be shop to win prizes and loads of goodies up for grabs. There'll even be web only deals. And don't forget, there'll be a daily deal every day called the Party Piece. So join us here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafter's Companion's 17th birthday. Yay!
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Hello everybody, good afternoon. It's that time of day again, 1 o'clock means it's time for Hobbymaker, all the way through until 6 o'clock this afternoon for your Thursday. I hope you're having a great afternoon. And we've got a brilliant day ahead of us, we really, really have. I've got so many favourite guests here at Hobbymaker, but two of my favourites are with us today. The lovely Sandra.
What? I was going to say morning then. Afternoon.
Afternoon, you all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really good, thanks.
That means one thing, we've got Sanntangle, three glorious shows of posh doodling to come. 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, all with different products, lots of new items as well. So if maybe you were one of the people that went down to Kent a couple of weeks ago when Sandra hosted that event down there, or you've been a tangler for a long, long time and you would like to take part in the show, please do get in touch. Send us your messages via our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. Share your makes, send in your makes that you've been tangling, Sanntangle, and then you get automatically into the draw for a £100 credit. We give that to one lucky person randomly at the end of each month, the last Saturday of each month. But do get in contact and say hello. We'll read out as many of the messages as we can. And also, coming up later on, the lovely Anne-Marie is here from Hunky Dory with two great shows, different products, and a brand new card kit coming up at 2 o'clock. So it's going to be a really lovely afternoon. Hope you can stay with us for all the 5 shows. Now, first things first, Sanntangle. Now, new stamps. Now, you might think to yourself, when I looked at it, I thought, okay, these are interesting. Ink stamps. And I thought, well, what are ink stamps? What would you use them for? But then Sandra reminded me a little while ago, Sandra brought out some ink splodge tiles, which they absolutely flew. Everybody loved them, because obviously you tangle on your tiles very often. But some people said to her, what about if we had those splodges in different colours? Well, if you've got the stamps to actually stamp the splodge on your tile, you can choose whatever colour you want. And I've got some here to show you the sort of idea. I mean, this is a board that Sandra's done for us. If I just pop that down there, you can see it a bit better. There we go. Look at those. You can make your own backgrounds.
I know. I mean, the larger piece, I've used few of the different stamps, different colour inks, and then I've spritzed it and thrown some salt on it and let it dry. So if you want to do a little bit more sort of multimedia and that kind of stuff, you can do that and makes fabulous backgrounds.
And look at how you can bring the splodges in to your fantastic tangling work. Look at this. like a dream catcher style, but the splodges in the background. It just adds more interest and more.
Well, it does, because we do ink tiles a lot, and as you know, we use the brush pens and the water and everything, but this gives it a little bit more control maybe, and you can use it then to decorate the backgrounds if you're not quite sure where to go with it.
Oh, I love this.
Look at this one.
Look at it. Isn't that
Because
great?
And that's our word stencils that you can sort of use along. And of course you could use the essential stencils for the heart, but the background has been done with those inks.
Now, is this a phoenix, this one?
It is, yeah. It's Angie. Angie drew that, but if you look in the background, she's used
The splodges.
the splodges and the inky bits
So
to
the
actually
splodges
give it
doesn't-
a little bit subtle in the background.
Yeah, the splodge doesn't have to be the main focal point.
No,
It could
not
be
at
just
all,
a hint of colour in the background.
Exactly, yeah. It just gives you that bit of a filler that you perhaps sometimes need.
And look at this. I tell you what, Sanntangle has massively taken off. It's always been popular ever since I've known Sandra, but here at Hobbymaker, I think you found your natural home for Sanntangle.
Do you know, I love it here, and I think everybody as well. You can interact with people, you can see the chat, people can ask questions, and it's just home from home. It really is.
Yeah, it is.
It's lovely.
And we love having you here too. Now, if this isn't your thing, if Sanntangling has never really appealed to you, it's not really something that you thought about doing, these stand alone as just a pure, fantastic craft accessory. To have that distressed splodge, you try and do that any other way, good luck. I wouldn't have a clue how to do it or where to start. Yeah, but this brings random into your card making, and these are the same sizes as a lot of the tiles as well. And you can see that these two here have actually got right angled corners, so you can do that in the corner of the tile if you want to. And that, of course, is more random. You can actually add them wherever you choose. Now, it's brand new today, this. So maybe you're thinking, you know what? I loved those splodge tiles that came out. They were about 3 months ago, weren't they?
They were, yes.
About
We
3
did a limited edition on those,
Yeah.
didn't we? Yeah, yeah.
But they were in one colour. They were just black
Black,
ink, weren't they?
yeah, black ink.
And if you thought to yourself, oh, I like it, but what if it was pink, or what if it was yellow, what if it was green? You can stamp these whatever colour you want. You can have fun with them. 0N, or ON it is, not 0, ON1265. ON1265 is the product code. And when you see where we're going with this price, everything Sanntangle is really, really affordable. Here we go. Where are we going? We've got so many of you in on this already. £12.99 for all 4 of them. Add a bit of distress into your life in a good way. And look at the size of them. I'll show them to you here. I've actually got a tile as well. So if I just hold a tile next to a couple of the splodges just there, look, see? Perfect size to go onto a tile. And so is the one with the right angle corners too. It's different. That's what Sanntangle's all about. And every time that Sandra comes here, she brings you something new, she brings you something different, and today's no exception. Each of the 3 shows are going to be completely different as well, but if you got those tiles last time, you've probably used them up by now, because that was 3 months ago. Now you can have splodges on tiles, splatters on tiles, call them what you will, but it adds that extra dimension, that extra kind of grungy dimension.
It does a
to your
little bit.
tangling.
Sometimes, you've got, even a tile can be a bit overwhelming, can't it? Even though it's only 8.2
blank
centimetres
space.
square. It's a blank space, but actually putting something on, even if it's really subtle, so maybe it was a very pale grey or a very pale pink, something like that, and then tangle over the top of it. It just, again, it breaks it up. You've put something on it to start with, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, no, I love these. We've loved working with these.
Can I just say, the whole show is available on our website right now. So if you want to shop ahead of us, if you've got things to do, an appointment at 1:30, you're thinking, I want to see everything that's in the show, have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. You'll see everything. We've got the pens, we've got the white pencil and the 2B pencil. We've got the starter kit in the show, which we don't always have. So that's also coming up a bit later on, but that is available to pre-order if you'd like to. Now, before we get on to demo, which we'll do very, very soon, we always get loads and loads of messages in our Sanntangle shows. Catherine in West Yorkshire, she says, hello, Dave, Sandra. Love everything Sanntangle. Thank you, Sandra, for all your inspiration.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for watching.
Yeah.
Thank you for, supporting it, supporting us and me.
And just in case you've never heard of Sanntangle before, which I very much doubt, but in case you haven't, it is posh doodling, really, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's about making a mark on a piece of paper, but if you focus on that mark and you follow instructions or guidelines and you create another mark and a little bubble and a little line and a little dot, suddenly you're finding that you're creating these wonderful little pieces of artwork on this really small tile.
And I know I've said it a million times before, but the best way to describe it is if you can draw a line and a circle or a curve, you can draw. You can be an artist. You can Sanntangle. And Sandra's the first person ever to kind of inspire me to pick up a pencil and start to sketch. And she's done it for lots and lots of you as well. And what I love more than anything else is when we see your makes, when we share your makes and put them on the TV. Because if you're skeptical, you're thinking, well, Sandra's an artist or whatever, former teacher, she can do it, I won't be able to do it. Well, when we show you all of your pictures, it really kind of resonates with me, and it rams it home to you as well that everyone can do this. If you can hold a pen or a pencil, you can Sanntangle. Now, already these are flying. What was the update? 20%? 20% already gone on the splodges, so I better show them how to use them.
I want to use them. Let me use them, please. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I've put all 4 of them in a bundle together because, do you know what? If you've got one set, you want the others. They work so well together, and I didn't want to separate them. And you're getting something different from everyone, but they work together. And of course, if you've got those original Inky tiles, this is where these designs come from.
Yes.
So they match. So here we go. Okay. Now, it doesn't matter, and this is a really nice thing as well, it doesn't matter if you don't fully ink everything.
Okay.
Because they're supposed to be slightly distressed.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've actually got 2 tiles stuck together here. I've just put a little bit of tape on the background, and this is that new blush colour.
Okay, they're in the show as well.
So nice. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create myself a bit of a background. I've got a piece of paper underneath, of course, because what I actually want to do is just sort of give myself something to get going with.
It's like you've had a bit of a spillage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we know that the first one's happened because Dobby put some ink in the bottom of a bag and we'd got tiles in there.
How is old Dobby?
Dobby, oh, do you know what? He's at work.
Is he?
He's at work.
That's unusual.
I know it's unusual. He's decided that he wants a new car so he can come and see Pauline whenever he wants. So he was offered a little bit more supply work.
Is Dobby and Pauline a thing then?
I think so, yeah. He thinks so. I'm not sure if Pauline's so. so keen, but we'll not say that. But no, he's got a shift
Not
this
one
afternoon.
to spread rumours. But...
Yeah, year 7 he's teaching this afternoon. I think it's wild beasts.
I love the world you live in.
I know. Some people think it's a bit crazy, but it's mad.
Oh, I love it.
Okay, so I've just done a couple of little splats there. And I've kept it quite pale because, again, I want to draw over it. Black would be brilliant. You could do black and white on it, but say, let's keep it quite pale.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in my pen now, and I'm going to bring in my Fantasy Flourish stencils. This is the one where we've got lots of different things we can do with this. Doesn't look like much when you first open it. It's just a few little shapes, but let's see how we get on.
Well, I'll show you that in a minute because that's in the show as well.
Yeah.
So.
Now, when you actually get this, what you want to do is you want to number the stencils, all the little shapes.
Yep.
Because in the instructions, I've referred to each one as a number. But, of course, once you've done your first little bit, you can go ahead and you can create lots of other things with it as well. So don't think it's just for those things in the instructions. I think you've got instructions there for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different things.
Okay.
So there's quite a lot to go at.
But of course, that's only the tip of the iceberg. You
Absolutely.
can use them in so many other ways.
Oh, goodness me, yeah. So I've used the same shape, but I've turned it over so I've got a bit of a mirror image. And here we go. Let's bring in a little line. And then let's put a little curved shape, okay? Now, how did I do that? A curve this way and a curve this way. And then if I work my way all the way down that line.
Yeah.
There we go. Doing that little curved line. Let's put a little line up the middle. And again, you can choose to put this line or not. It doesn't matter. If I've got instructions in there, you think, do you know what? I think that's a bit too much. I don't want to do that. Don't do it. Do your own thing.
How did your Kent event go?
Oh, goodness me.
Was it good?
Do you know, it was so lovely to meet people. And, you know, when you're on Facebook, and we have been for a long time doing live sessions, you actually you see people, but you don't see them because sometimes they don't have their face as a photo, do they? So actually putting names to faces was just wonderful. And then we all sat and tangled. And, of course, we did a couple of little exclusives for there, but we actually opened it up onto Facebook as well. So there's 4 hour-and-a-half sessions on YouTube now from Kent.
Right, great.
So, you know, you got to see a little bit of everybody that was there. We showed the camera around. And
I know you met lots of people that you've talked about on Facebook, but were there some new tanglers too?
There were some new tanglers too. What you find is it was an odd time, wasn't it, Kent? Because there's certain things had been cancelled beforehand, and we did it very sort of short notice. But yeah, some people turned up and just said, you know what, I'm going to stay and see what this is all about. And of course, once you try it,
you get hooked.
Absolutely. But do you know what, in a good way, and it was all about celebrating and just enjoying.
What we've heard from so many of you is that A, the first thing, it's enjoyable. Why do something if you're not enjoying it? But secondly, it's a lovely way to kind of have your own time, a bit of you time, a bit of downtime, a bit of turning off time. Lots of us say that it's mindful. That's what we're told by lots of people.
That's right. So you get the joy and the pleasure of having that relaxation while you're drawing it, and then you give it to somebody else as a gift, as a card, and you say, do you know what, I drew that.
But also you have the excitement when you've done the drawing and you look back at it and think, I never thought I could do that. That's what Sandra is really good at, developing products and giving you the inspiration and showing you the guidance in the books, in the leaflets, in the literature that she produces for you. And it holds your hand every step of the way. Before you know it, you're an artist.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see here, I've used that main shape, and then I've created little curves to create these little leaves. I'm doing little dots, little lines. So let's bring one out here. I mean, I do the same on both, but you can see where that's going. So if I bring a little curl out here, just put a little bit thicker on the top there, and then one here. There we go. And then I could bring another little leaf in there. So we're repeating the same thing, and that's what makes it sort of muscle memory.
Okay.
So you don't think about what you're drawing anymore. See, curved line, curve at the top, curve at the top. And then as you're doing this, you can start to relax and you focus on what you're drawing. You don't focus on what's going on around you. You just take your time and enjoy the moment.
We've actually put the details for the Fantasy Flourish stencil and the project book on the screen as well, just in case you want to order that now. RY1220, but we'll show you that after we've done the demo. So
there we go. So just keep working it round. And of course, you might want to put these in different places. You can see now those splashes, they're there, but they're starting to sort of fade a bit more in the background because it's the image at the front. So of course, I would do both of those, but then let's bring in a little bit of colour onto that. I'm going to stick with the pinks. We'll just use coloured pencils to start us with. Hang on. Let's just give it a sharpen.
Okay. Now, Sanntangle is Sandra's take on tangling, and you know, if you thought tangling was always going to be black and white and monochrome, it doesn't have to be. Bring in colour.
Absolutely not. My intention is to craft with it, and whether you're into your sewing, whether you like wood, whether you like your ceramics, you can do all of this on that. It's not a new craft as such, it's something that will work and integrate with lots of other crafts. And
you can tangle on furniture, you can tangle on wood, you can tangle on MDF, on fabric.
Yes.
You've been on Sewing Street with
I have,
Sanntangle.
yes.
That was a great success too.
Yes, it worked really well. It was lovely. And of course, we tangle on everything. Even I've tangled on, I've got loads of shoes now I've tangled on. And
we got you for 2 days this week, haven't we?
You have, yes. I'm staying over and I'm back tomorrow afternoon as well. So it's exciting.
It's you and the Crafty Witches tomorrow.
It's certainly, I'm so excited about that.
Me too. Linda Chapman, the lovely Linda Chapman and Hel Sheridan will be here tomorrow launching Crafty Witches. They're moving to Hobby Maker. First show tomorrow, 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Do not miss that. Very excited about that.
Absolutely. So you can see, I'm working around a little bit more. You can then ink your edges, do whatever you want to do with this. But I've got a sample that I've done a little bit more on. And here we go. This one, you can see it's great for a little DL card. Exactly the same format.
So did you put 2 tiles together then?
I put 2 tiles together. Yeah, look, I've just stuck them together with a little bit of tape. There you go. And then here we go. I've not inked this. I've used pencil just to give it the shading. But you see, I've sort of reproduced the inky splodges. But then, mat and layer as you normally would. And the last thing to do with this one is to put a little signature on it. So this is not on a card, but it always goes into somebody's package.
Yeah.
So if you want to make it into a card, that's fine. But you see, literally from doing that and a little bit of an inky splodge, go in with colour or go in with the pencil, whatever you want to do. There's your first inked fantasy flourishy kind of image.
So if you were one of the people, the many, many people that bought the splodges or the splatter tiles that Sandra did about 3 months ago as a limited edition, you loved them. I think they sold out very, very quickly. This is in answer to your request. Any chance that we can have some tiles with splodges in different colours? Well, the stamps put you in control. You're in charge. You can put splodges and splats on whatever you want, whether it's a tile, small tile, large tile, maxi tile, whatever. Macro tiles are the big ones, aren't they?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, $14.99 is all they are for all 4 of them. They're a little bit different. Imagine maybe your distract oxide inks and that sort of thing.
Oh,
They look
absolutely,
fantastic,
yeah.
don't
And
they?
again, spritz them, you know, and
Yeah.
add little bits to them and watch them sort of move out a bit. So you don't get that completely clean, but yeah.
Okay,
brilliant.
now the fantasy flourishes that we were talking about, it's on the screen now, and this is what you're going to be getting. Okay, this is what the actual stencil looks like, and of course, as Sandra quite already said, these are all numbered in the book, and the book that comes with it. Sandra refers to the different sizes of the flourishes by number, so just transfer the numbers that are printed on the book, on the back. There we are. Just mark your stencil so you know which number is which size and which shape, okay? But then the 5 projects that Sandra's going to show you how to do step by step, bit by bit, are illustrated very, very simply. So you use your stencil for the first 2 flourishes. That's the job done. So that has then transformed that empty space, that empty tile, into something that's got an image and a shape on it, and then you tangle inside it. So don't think of a big picture, always think of the small step-by-step pictures. Section these off if you want to and do a section at a time, and then each little piece gradually develops into a bigger picture that you can stand back and go, oh wow, I did that. And eventually it will look just like this. And if you don't believe me, we will show you some images later in the day, I'm sure, from you when you send in your makes and share your makes with us. So again, step by step. Use both of those flourishes there, one on top of the other. Leaning up so you can see, there we go. And then just literally a few lines here and a few lines there, a few shapes here and a few shapes there. Before you know it, you end up with that wonderful Sanntangle finished result at the bottom. So it's a wonderfully illustrated step-by-step book. You know, I think the thing about Sandra and Sanntangle is that Sandra makes everybody potentially an artist. Even if you were told at school by your art teacher, that's a load of rubbish or whatever, or were never really filled with enthusiasm or anything like that for art, this everyone can do, provided you can hold a pencil or a pen, you can Sanntangle, and this is your flourishes. RY1220 is the product code, okay? RY1220, $14.99, and you can give us a call for it either on the free phone number there, 0800 001 4433, or you can order it on the website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, we always get inundated with messages and we love them, so please keep them coming in. Hello to Susan in West Midlands. She says, already my bank card is on fire and ready to melt.
Sue.
Love Sanntangle. It has kept me calm and relaxed, from Sue's staff. Absolutely. Thank you, Sue. Helen, good afternoon to you. Helen in Buckinghamshire says, yoo-hoo! Messaging in quickly. I should be in a meeting, but couldn't resist a sneaky peek at your show, Sandra. Great to see the new stamps. Helen Ford. Glad you missed your meeting, or you delayed it a little bit for us.
Just a little bit.
And one more, look at this message. This is from Joanne.
Hi,
She
Jo.
says, Joanne in Greater London. Hi, Dave and Sandra. My husband has decorated the passage. The radiator has indents. He has suggested I tangle in the striped indents.
Oh,
just
that
might.
looks really cool, wouldn't it?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, we'd love to see that when it's done.
You're branching off into interior design now.
Yes, absolutely. Bring it on, yeah. Like, the first wall
Yeah.
would be quite cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would
Well,
be.
I've done a bit of one, but I've not done a full wall.
We should have a feature wall in this studio, shouldn't we?
Well, do you know it's coming?
Is it?
It is coming. At Kent, we did start off what we call a tile wall.
Right.
So everybody got involved in that and started drawing little tiles. Now, if you have a look at my Facebook group page, you'll find some information on that, so you can still get involved if you want to.
Okay, now I did tell you that everything that's in this show is available for pre-ordering before we actually get to it. Now I've got to let you know the blush ones, which are these brand new colourways, over half the stock has already gone, and we've not even shown them to you yet. 24 tiles for tangling, and the quality of this cardstock is absolutely superb. It really, really is. So you've got a printed side, one side, where you can put your name and you can date it and you can number it, because there is a tile exchange, there are tile swaps that go on Facebook. And this is another thing that when you start to Sanntangle, you become part of the community of tanglers. Oh my word, I've just seen the screen. It is full with names.
Oh, hi,
Absolutely full. Now, it is a very subtle pink, isn't it, this?
Very subtle pink, absolutely, yes. And it just gives it that little hint. It could almost be peach, it could be pink.
Could be.
It's just absolutely beautiful.
I mean, if I put it next to a white tile, you can see the
You can
difference.
see the difference already. It's not cream, it's got that little hint of a blush.
Yeah, a hint of pink, absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
If I give you one, oh, you got one there.
I've got, yeah, Yeah, I've always got tiles, always. Here we go.
Now, if you see it on the overhead camera, I think the colour is a little bit easier to see. There we go, look, yeah. So the blush is on the left, obviously.
Yeah, there we go. And then this is my, it doesn't even look white slightly. It is, that's pure white, that is. And that's the sort of blush.
Now, the blush ones, brand new today, they're only £6 for 24, and the quality of the card is stunning.
It is, yeah, the quality of the card is yeah, I do have to sit down and have a large cup of tea when I order paper because we don't buy cheap. We buy the best of the best.
Absolutely.
And it comes from the UK as well, which is quite nice.
Great stuff. Flying the UK flag. And think about, you know, where you put your tiles. Are you going to be putting them in frames to put on the wall? Are you going to be exchanging them with like-minded sandtanglers? Are you going to be putting them in the books that Sandra has developed? And you can see, of course, the whole range throughout today's shows and tomorrow as well. More books coming along tomorrow, more than today, but lots and lots and lots to enjoy. Different products in each of the 3 shows that we got for you. 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock today. So this is OE1252. These are going to sell out, without a doubt. 70%'s gone already. And whenever I see a full screen of names on my screen, many of you are buying more than one. Glenys in Cambridge is buying 2 sets. So's Teresa in Nottinghamshire. Susan in Preston. Remember, only 1 P&P every day from midnight to midnight. Just £3.95 no matter how many things you purchase and buy. So those are the 24 blush. Then these are just white.
Absolutely, pure frost white.
Frost white.
So yeah, I know we tend to work on cream a lot, but sometimes you do want that crispness, and this just does that for us. It's a lovely colour.
Now this is again 24. I love the fact that they're personalised. Name them, date them, number them, and sign them on the front as well. And imagine how those ink stamps would look on a tile as crisp as this. Really dramatic. £6 for 24. And I know for a fact that a lot of you are going to multi-order. Stock up. Remember, if a canvas, A4 or whatever size that canvas might be, that would daunt anyone. That's enough to really kind of make everyone go, ooh, that's scary. How do I decorate that? How do I fill in that? A tile of this size, which is
8.2 centimetres square. Don't ask why, that was just me.
That's just you? Why not?
I just liked the size, and my husband tears his hair out. He's like, he's an engineer.
Right.
And it's 8.2, really? Why? Why? But it was right. That 0.2 of a mil, it makes all the difference.
Makes all the difference, absolutely. But it's not daunting. Remember, get some stencils. We've got the starter kit in the show today as well, which we don't always have, which has got loads of wonderful shaped stencils in it. Do the outline with the stencil. That gives you the framework where you can tangle inside it. And of course, all of Sandra's publications gives you loads of inspiration as to what tangles to use, where to use them, all the different shapes. And the upshot of it is, if you can write, if you can draw a line, draw a circle, draw a curve, you can Sanntangle, because that's all it is a combination of those shapes that make up the bigger picture, that make you an artist, maybe when you never thought you could be. GM1213, £6 for 24. Lots of you, remember, are buying the blush and the white at the same time. You don't have to pay your £3.95 twice. It's just once, no matter how many things you buy from midnight to midnight. And the blush is, not surprisingly, going absolutely crazy. But if you want the white one, GM1213. Now,
Great,
I've actually just heard in my ear, we're going to move on to the starter kit, or going to mention the starter kit. As I said to you before, we don't often have it. When it is in stock, it always flies. And we haven't got a massive stock of it either. What you've got here is a perfect beginner. If you are not a tangler at the moment, but you fancy taking up Sanntanglling, you've got everything that you need. You've got the book that started it all to get you started, book 1.
I was going to do 12 tiles.
Wow.
Book 1.
Now, how many tiles is it? How many tiles?
We actually did, was it 283 on Tuesday?
Wow.
So we're still going. We're still going.
Started off as 12, now it's up to 283. So you get the book where it all began, which obviously is the best book to get if you are a beginner, because it takes you right from the very first stroke of the pen or pencil. We've then got 2 markers, or fine liners, should I say. You've got a 03 and a 08 in there. One is thinner, one is thicker. You've also got a tortillon, and you've got your 2B pencil, all branded Sanntangle as well. Now, the tortillon, it sounds posh, but actually it's compressed paper, and that's what helps you to blend your pencils, so you get that lovely shading and make things look 3-dimensional. And then you've also got this wonderful selection here. There's loads, absolutely loads, of these stencils, different shapes. You've got stars, you've got circles, you've got things that look like strips of film. You've got your triangles here as well. So think of these as mini frames that you can tangle inside of. We've got less than 30 of the starter kits available. If you've dabbled a little bit with Sanntangle, but you've only had tiles and maybe a pen or whatever, and you're thinking, I really want to kind of get my teeth into this. Get yourself the starter kit. It's got everything that you need to get started. And if I just take the book for a second and show you, these are the sort of projects that you can be doing in book number 1. A little bit of an introduction into what tangling and Sannttangling is all about. And there we go. You're off and you're running from a blank sheet to a square with a little swirl inside it, and then it shows you step by step. Did you ever think it was going to take off as it has?
You never know. I mean, I enjoy what I do and I love the art, and it's one of those things that you think, I enjoy it, and the more you enjoy it, you show it to somebody else and they go, oh, that's really nice, I like that. But how do you do this? And you go, oh, how do you do that? And it grows from there. And then all of a sudden, of course, we took it online during lockdown, and lots more were able to come and see it, and then hence book 1 started from there.
I mean, there's loads in here, absolutely loads in here. But what I love is every single project starts with nothing. And then just a couple of lines, and then it becomes a fan and so on until you end up with something absolutely gorgeous at the end of the day. So $39.99. I mean, when you consider a lot of crafts, you have to invest quite a bit of money in. You know, there's often electronics or machinery involved. There's often paints and pens and all that sort of thing that you have to invest in. With Sannttangling, once you've got that, you've got the basics. You've got everything you need to get started. You even get tiles in there as well. I forgot to mention that. You get 24 of the cream tiles, is it?
Yeah, that's a regular classic cream that we use all the time.
Okay. You've got everything there. So if you want to give the gift of Sannttangling to somebody else, if you do it and you want to give someone else who's maybe expressed an interest in it or said, wow, that artwork's amazing, how have you done that? And you've told everybody, get them this as a gift. Not much outlay, $39.99 to get a new hobby. To get a new hobby that we maintain you will benefit from in many, many ways. It could be that you've got a bit of time on your hands. It could be that you're recuperating. It could be that you, like me, are a little bit guilty of sitting down on the sofa watching TV and not doing much else. Why not pick up a lap tray, sit at a coffee table or something and Sanntangle?
Yeah, absolutely.
QM1270, the starter kit. Right, back to you, Sandra.
Okay, so I'm going to do a tile out of book 1. Now, some of the stencils there are referred to in book 1. So there's a heart and a hexagon, and the stencils that you need are already in the kit, so don't worry about that. Having said that, if you've got book 1 without the stencils, you can still draw it by hand, it's fine. So, okay, I'm working on this one. Actually, this is the one that we're using as the tile wall image as inspiration for Kent, so if you wanted to do that.
Right.
So I put my name, I put the date, and it's tile number 2, because I've already done one this show.
Right.
So it's tile number 2 of today. So first thing it says is, okay, put some dots and a little bit of a frame. It says do it in pencil, but do you know what? I'm going to be a bit of a rebel, and I'm just going to do it straight away in pen.
That's a question you get asked a lot.
Yeah.
Do you do pencil first and pen later, or go straight in with a pen?
Wherever possible, I always say go in with pen first and use pen. If I'm sort of suggesting something, certainly construction lines, I will tell you to use a pencil.
Right.
But yeah, it says in the book use pencil, but you don't have to. See, mine's a bit wonky, but that's great because that's going to give it a little bit of shape, isn't
Unique,
it?
yeah.
Yeah. So here we go. Next bit then. It shows me, see, I'm already on step 3. Step 4, it shows me a little pattern here, and it's like a real thin line. And another thin line next to it. See, like a very, very thin moon or a little bit of like a peeled banana.
Yeah.
And then on either side, we've got a couple of loops. It's even got the arrows in to show you which way to go. A loop there and a loop there. And then again, arrows, it says come around here. So you get around and along, around and along. There's your first one. And then it shows you there, look, and it says, look, I've coloured that bit in. Don't have to. And then it says, do another one.
Yeah.
So here we go, let's do another one.
What was the reaction of people at Kent then when they did their first project? They did their first Sanntangle. Was everybody quite shocked that they'd done it? Or?
Yeah, and you know, I think what happens, everybody's like, it comes in and we're laughing and joking and having a chat. And of course, people were sitting next to each other that they'd not sat with before. And then you start and then it goes quiet.
Yeah.
And that everything sort of settles down and you're just watching the screen and you're following these lines.
Well, our studio goes quiet. It's the quietest our studio and our gallery here
fantastic.
at Hobbymaker ever is, whenever Sandra's here.
Yeah.
It is fantastic. It really is a fantastic hobby to have.
So you can see, it's right, you do, yeah. They're waffling in my ear, it's fun.
Well,
All right,
Dan, our director's thinking of starting a company called Sanntangle.
well, I don't think so.
No. There'd be a solicitor's letter in the post.
Of course. Right, so I've drawn a couple of these leaves. I'm going to bring in a different colour now. And again, I've got a little pattern here. See, I've skipped a few steps, but I'm going to draw a little swirl. And then coming along my swirl, I'm going to add some little lumps and bumps. There we go. See how that's... Oh, I'm being threatened with legal action now. All sorts. Yeah, I've been there before. So you see it just sort of working my way around, little lumps and bumps all over the place, creating these wonderful little swirls. So I'd fill the whole box with that.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to move my book out of the way because I've done one. Now, it doesn't look much because I've actually covered it with the Stamper's roll, you know, the wild spider Stamper's roll.
Yeah.
Because what I want to do is I want to ink it. Why not? You've got ink stamps here, you've got to do it. So let's have a look. I'm going to bring in that corner one. So I'm going to bring a little bit, not too much. And, you know, sometimes you think, I don't want it really strong, so you could do is do a quick sort of stamp on there. And then
Like
sort of
second generation.
Second generation. Doesn't have to be exactly in the corner. I want to just sort of add a little bit there. And then a little bit, stamp it off.
You don't have to use all of the stamp all of the time. Just a
No,
bit of it.
not at all, not at all. No, and you can just sort of, you see, you're making your own little image up then. See, let's do a little bit there. You all right?
Yeah.
So that's that bit, my ink pad on. So if I then peel away the Stamper's roll, it's not then touch that bit in the middle.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Let's bring a bit of pencil in. I'm going to go outside. This is where the pencil and tortillon come in, because even though you've inked it, we can start to come in and add a little bit more to it.
Now, the pencils we've got in the show are what Sandra recommends for doing this sort of technique, and they're 2B, aren't they?
They are, yes, absolutely. And of course, you want to make sure that you're using the right paper as well. If you're going to use a print, just a regular printer paper, you're not going to get that shading that you want.
No.
It's not going to move. So the best quality of paper you can get.
And you don't moisten the tortillon, you just
No,
dry.
don't wet it. Don't wet it. No, leave it dry. And then you see I'm working my way around in swirls. There we go. And then back and forth. And what it's actually doing, it's lifting that square in the middle away from the rest of the tile. And again, that inked background is there, but it's not taking away anything that we've done here at the front. So again, I can bring a little bit of pencil in here. I'm not going to do a massive amount, just a little bit. And again, follow the shape of it. There we go. And you see how it's just sort of working around? There we go. Just adding a little bit. There we go.
And honestly, I can hand on heart say that when we invite you to send in your share your makes to the email address studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, it is, I reckon, 60 to 70% of the entries we get are Sanntangle.
I know. And of course, little cards. You know, sometimes you don't want to send a big card. And what I've done here, I've got a bit of paper in the background. I've used my photo corners. I've matched the paper. So just a quick photo corner. This is, our photo corners, it's a die, and when you get it, it starts as a solid piece.
Yeah.
But as you can hear in here, these aren't. What I've done is I've separated them all. And you know, when you get a scrap piece of paper, then I cut photo corners out of them because they're there.
Well, do you remember you used to be able to buy photo corners in little packets years ago? I don't know if they still do them or not, but that's basically what this is. But they're different sizes and different shapes and different designs, but they're the perfect thing to put your tiles into a book or an album or even into a frame, because you're not sticking it physically in. You can remove it, change the tile. Maybe you have a different tile on display every day in a certain frame. This allows you to keep them in place, but you can easily take them out.
Yeah, and do you know, sometimes people are far more likely to keep your piece of artwork rather than the whole card. So it means that you're not damaging your tile. You can still write on the back.
Yep.
They can take it out and keep that, put it into a journal or whatever they want to do. and then of course discard the card, because that does happen eventually.
Yeah.
We know that, but by having photo corners, it means we can do that. And also do, when you get them, you're going to follow the score lines. You fold the flap over, tiny spit of glue on, and fold the shape over, and there you go. There's 2 different sizes, and there's 8 different styles. So,
and we had actually Wake Up with Hobby Maker this morning between 6 and 8. We had the Secura glue pen, so that would be perfect just for using a tiny little bit of the glue. That's on the website now. Was in the show this morning between 6 and 8. So if you fancy these are, you get a lot there for your money. They're only $13.99, and of course you can use them in photo albums as well for your photos as well as your tiles. But it's the perfect addition to mount your Tangle tiles, Sanntangle tiles, really, really easily. And they are different shapes, as you can probably see here. And you have got a little kind of carrier sheet that they come on that shows you exactly how to use them. Whether you're using 2, 1 at the top left, 1 at the bottom right, or all 4, it's entirely up to you. But they're really cool. And MX1210 is the item number, just $13.99. Again, these have a habit of selling out as well, so we've got a limited quantity available for you for this afternoon's show.
Okay.
Right, what are we doing next?
I'm doing another tile. I'm going to use the flourishes, and I'm going to use the Inky stamps together. So here we go. So again, name and dates, September 13th. This is now tile number 3. Okay. So I'm going to do something a little bit different this time, because again, once we've said that you can, you get going with these stencils, you can do all sorts of things. I'm just going to find the middle of my tile. Again, I'm using that lovely blush colour.
Now the Inky stamps, hundreds of you already have purchased them this hour. We don't have an endless quantity, so if you fancy getting a hold of them today, something a bit different.
It is. I'm just going to use one of the shapes. Scarily enough, I'm going to come straight in with pen. But you see, where I actually mark my cross, I'm going to use those 4 lines as a bit of a guide.
Okay.
Okay, which one? Oh, which one did I use? That one, yeah. Same on here. So again, I'm sort of putting it in the middle and using that line. Round we go. Same again, turning it round. Let's put that in there. Round we go. Same again. So you see, each time you use it, it's not going to be the same. Even if you follow the instructions, it just means you're going to get something different every time. And that for me is the exciting thing, because you might have a bit of an idea, but you don't really know, and you don't know how it's going to turn out. And that's the great thing about crafting, isn't it? Because you start with an idea, and don't be afraid to change if it's not quite going to plan, or you want to do something a bit different.
I'm just thinking, if you are intimidated by art, and I think a lot of us have been and have been in the past, this takes away all of that worry and all of that kind of stigma. Art had got quite snobby at one point.
Yeah.
It's not anymore.
No, not at all. Not at all. And it's just about having a bit of fun. And once you get to grips with the stencil and the shapes, and you've had to go through 1 or 2 of the instructions, then you'll be creating your own things. You'll be trying new things out.
The Flourish stencil, by the way, does come with the booklet, and there are 5 projects in the booklet. But again, you can use that stencil in so many other ways with lots of other tangles too. It's just giving you a little bit of a guidance, to be honest.
There are, yeah. I mean, we've got quite a few samples there as well, Dave, showing the different ways. Because don't forget, we do parchment.
Yes.
So you could actually use them on parchment as well, and work your way around them. So I'm just putting a little dots around it, okay, and then in sort of Blue Peter style, I've got a tile here that I've actually done all the way around, and again I've used that Stampers roll just to cover it, because sometimes, when you're inking, you don't really want it to go over what you're doing, but you do want a bit of a background.
Right.
So here we go. Again, it doesn't matter, I don't mind which one I use. Let's have a look. They're just all so nice, and they're just so tactile. And you can just sort of play around with them.
Totally.
Okay, let's use a little bit. Oh, look at that pink. Right, let's put a bit of pink.
A pink splat, why not?
Pink splat, yeah. And again, I'm not using the whole of the sort of stamp. Just gives it something of a background. Let's put a little bit there. Okay, and then I'm going to bring in another one. Let's use the splat. And again, bring in a different colour. Let's add a little bit of red in there. And again, because I'm only using a bit of it, I'm taking the stamp to the ink, but it really doesn't matter. So you can crisscross them about. Look at that one. Looks like Dobby Deffett spilt his coffee there, didn't he? We only let him have 1 cup of coffee a day. He gets a bit wappy.
Well, yeah, any more would be dangerous.
Oh gosh, yeah, he's dangerous without it, with that cough, I tell you. There we go, let's put another one in there. All right, so once we've done that again, let's just put that away. You can peel that little bit off. There we are. And of course you could save this and you could reuse that, so
Yeah,
then you
absolutely.
don't have to draw your shape again if you don't want to. But, you know, I say each time it's a bit different. But here we go, let's pull that off. So again, we've got that lovely background. I'll just turn it around so you can see a lovely background, and we've got something here we can work with. So same sort of thing as we did before, we can keep that pattern going. And if I bring in a little curve and put that little curve at the top there, and then work my way down one end, there we go. Just sort of putting a little line in there, and same coming up the other end. There's so many uses for them, isn't there? And you could say spritz that, and it's just lovely. It's really giving it a different feel, isn't it?
You are going to lose yourself in this. You'll enjoy so many wonderful hours of just chilling and being the artist that you maybe never thought you were. And I think that's the case for an awful lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I think we do get that thing from school, don't we? If you weren't very good at it, you were sort of left, and teacher didn't really bother with you. But this is all about you just enjoying it and doing your thing.
Yeah.
And there's no right or wrong. Nobody's going to judge what you draw or what you do. Nobody even needs to see it if you don't want them to.
But as I said before, I think the most important thing about this is the community that you feel part of and you are part of, either through us or through the Facebook pages with Sanntangle that Sandra runs as well, the workshops that she arranges at her HQ, and going forward, hopefully other events like we had in Kent a couple of weeks ago, you know, where you all get to meet up and you all do the same thing. You all are like-minded people, and you can make lifelong friendships with people that you never knew before, which I think is lovely. And you are part of a big community, and you can share what you do with us here at Hobbymaker, and we can inspire everybody else by showing what you've done.
Oh, I know. Do you know, it's lovely, and we go back to Kent, but just meeting people, sitting and having a chat, it was the highlight of my year, I think, one of the highlights of my year, absolutely. It was just really nice, just to see people chatting who'd never met before, you know, and smiling and having a look at what they'd done.
Well,
and
it was a lovely thing you did as well, because you arranged it because obviously the actual event got cancelled that was there previously. So you put a Sanntangle event in its place.
Yes, we did.
For people to come along to, which I think was really appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's about the people. They've always supported me. You know, in the beginning of the year, things changed a lot, as we well know. And if it wasn't for people following me and supporting me, I don't know if I'd be sat here doing this today. So, you know, it's a thank you. But there we go. Let's have a look at it once it's been done.
Here it is done. The finished tangle.
So what have I done different there? I've added a bit of colour.
Yeah.
That's it. You can see I've used the ink. I've got the ink splodges around in the background. I've actually put a little bit of, you know, colour in here. And having that little splodge around the edge, you could say spritz it or just have it quite subtle. This one's quite vivid, isn't it?
Yep.
So I think here I'd probably start with red and do a bit of a fiery colour in there, and then that brings those colours in. But I'm going to make a card up with this one. So.
Okay, well, we've got a massive surge on the phones and on the website for these splodges. Hundreds of you already have checked out with this. Loads, even more of you have got them in your basket. Even if you don't tangle, I mean, these are just great to have in your general everyday card making collection of stamps. They're just fun. And you can have that splodge now in whatever colour you want, because you choose the colour of the ink you use on it. So before we did the tiles with the splodges on, but they were just black, and people were saying, yeah, but I'd like a blue, I'd like a pink, or I'd like a yellow, or I'd like a green. You choose. You put your splodges wherever you want with whatever colour ink you want to use and whatever type of ink you want to use. £12.99 is something a bit different, ON1265. Can I quickly show you the finished samples that Sandra was talking about with the Fantasy Flourishes? So there's the stencil. Okay, and there's the book that comes with the Fantasy Flourish, not easy to say, Fantasy Flourish book. Now, over a third of that has now gone. All the projects, step by step, line by line, there we are, shape by shape. So the stencil gives you the basic shape, and then you just tangle it in. And before you know it, you've got something that is definitely a work of art. Now, when you see here, you mentioned, Sandra, that we do parchment now as well, tangling on parchment. Alison has done this one. Look at that. Look at the white work. Now, you get the white effect by using a ball tool, and you can also, of course, use the white pencil that we have in the show, which we'll come on to a bit in a minute. But that's using the flourishes, as you can see there. Beautiful. This one, again, different flourishes, making like a foliage style. And, you know, it doesn't have to be black. It can be, maybe you've got a gold pen.
Oh, look, isn't that beautiful?
That is gorgeous. And that's on like a dark green background. That works a treat. Next, that's done by Ree, is that right?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And you see how different they are. You've got that one's really pretty and really subtle, and then the one you showed before, the gold and the green. Imagine stamping gold, splats, all that on that. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Yeah, yeah.
And look at this one. This is by Sheila, using the Paisley Stencil set. Really, really cool. You know, this is an awful lot of people, not just Sandra, that does Sanntangle, and these are their results. You can do it too. Everybody can do it.
Yeah. I mean, who'd have thought a frame?
Yeah.
You know, a frame with that particular stencil. It's not in the instructions, but it shows that if you want to, you can actually create whatever you want to do with it.
That one there, yeah. Amazing.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
stamp in
gorgeous.
the middle.
Now, half the stock of the flourish is gone, $14.99. None of Sandra's books and tutorials and leaflets are very expensive. They're always really, really affordable. So it's a very, affordable hobby to start, but also probably the most rewarding. I think it's the most rewarding craft you can actually do, because, you know, to turn yourself into an artist when you didn't know you were one.
I know, it's
pretty,
exciting,
pretty
isn't
amazing,
it?
yeah.
Absolutely.
And look at this one. There we are. Have the actual kind of paisley shapes there going from side to side. I mean, what do you see when you look at that shape? Do you see feathers? Do you see droplets of water? Do you see baubles? It could be all of those things.
Sorts of things.
And look at this one. Who's done this one? This is Angie Young has done this one. Look at that. Loads of smaller paisley design flourishes.
Yeah.
Love it.
You can work on a tile, which is very small, as we know, or you could work on something a lot bigger and create your own image from it. Again, Inky stamps are going to come in with that, aren't they? It looks a little bit grungy. Fantastic.
And now, another thing, it's only a small thing, but a thing that I'm sure you're going to want to put into your basket. And remember, you won't pay any more postage. If you've paid your $3.95 already today, you won't pay it a second time. It's just 1p&p all day. This is your crucial 2B pencil, and you're also going to get your white highlighter pencil as well. Now, this is always being used by Sandra in her demonstrations, but it's something we don't always have stock of, and both of them are just £3.99 for the pair, okay? Obviously, this hasn't actually got a point on it. Do you recommend a certain type of sharpener?
Yeah, I can show you how to use it, actually. What we do tend to do is, because it's pure chalk, it's very brittle, and if you sharpen it, so I use my little rabbit sharpener, it's going to tear it to pieces.
Right.
It likes to eat things. So you want a nice pastel sharpener, you want something a little bit softer, but we always put them into the freezer for, 5 or 10 minutes before we actually sharpen them.
And don't forget.
And don't forget, because otherwise, Leslie did that once, and she was doing them all for a class. There's about 10 or 15 of them in one go, and they were stuck together.
Oh.
We had to defrost them first. But yeah, I'll do you a quick show how to use it. But yeah, you don't have to sharpen it so it's seriously pointed. You just want for a little bit of a highlight. And again, I'll show you how to do it.
Okay.
I've got a dark tile. Just need a bit of a white pen. Okay. So yeah, here we go. That's the card finished. So again, I've not stuck this onto it. I can still take my tile out because I've got photo corners in there.
Yep.
But again, completely different to the one we did first thing.
Terrific.
But yeah, if I actually bring something that kind of shape, so if I sort of draw a paisley kind of shape there. So again, you wouldn't perhaps use a black pen on this. You'd perhaps use one of the gel pens or something.
Yeah.
But of course, using this, you can't really use the regular pencil to give it a little bit of shading. There we go. So let's put a little bit of those in and a little curl there. So what you would actually want to do is you can come in with your white pencil. There we go. So if I then add a little bit of white in there, let's do a little bit at the top. Okay, now I know when we do this and we do live sessions or Facebook sessions, people want to blow the chalky bits. Don't blow the chalky bits just yet. Okay, let's do that then. And then usually I'm going to come in with a clean tortillon.
Right.
But I haven't got one. So I'm going to very, very gently
So you can actually blend the white pencil as well as the 2B pencil.
Yeah, it works exactly the same as your regular pencil to give you that shade. There we go. Again, just nice and gentle with it. You see, you've got little bits of chalk sort of coming off there, but leave it. Don't sort of blow it yet, because you might want to put them back in and add them in. There we go. See, just ever so gentle. So you're still going to get your shading, but you're going to see it a little bit clearer there.
You wouldn't necessarily think of doing any art on black card, but
No, not at all.
it works.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. So you've got your light and dark just as you would with a regular, but the beauty of being able to, now you can blow. There you go, when you've done, just gives you that little bit of shading and that little bit of highlight that you actually need to create that three-dimensional effect on it.
Well, lots of you are stocking up. I know Helene, should I say, in West Lothian's gone for 3 of these. They're only $3.99 for the pair. And yeah, your white pencil, you'll absolutely love using it. And the difference it makes to your projects when you're using darker tiles, for example, is superb. It really, really is. And if you've got the gel pens already, then why not add the white pencil to your order as well? The 2B pencil it's all branded Sanntangle as well. Now, let's quickly remind you then of what we've got that's new today. The splodges, I'm pleased to say you're loving. In response to the fact that when we did the splodge tiles, lots of you said they're black and white or whatever, black and cream, they're great, but what about splodges in different colours, please? Maybe a red wine splodge, right? Use your red ink, absolutely brilliant. You choose now, because you've got the stamps that will give you that splodge. You don't have to use the whole thing, just use a bit of it in certain places as a background or whatever, but you choose the colour ink you use on them. They're only $12.99. 2 of them are completely random, which are those just there, so there's no edges to them as such. But the other 2, you've actually got a right angle edge to both, so they fit into a tile perfectly, absolutely brilliantly. £12.99, ON1265 is the item number. And we've only got about 15 sets of the blush tiles left. Blush being a very, very, very subtle pink. First time this colour's actually been available. They are pinkier than they show on camera. Our lights tend to kind of wash very light colours out a little bit, but they have got a very subtle pink hue to them. Very nice. £6 for 24. OE1252 is your item number there. And if I put the white next to it, you can see just how different those colours are in actual fact. There we go. So we've got the bright white or the pure white, or frost white, I think it's called as well, and they're also £6 too. But those tiles, really, really popular, brand new today. We've also got the fine liners in the show, different sizes, a couple of those together. If we've not mentioned those yet, they are on the website right now for you, because those fine liners, they're archive a link in there, aren't they?
They are, absolutely, yeah. Sorry, I'm playing with metallics on this black tile.
You carry on.
I'm inking away. I'm having quite fun, yeah. Yeah, they are. Sorry, I am listening.
Don't worry. And the flourishes, remember, the fantasy flourishes, we brought that for you today. You get the stencil, that's all, again, done by hand in the UK, manufactured in the UK as well. Because Sandra actually designs these and her husband does the machining and all that.
Yeah, we make them all in-house.
Real family business. Yeah. But then you've got all these projects inside as well. RY1220 is the item number. I'm really pleased to say we're spoiling you today with 3 Sanntangle shows, another one at 3, another one at 5, and we've got a brand new Hunky Dory card kit on the way in about 3 minutes. See you in an hour?
See you in an hour, yeah.
Cool. Tune in to Hobby Maker every Monday between 2 and 4 for our brand new Mixed Media Monday. If you've always wanted to explore the world of mixed media, we'll be bringing you some of the biggest brands to help you get started. We'll have some of the best demonstrators in the crafting world to answer your questions and give you top tips. So kickstart your week with Mixed Media Mondays.
To watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Lights, camera, action, party! Can you believe your eyes? Crafter's Companion is nearly 17. Join us on Hobbymaker for the most glittering soiree in town.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Join us on the 18th to the 21st of October here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafter's Companion's 17th birthday. There's loads of fantastic deals and unmissable offers. There'll be shop to win prizes and loads of goodies up for grabs. There'll even be web-only deals. And don't forget, there'll be a daily deal every day called the Party Piece. So join us here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafter's Companion's 17th birthday. Yay!
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
My name is Anne-Marie and I am the creative manager at Hunky Dory Crafts. Hunky Dory are the UK's premier papercraft manufacturer, and we design and manufacture all of our papercraft goodies back at home in Preston. We do lots of papercraft products as well as moonstone dyes. We have our Prism range of colouring mediums like watercolour pencils, alcohol markers, waterbrush pens, and we also have our very own range of stamps called For the Love of Stamps. We're really looking forward to bringing you all of our brand new product launches as well as our inspirational demonstrations, which we just know the audience love.
What a lovely day here at Hobbymaker today. We've got Sandra, of course, with 2 more shows, and we've got 2 more shows for the lovely Anne-Marie.
Hello.
Hello. We're just saying we haven't seen each other for ages.
It's been ages.
Months.
Yeah.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Good, are you?
Yeah, I'm very good. I'm very good.
Wonderful.
And really loving this new collection. Hunky Dory are one of the most respected companies when it comes to card kits in the UK. Based in the UK, printed in the UK,
Yep.
foiled in the UK. It's
Yep.
all done in Great Britain. And this is the brand new collection. You're going to love this. Everyone that's seen this today in the building has gone, oh, wow, amazing.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's called Enchanted Moments. Now, we were trying to kind of put a label on this, and it's hard to.
It's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been really tricky. It's got such an array of imagery in here. But I think what ties it all together is that colourway, you know, that beautiful colour palette. We've got lovely sort of rich, almost like blackcurrant purples in here. We've got those really dusky purples. We've got those lovely lilacs as well.
Look at the lilac foiling.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh my word, how different is that? If you love wildlife, looking out of your window on autumnal daylight today and you're seeing birds in the trees, you're seeing, or maybe hearing the owls in the evening and first thing in the morning, maybe you're lucky enough to live where maybe a stag is roaming in the field somewhere, this is just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, and also appropriate for every occasion you can think of. Whether it's joyous, whether it's a birthday, some of these could be Christmas cards. That stag for a Christmas card would be fantastic.
Definitely, yeah.
But you know, they're kind of all eventualities. You've got moths in there, you've got florals in there as well. Now, this particular collection should be £39.97. It's HNHD59, that's the product code. Now, you've got the pick and flick there to show us.
I do. I have everything here for us to look at, and it is just absolutely beautiful. It really is. So this is all of your kind of topper and cardstock set. So you can see that gorgeous lilac foiling.
Yeah.
So you're going to get 2 of everything as well, which is wonderful, because if you've got a favourite, you don't want to use it, you know, having 2 is just amazing. You're also going to get your accent foil cardstock. Yeah. So you're going to get 2 sheets of that one to coordinate with that particular topper, and then you're going to get 2 of your printed cardstock as well. So everything just coordinates so well. It really is a dream to work with. We've got the florals in here. Obviously, we've got those moths in here as well, but they're just so delicate. The colours are kind of like
dusky and moody,
Yeah.
aren't they? They're just absolutely gorgeous.
And there's lovely
Obviously-
verses too,
Yeah,
which are beautiful.
absolute sentiments everywhere. We've got tags in here, we've got frames within frames, you know, they're just, as always, absolutely jam-packed. Again, you've got your accent foil cardstock. I love like the sort of, almost like a galaxy background we've got going in here
Yeah.
as well. And then we've got that beautiful printed card as well. Almost like a glittery, sparkly
Yes.
finish to that as well.
And that to
Really
me looks
lovely.
like poppy fields.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? The colours are just so unusual. And
Now we got the little
it's
puddy
so
cats.
cute.
We've got the little bunny rabbits as well.
this is just like my Tia. She's such a grumpy old lady now. She's 16 and she just sits and just doesn't like anybody at all.
Mine's very much grumpy old lady as well.
yeah.
We were away for a week's holiday and a friend came to cat sit. When we got back, she let us know how really cheesed off she was about us not being there.
Oh,
She hadn't stopped.
yeah. No, they're pests, aren't they?
Screams constantly.
Yeah. Again, your accent foil cardstock. I love, you know, that just lovely big image behind the moon, the gorgeous stars, that sparkly finish here as well. You know, there's just so much going on every single sheet of cardstock. You've got the gorgeous little bunnies as well.
Yeah.
Then we go on to this one is really kind of soft. You've got the birds in there, you've got the owl, lovely shapes again. You can see all the frames within the frames as well here, and your tags and your sentiments. I mean, just the background on here is absolutely stunning on your toppers. Again, you're going to get your foil cardstock and also your printed cardstock. So that is all of your toppers.
Right.
And all your cardstock. Next, we're going to go on to inserts and papers. So you're going to get 8 different inserts and you're going to get 3 of each. So I'm just going to show you one of each here so you can see. We've got that lovely bird there. We've got the gorgeous owl. Just so beautiful. Look at this.
Yeah,
You
a
know,
wolf.
it's fabulous, isn't it?
It's kind of wilderness, isn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah, yeah. That's a good word, definitely. The little bunnies. We have got the gorgeous moths over the moonlight there. And our final insert is that lovely big floral there. And then you're also going to get some double-sided papers.
Ah,
So
okay.
it doesn't stop there. So you're going to get 4 different designs. And again, you're going to get 3 of each. But what I've done here is I've put fronts and backs. So you can see each design in full. So that's your fronts.
Yeah.
And that's your back. It's like a really delicate kind of sky,
Very soft.
galaxy. Yeah, perfect for some of the stamps that we've got coming up later in the show as well. Then you've got that gorgeous sort of edge-to-edge floral, and then the reverse of that is that really soft lilac kind of, it's almost like a little bit of a flourish going on in the background there. And then you've got a bigger kind of bloom with that lovely lilac again in the background, and then that has got that blackberry jam one. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Wonderfully rich.
Lovely. And then you're going to get this one as well. So beautiful. And then the reverse of that one is almost like a bit more of a bluey purple damask there.
Okay, now that's not all of it. That's
Nope.
only part of it because this is the big collection. So you're going to get all of what we've just shown you, and you're going to get the little book. Now, this is a brand new book packed full of fantastic artwork. And I always think to myself, potentially each sheet could be a topper and that could be a card. So
Yeah.
if you're doing batch making cards for charitable purposes or whatever, you know, you can, how many is it, 150 sheets?
144 in this
144.
one. So this one is like your 6x4 kind of size.
Yeah.
And you can see all of the beautiful artwork in here. You can see it kind of really up close. You know, you're getting really into those lovely images, getting kind of close-ups of them. It is just beautiful. Like you say, that could be a topper. If you wanted it to be, you could absolutely make these all into toppers. We do have some sentiments in here as well. So you do have your regular sentiments. I'll show you because they're going to be right at the very front. They are beautiful. So you wouldn't get as many cards out of this particular one because of your sentiment sheets, but you're still going to get an absolute load, you know.
And also you get multiples of the
You
same
do. You get
image.
6 of each design. So if you want to maybe do a little bit decoupage, this
Yeah.
one would be a good one. And you could just do 1 or 2 layers. So you could just cut the owl out and then just cut out this wing that's in the foreground there and just add a little bit of extra dimension to it. You don't need to go crazy detail. Oh, look at him.
look.
It's just so
proud.
cute. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really, really beautiful. Again, you can layer up the florals, layer up the cat over the moon.
I think he was out mousing at moonlight.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh, look at this. Absolutely stunning. I think the colours are just so unusual in here. Look how moody he is.
Menacing, absolutely.
Yeah, you've got that fabulous stag.
My favourite.
He's gorgeous, isn't it? And like you say, just turning that into a Christmas card. We could just add some snowfall acetate onto that, and you've got an instant Christmas card.
I mean, 144 sheets of artwork that's yours to do with what you wish, that you can put on cards and sell if you want to. Absolute no problem at all.
Yep.
The Angel policy is always that. You can make and sell whatever you
You
want.
absolutely can. So we're going to be coming up to our sentiment selection. So we've got a sheet like this time, which is a little bit different. So you've got 4 kind of mini sentiments on here, if you will.
Yeah.
Really, really lovely. So you've got do what makes your heart sparkle, believe in yourself, you are wiser than you know, stay strong, stay wild, stay beautiful, and love you to the moon and back.
Right.
So really, really beautiful. You could just cut those into 4. But then we also have this one, which is jam-packed with loads of little sentiments on as well. So you can just cut these out. Absolutely gorgeous shapes as well. These shapes do match what's in the topper collection too,
Right,
so you can really mix and match this.
And if you're making a card, that could also be a gift tag.
It could, yeah, 100%, yeah, definitely.
Coordinating gift tag with the card to go
get
with
your
it.
dies in if you're not confident cutting the circles out. Just get some of your circle dies. But it is absolutely wonderful.
Okay, now any day of the week that is worth and should be £39.97. That is not your price. Everyone at Hobbymaker always pays the final low price. So if you've checked out already, when you get your confirmation email tomorrow morning or midnight tonight, you'll see that you've only been charged £29.97. So if you've already checked out, don't worry, you've not paid £10 more than you need to. Everybody pays £29.97 and one fixed P&P of £3.95. Now the toppers on their own, or the toppers with the cardstock and the printed and foil cardstock, should be £20.
Yeah.
So for £9.97 more, you're going to get the little book, you're going to get all the inserts, you're also going to get, of course, everything else that we've shown you throughout that presentation with Anne-Marie. It's all there for less than £30 if you'd like it today. And I love the fact it's not a specific theme.
No, or season really either. You know, it's going to fit really and sort of see you all the way through, kind of to spring, isn't it? You know, it's perfect for these kind of winter nights, getting a bit cooler with those dusky feels as well.
Now let me show you some finished cards to show you the
they're
sort of thing that you
amazing.
can do. This is by Bex from the Hunky Dory design team. We do have the acetate, the foiled acetate, coming up fairly soon, if you're wondering where that is. It is in the show, and everything in the show is available to look at and order right now at hobbymaker.co.uk.
Oh, it's lovely,
Rachel's
isn't it,
done this
that
one.
one?
That's lovely, isn't it?
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really, really beautiful.
Then the little moth. Now this is a really unusual card. Look at this. Has this got a name?
It's a diamond pop-up.
Diamond
Its
pop-up.
proper name, yeah. I think in the scoreboard handbook that card is in there.
Okay. Here we've got an easel card, which I know loads of you love to make.
So simple, aren't they, to create, but they look so effective at the end. They're wonderful.
Hello.
And that foil, that gorgeous lilac foil, just ties everything in so well, doesn't it?
That lovely lilac foil. Very, very stylish, very upmarket, very subtle, not in your face at all, just wonderful artwork and wonderful quality foiling. Under £30. I mean, you can use these for any occasions. If you need a sympathy card, that's sorted in here. If you've got maybe a wedding card to make for somebody, you can pick a suitable image from this collection. It's not Christmas, it's not spring, it's not autumn, it's all seasons really. And it's not happy and it's not sad card making, it's everything. It's really, really enchanted. It's a wilderness theme to it as well. If you love wildlife and you love the outdoors, you've got the wolves for drama. That would be good maybe for masculine cards, that sort of thing. So you've got a little bit of everything in there. You've got the whimsy, you've got the cute with the cat and the bunny rabbits. You've got the wise owl as well. Maybe someone's done well in exams or whatever it might be. So I think as far as an all-round card collection's concerned, this ticks all the boxes.
Yeah, definitely. It really does, doesn't it? I just think it's just the colour for me. As soon as I saw this artwork, I just really fell in love with it. And the more you look at it, the more you see as well. It's so detailed, but it is just really, really stunning. And that addition of that lilac foil, I think, just makes it something extra special.
Now we have also got the acetate, we have got the parchment, we've also got the adorable scoreable as well, and also the coordinating Miri card too. All of that is in the show as well. If you want to add any of that onto your order, have a little look at the website, it will be there for you. But we'll get a demo done first and then we'll go through the extra items. And remember, if you do have to call us a few times because you see something later in the show that takes your fancy, you're not paying for the phone call, it's free to order, and it doesn't matter how many things you order because you only pay the P&P once. So HNHD 59, brand new today. It's the Enchanted Moments Complete Ultimate Collection.
Okay, so we're going to go with the owl.
Yep.
We were going to do a little book demo, but I'm going to save that one because it's got like a sneaky peek of something coming at 4.
Oh.
So we're going to go with this one first with our owl. So we've got the gorgeous owl, and look at the adorable squirrel that we have coming up. This is one of the colours that's in there, and look how perfectly this just matches in terms of kind of matting and layering. It's just stunning, and that is just one of the colours I could have pulled out to work with this. The Matte-tastic Adorable Squirrel selection is just so perfect for this collection. So we're going to do a little bit of matting and layering first. So we're going to make a nice large 8x8 card because this cardstock was just too beautiful for me to cut down any smaller. I was like, no, it's all about the big cards today because it is just stunning. So let's get this onto our Adorable Squirrel first of all.
Okie dokie.
And I love like we've got that kind of glittery detail at the top, and that's almost like a rose gold as well. So maybe if you've got our rose gold Your Design paper pad, you might be able to just tie a little bit of that in as well. And then we're going to matte and layer this onto some of that lovely lilac foil. So this matches the foil on our topper collection absolutely perfectly. So you know sometimes when you've got a coloured foil like this and you're like, well, do I use gold? Do I use silver?
Yeah.
Do I even use rainbow? Then you don't even need to think about it once you've got this lilac foil because it matches so well.
Now the lilac foil, it's so reflective. It's reflecting our black ceiling in the studio. That's why it looks quite dark. I'll show it to you in the flesh in a minute and you'll see just how gorgeous it is.
Okay, then we're going to get this onto our card. So let's just get some more tape on the back of there. Get this onto our base card, and we're just going to leave that a little white edge all the way around because we've got quite a lot of white space in this collection as well. So we can absolutely pull that off. So let's just make sure the card's opening the right way. We did one of those the other week, Dave. It was like literally, it was when we did our takeover.
Happens
so I'd
to
done
us
like
all.
5 hours. It was literally like the last card I made.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, come on. Okay, so then we're just going to keep this quite simple. We've got a few different little toppers and sentiments on here. So I'm going to have I might have that down this side actually. I'm going to use that little Dreams Come True because we've got Time for an Adventure, Let Your Spirit Soar, Sparkle Always. So we can just keep those together as quite a nice uplifting kind of positive vibes card. So I'm also going to bring in...
I've just been told that you are loving this collection. I'm not at all surprised. We all fell in love with it and you are as well. We have got the ribbon available too.
Oh, Dave, it's just stunning. Look at this. Again, you know, I could pick out so many colours.
How much ribbon do you get?
You should get 24 metres. That's normal.
Okay.
Normally what we do. So I think I'm going to go with those 3.
All right.
So I'm just going to cut some of this off, then we can pop the rest of it away for now. So let's just bob that over there. And let's get sticking some of this on. So I know my sentiment's going to go up there. So we can get that in place first.
I mean, many of you, I know, every time that Hunky Dory bring out a new collection, many of you actually order one of everything. You order an extra little book, you order the acetate, the parchment, the mirror card, the adorable squirrel that goes with it. You order the whole thing, all delivered for $3.95.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? Yeah. So Natalie always leaves me, because she does all of our like samples for the show and things like that as well. So she always gets out samples that I need, samples that Pauline needs and that she needs, and the box. I was like, this can't all be for the show. I was like, it's absolutely loads.
Couldn't stop her.
Oh, honestly. And then trying to decide what to make was, it took me ages to do my prep with this on Tuesday. Because I was like, I want to make everything. I want to use all the products. I did it in Tuesday afternoon.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's never a chore making cards
It's
anyway.
not.
But with a Hunky Dory kit, it absolutely is never a chore. Because you
No.
know the card's going to be stunning.
Yeah, and honestly, the only kind of, sometimes, you know, you get a little bit of a crafter's block, but it was kind of like a, where should I start block? Because I've got so much stuff I want to use. It wasn't like a, I don't have any ideas. It was like, I have too many. So we're just going to use this ribbon. Let me just tie this over here. So we're just using the 3 shades there to tie around that frame. So we've not taken the topper out of the frame, we've just kind of detached it, if you will, at the side here, just so we can thread this ribbon through.
That also highlights the fact that that is potentially a separate frame that you can completely remove if you want to.
You can,
You always get
indeed.
that with the toppers with Hunky Dory.
You absolutely can. So So again, let's just give that a little tie around there. So just doing just little knots. You could do bows if you wanted to. And they've actually kind of sat almost all at the same angle, which is nice. So let's
was that planned or was that luck?
Not at all, because this one's not quite, but we'll give it a little wiggle. There we go. It's not bad. It's not bad. And then because we've sort of tied those around there, we can hopefully just move those up a little bit to where you want them to kind of sit on the frame. So then let's get this onto our card. So we're going to use some foam pads for this. And then I'm just going to make sure I've got a foam pad going over that join, just so that nothing moves, nothing, you know, your topper doesn't come away from the frame or anything like that. Just make sure it's secured there. And that will be enough for that. Just pop that one in the middle. And then we can add, now I was going to put my little sentiment down there, wasn't I? So we're going to have a change of plan, because I was going to have it down that side, but we'll go down there instead. That's fine. So we're going to slide that underneath. So just a little bit of tape. Let me just get a little skinnier one, because that one's super chunky. So just a little bit of tape on there. And I like doing this. I always think they look like a little bit of a kind of designer tag.
Yeah, very nice.
So just slide.
And again, that card could be for absolutely any occasion, for any person, any age, any sex, doesn't matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we can add.
And if you're making cards to sell, you want to have the maximum appeal possible. I think this collection is perfect for that.
Yeah, definitely. And then we'll just go in with a couple of gemstones. Let me find. We got all of our gemstones back in stock last week, Dave.
Ooh.
Oh, it was epic. It was awesome.
That was a busy show. I'm just thinking, you know, if you wanted to leave the sentiments off your card, just decorate it with the imagery, and then someone comes up to your stall, if you're selling your cards, you can let them choose from all the sentiments you've got, which
100%.
one's appropriate.
Yeah, that was, yeah, it's a really nice idea, so you can make it a little bit more personal for sure.
Yeah, totally.
And just add a couple of our crystals on here as well, just to...
Will those gemstones be on the website?
They will be, yeah.
Good. We've still got some stock.
I don't know if we... can we go back to that price, Laura? Are we allowed? Oh, that was a funny sound.
We'll have a little look.
Okay.
Was that on your takeover day?
No, this was just last week. Just, yeah. Okay, let's finish this off now with our insert. And I'm being a little bit extravagant. So I'm taking one of the papers, and just to really bring the whole colour scheme and everything through, we're doing a little bit of matting and layering, again onto some of that wonderful mirror on the inside as well. So, you know, sometimes it is nice to have that just pure white insert, but also it's quite nice to be a bit jazzy as well sometimes. So, you know, you're getting, again, so much in here, you absolutely can afford to be a little bit more extravagant.
Yeah. And the value is really quite incredible. You get 25% off by buying it as the big bundle. And let's face it, you want everything that's in it. So, you know, to save a tenner on something that's brand new.
It's like getting your little book free or your inserts, isn't it? It's £10 saving. It's awesome. Okay, so we're just going to pop that lovely paper on the inside, and then we're going to add our gorgeous owl onto here as well. So let's just get that onto that mirror. And I've left like a little chunky border on there so we can really see that mirror. And obviously, if you want this to go further, just cut the centres out of your mirror, you know, just use the frames.
You're right, actually, that's a really posh use of the insert.
It is, isn't it?
Rather than just having it loose leaf.
Yeah, it's really fancy, isn't it?
Yep.
There we go. So
and there is our first card done.
Our gorgeous owl up now.
Enchanted Moments is the collection, remember? Brand new today. That lovely lilac mirrored card and that mirrored finish is just stunning on all the toppers. It really, really is. And of course, if you want to add any of the extras into your order that we were using during that demonstration, I've got those in front of me here. I know many of you have checked out already on the main collection, HNHD59, $29.97. But if there's now something else that you want to add into your order as well, just call the call centre. Free phone number, or you can order it online as well. It's completely free to order online, completely free phone call, 0800 001 4433. And the way it works here, just in case you've not shopped with us before, At midnight each day, any orders you've made during that day get collated and you get an email confirmation that your order has been complete, and it shows you what you've ordered during the day. And then the system knows that that's you, all those orders are you, and it charges you one postage of £3.95.
Amazing.
It's great, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Now, what about the acetate? We've got this beautiful lilac foiled acetate. And as you can see, I've got a bit of card.
There's some spare...
That's all right.
Oh, Alex is on it.
Thank you, Alex. He's on it. Now, have a little look at that. Whether you trim that down or use it like I showed you in one of those sample cards.
Oh, it's so nice, isn't it?
Now, the acetate's coming up any second. You've got the top and the bottom border. How many of each do you get? Do you know, Anne-Marie?
4 of each.
4 of each.
So 4 different designs, 4 of each.
16 in total.
16 total,
Yeah, there we go. And there's your lilac stars in the sky. Beautiful.
Lush, isn't it? I
yeah.
love that one. It's my
That's a good
favourite.
word, lush. That sums it up a treat. And then this one, you've got your borders on the left and right this time, 4 of these. Isn't that gorgeous? And if for whatever reason you're thinking, oh, I wish it wasn't lilac, I don't need lilac in this project I'm working on, I wish it was silver, flip it over. Silver on the back. But lovely lilac on the front. There we go, 4 of those. And then the last one, I think, is this one here, which has got this like fairy dust. Now, that can be coming from the bottom up, and that looks like surf, doesn't it, on the waves?
It's lovely, isn't
Surf
it?
spray. Or, put it that way, and that could be snow, or it could be fireworks cascading from the sky. It could be anything like that. Really lovely. £9.99, 14 sheets of acetate, and as we showed you with one of the cards that I showed you a minute ago, this one here, this is the sort of thing that you can do when you've got that beautiful foiled acetate. Isn't that lovely? It scores a treat. You can fold it, you can score it, you can crease it, you can make it into shaker cards, make box lids with it if you want to, whatever you choose. FXHD 72 for the acetate, and that's just £9.99. Actually, think about it. If you add that into your order, it's almost like you're getting it for nothing, because you should be paying $39.97 for the main card collection, but you're paying under £30 for it. So treat yourself maybe to the acetate with what you've saved by buying the main collection. And then we've got the gemstones. We're going to remind you of those. Now, it was supposed to be a one-off deal last week, I've just been told. I wasn't doing the show, but Laura, our producer, is throwing caution to the wind, and I think she's going to match the deal that we did last week. Tell me if she does.
Such a good deal.
Okay. That was the price they should be. You get 9 packets, so over 1,000 gemstones, and there are loads of colours. You don't choose your colours, you get a multitude of
No, you get them all, yeah.
Okay. £22.41, 9 different sheets, over 1,000 gemstones, and these are some of the ones that you can look forward to getting.
have them all there, potentially.
Okay. Obviously, you've been taking a few, but there
Well,
you go.
there might be a couple missing off each sheet.
Yeah.
You can have all the colours there.
Purple, blue and lilac. You've got your beautiful silver and black, or clear and black. You've got these wonderful amber colours, citrine, and beautiful kind of champagne diamond colour as well. Then you've got your multicolour, great for Christmas, lots of greens and reds and golds in there, and blue too. Your AB. Then you've got your different shades of pink, and you've got your different shades of green, and one more. That one, oh, that's different.
Like studs, yeah,
Yeah.
they're like gold and silver.
Like rivets or studs.
Kind
so
of
those as
metallics.
well. Yours will be complete though. All your sheets will be complete. So you get all of those individually packaged as well. Now, $22.41 any day of the week should be the price that you pay. What can we do it for?
$2.49, yeah, that's the
$2.49
regular
each.
price for a pack, yeah.
$2.49 per pack. But this is the price that we took it to last week. Whether we're supposed to be doing that again this week, I do not know, but we're doing it, so take advantage of it. VNHD $12.99 for all 9 sets. That's about £1.44 per pack.
A pound off a pack, like just over a pound a pack off.
That's pretty amazing. It's about 45% discount, something like that. VNHD 87. Didn't know we were going to go to those, but we've got them, and they work a treat because there's lots of lavenders and lilacs in there as well with this particular kit. So VNHD 87 for over 1,000 gemstones. If you're normally really frugal because you buy them individually in packs and you're thinking, oh, I'm not going to put 3 on that one, I'm just going to put 1 or 2 on that one. You don't really have to think about it because you've got so many there and you're actually not paying for quite a few of them. VNHD 87 for your adhesive gemstones. Now, we haven't got many of those left. The little book, now, here we go. Now, loads of you collect these. Many of you have one that you use, and many of you have another that you just collect and look at and love.
It's just so pretty.
It is beautiful.
It's gorgeous. It really is. The little book was what I went to first out of the whole kit. I think I was just in love with all the artwork, and then it took me an absolute age to decide on which one I wanted to use. It's just so beautiful. 144
sheets. The Enchanted Moments paper pack. This is brand new. Little book is what it's called. And this has become a real thing for Hunky Dory. The little books always absolutely fly. 10% of the big stock already gone. NUHD 25. You are going to get one, remember, in the main collection. But if you fancy treating yourself to another, just £9.99. All new artwork today. And the fact you get 6 of each of them. There's nothing worse than when you've got a favourite and you've only got one of it. And you think, oh, I'm not going to use it at all then. I'm just going to keep it. No, you've got 6 there. And great for decoupage as well. I would imagine that stag being decoupaged up. That would look amazing, wouldn't it? Oh, beautiful images. Little cute bunny rabbit. Really sweet. Lots of you getting through on the phone for this. And remember, every day, we've been here over 6 months now, nearly 7 in actual fact. We are always getting brand new customers every single day. So welcome if you are new. And remember, there's 2 ways that you can order, either on the phone, the free phone number, the call centre's upstairs, it's in this building. It's not abroad or anything like that. And also, it's free to order on the website too, at hobbymaker.co.uk. And if you want to set an account up there, we just need your email address, and then they ask you for a password, which you can make up and you'll remember it. Simple as that. Right, now, this has gone absolutely crazy, okay? Little book of Enchanted Moments, NUHD 25. £9.99. Now, the ribbon that Anne-Marie was using, this is 24 metres of ribbon, and you can see that the colourways, of which there are many, all complement the artwork in the collection. 24 metres, everything is going to work beautifully well, just like the cardstock that we've got, the adorable scorable cardstock. You've got that beautiful pale green, you've got minky colours, deep rich purples, Hunky Dory purple, claret red in there as well. Absolutely stunning colours, and that's GIHD 38 for £9.99. All 24 metres there. Pop it into your order. The more things you put into your basket, of course, the P&P doesn't go up. It just stays at £3.95. If you bought something earlier this morning, or maybe from Sandra in the last show, you've paid it once, you're not going to pay it again. Anything you order up until midnight tonight from us, you won't be charged any more P&P than £3.95. Now, are we doing the parchment? Oh, okay, we'll do another demo, then we'll do the parchment, and then we'll do the adorable skull. Okay.
Okay, so we are going to use the stamps that we've got coming up as well.
Yes.
We're going to team it up with our double-sided papers and our parchment as well. So look how gorgeous this parchment is. It is absolutely calling out for a layered moon stamp to go on here as well. So what we are going to do on here is I've cut down 2 sheets of this paper. One of them is 7x5, the other one is 6x4. So onto the 6x4 one, we are going to stamp our layering moon. So let's get our stamping press, because this is absolute key for any layering stamps.
Yep.
And
it's got a removable top, that stamping press. So again, it's perfect to get a very, very flush print.
Yeah, very flush, and also there's no movement in that. Sometimes with the hinge ones you can get a little bit of movement, but with this, because it goes straight on and it's got the magnets to hold the actual lid in place, it's, you know, it can't move. It's fantastic. So with our layering stamps, the first one that we're going to stamp is the moon. So I'm going to stamp it over to this kind of side, really. I don't want it straight in the centre. I want it kind of, maybe I do want it in the centre. Let's go in the centre. Okay, so just make sure that's all nice and secure. And what we're going to do to actually stamp onto here, we're going to use our brush markers. Okay, rather than ink pads. So I'm going in with a super cool grey. Its actual name is Ash. It's the 015 out of the blues pack. Right. So you're just going to colour that all over the whole image.
And these are water-based pens, aren't
they? They're water-based, yes. So if you want to, you can add some water to this. You could scribble onto a little bit of acetate or messy mat, spritz it with a bit of water, and then dip your stamp in that way, so you get a more watered-down finish. Okay. But we're just going to go straight in with it like this. So you will get some texture from the actual pen, sort of the scribble lines on here. But obviously we've got that texture of that moon as well. So we are going to cover some of this up, obviously, with the layers. So let's get the second layer. Now, in your packaging, you get full step-by-step instructions and a colour guide as to which colours to kind of ink with.
I love layering stamps. They're so clever.
They're brilliant, aren't they?
Yeah.
And this one, it's nice and easy because it's just a circle. It basically just goes straight over the top, you know. So we pop that one on next. Just make sure that that's not moved too much there. And we're going to go in now. Now, in my one that I planned, we use like a darker grey next, but I'm actually going to go in with like a blue.
Okay.
Just to give it a little bit of a different feel, because after the next kind of grey, the next one up is black, and when I did it, I thought it was a bit too dark. So let's try this with the blue.
Always use 3 different colours though, yeah?
Yeah, you don't have to. I'm going to show you when we do a cloud, you can use the same colour and just build it up. So you don't have to use 3 different colours. But we're going to go in with the blue here for this one. So you can see straight away we've got some awesome kind of dimension in there
It's a bit
already.
like the full moon we had a couple of nights ago.
Oh, it's marvellous, isn't it?
On the plane coming back from holiday, it was quite weird actually. Looking out the window on the left-hand side was the sunset. Looking out the window on the right-hand side was the full moon. And it was like, wow, that's a bit surreal.
That's amazing. So then get that final layer on, and this is where I'm going to go in with that grey again rather than the black. So let me just double check, yeah. So we can add our dark grey onto here, and just making sure you're getting all the raised areas. Obviously you'll get some in the little bits as well, but don't worry about that. So then let's get this one on.
Wait until you see this. This is going to be good.
We hope it is, Dave.
No pressure.
There we
Oh,
go.
look at that.
So you get all of that kind of detail, that texture, that dimension. It is just amazing, isn't it? And then we're going to go and do our clouds. So I'm just going to do one to
The
show you.
clouds and the moon come as one set, yeah?
They do, yeah. You get the cloud, the moon, and you also get some little twinkly stars that we'll add on as well. So I'm going to do this first cloud. So let me just pick that up. My stamps are new, so they keep sticking to my paper. So another tip when you're using this is just stamp your stamps and make sure they're not really sticky.
Right,
you know, because when they're brand new, they are very, very sticky. Let's go with this really cool grey again. So just pop in the colour on all over that first layer.
Now, if this stamp set doesn't sell out, I'll be amazed, because they are brilliant. You're going to use these so often to create these wonderful scenes, sky scenes.
So that's our first layer of our cloud. Our second layer of our cloud we'll add on here as well. So just making sure that you're lining up. There's like you'll find little spaces that work for you. I've got like on the bottom here, there's like a bigger dip. That's the one that I always use to kind of line up the cloud. So let's just grab that. And again, just going in with that ash grey. So this is where you can do layering up your colour, we just put single colour. So adding that onto there, and you can see you're still getting that colour, that build up, but just with one colour. So if you want to keep this a little bit more muted, you want to just go with, it's just adding more ink, yeah, we're just building that colour up. It is bugging me now because it keeps moving. And then we'll just add this final one.
So if you have got brand new stamps and they are a bit over sticky, just use them a few times.
Just just do it onto some like copy paper or something, or give them a little bit of a rinse under the tap. And you can see how you've got that detail still. You've got everything going on in there, but we've just got it with that single colour. And then I'm just going to take the little twinkly stars.
Yep.
And this is where, let me just put that the right way. There we go. If you have like a little messy mat, this is what I was saying earlier, you can kind of colour onto a little bit of acetate, a little bit of a messy mat, whatever you've got, just a little bit of ink on there. Just because this is such a tiny little stamp, actually colouring the whole area there would be quite tricky. So if we go in and pick it up like this, you can see you still get that ink on there. It is very kind of delicate, but that's all you want for this kind of twinkly kind of background. It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, that's so effective as well. I mean, normally you associate stamps as being basically a single stamp, single colour. You get what you get what you're given. But here, because you've got 3 different layers, it gives you that 3-dimensional effect. It makes it look very real.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's stamp our owl next, actually, before we go in and take this away. So this is from the other set.
Okay.
And on here, you get the wolf, you get the owl, you get the moth, you get the stag, you get the bunny, you get a bird, you get Stay Wild sentiment that I love, and then you get 2 florals as well.
Well, these are the enchanted animals, okay? So if you love the animal theme running through the card collection, this stamp set is going to mirror that beautifully for you. All the same sort of characters, but different images, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're going to go in with our nice, juicy VersaFine, just in black here. And we're going to stamp the owl kind of going over the moon. So just getting this nice and inked up.
Yep.
And then...
This is going to be dramatic.
Yeah, it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And obviously you can add more clouds to this. I've just done the one there, but you can absolutely add more.
Oh.
Look how stunning he looks on there. He's beautiful, isn't he?
Gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous. Really, really detailed. Now I was going to pop him over the parchment, like on the parchment, and pop the moon behind, but we lost all of that detail of the moon by putting the parchment over, like you can see.
Oh, yes.
As soon as I put that on, I was like, oh, it just feels like a bit of a waste of doing that layered moon now. So it is going to go underneath the parchment. So let's just pop all the stampy bits away and let's get this stuck. So our base card is 7 by 5. I'll just pop my magnets on there. And we're going to just sit this down. So this paper, this is that reverse side of our stars, which kind of, it doesn't look like there's much on there until you really kind of look, and it's got that lovely, almost like a pastel galaxy on the back, which is just perfect for using that moon with.
It's like a subtle cloudy sky.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So that's going to sit onto our base card like this. And then that's obviously just going to go right in the centre. But I'm going to put my parchment on here. I think I'm just going to cut out this section here. So let me just get my scissors.
I'll flick through the parchment for you in a second, show you what you get, and the adorable scoreable and the mirror card as well, because they're lovely. This mountain scene parchment is gorgeous.
It's lovely, isn't it? And it, again, you know, if you want to make this Christmassy, just add, you know, your snowfall acetate or some Christmas foil cardstock or something like that. And it's going to look really kind of wintry and Christmassy.
Oh yeah, that works.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. So let's pop this on with some foam pads. I'm going to use some skinny ones, but I've only got 2 skinny ones left, so it's fine because I don't really use them that often, but it's going to be perfect for this, for us to just be able to give that a little bit of lift. And then we can kind of tape this at the sides. So because our parchment is, well, A, it's really good quality, but because we've got the printed design on here as well, you actually don't see your tape through here. So if you're thinking, you know, how am I going to stick the parchment down?
Yeah, just
particularly
put it where the trees are.
Yeah, just pop it where the print is heavy. I mean, some of the other designs that we've got in the pack are quite bold, and you honestly, you can just use your tape as normal and you would not be able to see it at all. But there's our gorgeous.
That is stunning.
Little owl there.
And all you've had to, you know, fork out for are the stamps, which you can use again and again and again. They should last you a lifetime if you look after them.
Oh, for sure.
And a little bit of the parchment, which we've got in the show as well. But if you want the moon and the clouds, that's a separate item. If you want the enchanted animals, that's a separate item. If you go for both of them, of course, just one P&P of £3.95. And the parchment, how many sheets again?
16.
16 sheets.
4 and 4 again, yeah.
Okay. So you're going to get basically 4 of each of these designs. And it's a lovely quality of parchment, it really is. And like you said, you know, you can see the butterflies are quite boldly printed on this. So if you do want to put any adhesive or sticky tape or whatever behind that, you're not going to be able to see it at all. Then we go on to the next scene, which is that beautiful mountain range that, of course, Anne-Marie was using in the demonstration.
Lovely,
there.
isn't
4 of those, really gorgeous. And, you know, not vellum. Parchment is more expensive and more, you know, pricey to buy normally. So to get 14 sheets...
Yeah, it's a real heavy weight as well.
It is, yeah.
I think it's, if I remember rightly, it's 112 GSM. So for parchment, you know, that's a really good heavy weight to work with.
Beautiful. $9.99 UJHD87 for all of those fantastic quality parchment sheets in A4. UJHD87. Now, we've still yet to show you the adorable scoreable cardstock and the lilac mirror. Now, if I fan this out and I hold it,
It's so beautiful.
so that it's just by some of the artwork that you can see on the counter here. You know, whether it's the foliage, whether it's the feathers, whether it's the moth colour or whatever it might be, the wolf, you'll find colours that coordinate in there beautifully well. You can see the colour of the wolf there. That's perfect to use maybe with that grey. Just pick a colour from an image, from a topper, and then you'll find that colour there somewhere in the A4 cardstock. But this is adorable scoreable, and it's uncoated. So
It is,
you can actually ink it, distress it.
You can, yeah.
whatever
You can
want.
use your moon stamp straight onto here. You could, you know, create a bit of a moody background with some inks onto there, using one of the colours as a base, and then, you know, stamp onto it. But perfect for using as card blanks. You know, we've got 30 sheets here. We can make 30 A5 card blanks.
Yeah, good
You
point.
know, you've just got instant stash builders with this, and you just know it coordinates beautifully.
Everything's going to work, and that's what Hunky
Yeah.
Dory do so well. YCHD63, $9.99 for 30 sheets of adorable scoreable in the matastic finish. That's going to be a popular one, I'm sure. And remember, even though you may be phoning us maybe 2, 3, 4 times during a show, or ordering 3, 4 different things, you're not spending any money on the phone call. It's a free phone number. You're not spending any money when you order online. It's free to order on our website. And of course, you're not spending any more than the $3.95 capped P&P in any 24-hour period from midnight last night to midnight tonight. Now, what about this? I said to you before, it looked as if the mirror card was actually black. That's because it was reflecting the black roof of the studio. But look at this gorgeous colour. Now, what? £7.99?
Amazing price, isn't it?
And this is true Miri. Miri is a brand. It can only be Miri if it is Miri, and the quality is such that I think it's got to be one of, if not the finest mirrored cards.
Yeah, it's
going.
beautiful. Yeah, it really is. It's that high quality, like super reflective finish. You know, you can 100% do your makeup in this. It's that good.
Yeah.
You know, it's fantastic, and that's what makes your cards kind of pop, especially when you're using lots of paper and cardstock. Everything can look quite flat, so bringing in layers of mirror like this just make it all pop.
Absolutely stunning. $7.99. Callum's on camera too. Give us a wave. There he is. You can see him waving away. Cool, isn't it? But it's that lovely, very soft lilac colour that complements the foiling that's on the topper sheets and running through the cardstock as well. So if you're looking for mirrored card to match and to coordinate for mats and layers, that sort of thing, look no further than this. £7.99 for 20 sheets is just crazy. It's about 35, 40p a sheet, something like that for quality Miri card that's true Miri. Once you try Miri, I don't think you go back.
No, absolutely not. No, it's just so superior, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
Beautiful. UFHD 03. Okay, one more demo, and this is going to be a little nod to what's coming up in the 4 o'clock show in just over an hour's time, because we've got the launch of a brand new rainbow cardstock, haven't we?
We do. Laura's having a right huff in the gallery.
Yeah.
Because she's not going to be here.
No, Alex is taking over at 4 o'clock.
Okay, so we're going to do another 8x8 card. And this is what I was saying earlier, you know, it's so hard to make smaller cards because I just want to pop everything onto here. So we're going to use the little book as well. So let's get this gorgeous colour onto here. Isn't it beautiful? So much detail going on in there as well. And then we're going to do a little bit of matting and layering with our gorgeous stars. But look at this.
Oh my
Oh,
word.
goodness.
This is what's coming up at 4 o'clock.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's
Wow.
so cool.
It's called Rainbow Sparkles.
Yes, yeah. And it's because it's got like tiny little dots of like holographic in there. It's amazing, Dave. Again, cut the middle out. Don't do this. But that little edge of that gorgeous mirror is just awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
so
all it
cool.
needs. Yeah.
So cool. Okay.
It's literally out of this world cardstock. That's
Yeah.
going to be debuting today here on Hobby Maker in an hour and 10 minutes time at 4 o'clock. That's going to be a busy show.
So we're going to pop some of our parchment on here as well. So I'm just going to pop a little bit down at the bottom first and secure that down. And I just want to see where this sits because I've got a little sentiment that's going to go in that little panel there. So let's put that on there. And we are also going to use our cat. So we've trimmed this down from the background of the little book. So that's going to be kind of like our first layer.
Yep.
So let's just stick that on. Let's get some of our foam pads. So get this first layer on. Let's just get one of our strips so that we can kind of get along the bottom there. And we'll just use that one across the middle. So this is going to be like our first layer. And we're just going to line up that corner and that base. And because we've used that bit of parchment there, these florals kind of blend in. Even though we've got like a straight edge, they do blend in there. And then we're going to add the second layer, which is going to be just the cat. So we're going to cut the moon off here. Okay. So just going around.
Because you've got 6 versions of each picture in the little book, you can do things like this.
You can, you absolutely can. So I'm using 3 of the layers on this one. So that means I could make 2 of this exact style. But obviously you could be, you know, keep it really frugal and just use 1, you know. There's no need to. Just going to bring this down here, get some of these little florals as well.
And of course, if you're cutting that rainbow card and cutting the centre out of it to use it, make it go further, that's another option. You can do that if you want to. Some people like to do that, other people don't. I don't think you like doing that, do you? Cutting the middle out?
No, it's just a time thing, you know.
Okay.
If I had a bit more time, then, you know, I absolutely would, but just time. Okay, let's just get some more foam pads onto here, and then we can get our second layer on. And then our third layer is just going to be those beautiful florals at the bottom. So just making that cat look like he's really kind of sat in those flowers. They do that as well, don't they? They really don't care about your flowers in the garden.
No.
They just plonk themselves down.
Mine just rolls in anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are funny. Okay.
I just wish my cat would actually make friends with the neighbour's cat. She can't make friends with any cat.
You can't make friends with any cat, no.
I think it's territorial or something like that. Dan, our director's saying, why don't we all bring our cats in? I don't think that would go well. Not with mine anyway, I know.
Oh, it's the same thing then. Let's get a cat. So just...
Maybe you've bought yourself the caterpillar trimmer that we did this morning in Good Morning Hobby Maker, or Wake Up with Hobby Maker. Perfect to use to cut those sentiments out, or of course there is the Hunky Dory trimmer as well, which is on the website too.
Yeah.
Easy to cut out, very easy.
Definitely. So just add a little bit of that mirror again behind there, so you get that lovely border on there. And then this is just going to go up into this corner like this, and then this whole thing can go into our card. So just grabbing some of our, oh, they're so sticky, these ones, all sticking together.
Stickier than normal.
Sticky, yeah. Sometimes I think it's the extreme temperatures in my car, you know, like when it's been summer and...
Yeah, sticky pads and sticky rolls don't like the heat.
There we go. So there we've got our cat. And then again, just to finish off with our insert, we're going to take another little strip of that parchment just to add a little something onto here. And it just brings in that colour, brings in that same sort of theme that we've got running from the front onto the insert. Still giving you plenty of space to write your message, of course. You can see that tape isn't even there, is it?
No, you can't see it at all.
It's amazing.
Yeah, very good.
Okay, last one. Get this insert in.
Now, everything in the show today is available to order on the website. You can see everything if you've just tuned in. The main collection, massive reaction to that main collection today, which of course is called our Enchanted Moments. We'll remind you of that in a second. Isn't that gorgeous? And that's using a couple of the images of the black cat from the little book.
Yeah.
A little bit of the vellum, strip of the vellum, one of the double-sided sheets of paper that you're also going to get in the main collection as well, and that brand new Rainbow Sparkles mirror card that's coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's going to fly.
It's so pretty.
It is amazingly pretty,
Yeah.
absolutely gorgeous. Let's though remind you of the main collection, which is over here. Everything you see on the stand here and everything in the front. If you've got it in your basket, please could you check out, because it's not yours until you confirm your order and check out your basket. It's basically like, I always liken it to when you're in the supermarket and you've got a trolley, you've got to check out. Unless you don't check out, what's in the basket isn't yours. $29.97 is all this is. It's £10 less than what it should be. And you're going to get, remember, 8 sheets of toppers, 8 sheets of printed cardstock, 8 sheets of printed and foiled. How many sheets of the double-sided paper?
12.
12 sheets of double-sided paper. And you get your inserts as well, remember. And don't forget 144 sheets in that little book with lots of little sentiments and 6 of each of the images. The artwork is absolutely stunning. And you can be making cards as beautiful as this. I mean, I know people that only ever buy Hunky Dory card kits. They make cards and that's all they rely on to make their cards on a regular daily basis, because they know the quality is going to be there. They know that their customers love the quality as well, and what they make will sell if that's what you want to do with them. If you're just doing it for family and friends, I bet all your family and friends have now become to, expect a quality Hunky Dory card from you every birthday, every Christmas, every anniversary. What I love about this more than anything else is it's not themed.
No.
It's kind of suitable for men, women, older people, younger people, different seasons. It's just right across the board.
Really quite generic. It's not a nice word, but it is quite generic, isn't it? It's going to be so useful for so many different occasions.
Yeah, and appropriate for all sorts of occasions. Also, of course, I came up with the idea earlier on that if you do sell your cards, rather than put a happy birthday message on it or something like that, maybe that person doesn't want that card for birthday. Leave the sentiments off, but just give people the choice of what sentiment they want on the card, and you can add it to it when they buy the card. Just a thought. It just opens up more horizons for you to sell more cards. $29.97. Let's give you a few name checks. Now, these are some of the people that have it in their basket but haven't checked out yet. Jackie in Kent, Janice in Cornwall, Jackie in Greater Manchester, Lisa in Wrexham, Belinda in Shropshire, hi to you, Deborah in Oxfordshire, Amanda in Ayrshire. These are just some of the people that have got it in their basket at the moment, and it's gone off the TV screen now. The list goes on and on and on. It's a runaway success. You absolutely adore this. The colours, I think, are what does it for me.
Definitely. It's such an unusual colour combination, I think, as well. It's like you see lots of lilacs, but you don't see like whole collections like this very often.
No, I mean, we've seen you do teal foiling, which is lovely, pink foiling sometimes, but the lilac, I don't think I've seen that before, and it's very subtle. It's not garish, it's not in your face, it's just nice and kind of muted, but very, very luxurious as well. And remember, all these toppers that you've got here, do bear in mind, that's not just one topper. You've actually got 2 frames, which you can, of course, put at different heights, at different levels if you want to. You can have the topper even higher still, or you can use them on a totally different project if you want to. Now, one thing we've not actually talked about, but it is in the show, we talked about the moon stamps, that layering stamps, but lots of you have found this just by looking on the website. Love you to the moon and back.
It's very sweet, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
I don't have a demo for this day, but what we could do at 4 o'clock is we could cut it out some of that sparkly card.
Good idea.
We'll do that.
With the rainbow sparkles.
Yeah.
Okay. So love you to the moon back die. Look at the price on this. It's only £11.99. Perfect Valentine's card. Perfect for mum or for dad, whoever you want to say how much they mean to you. This is certainly going to do it. This is going to put a lump in the throat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Love you to
And
the moon
obviously
and
you
back.
can use them separately as well, so you don't have to use that sentiment with that die, with the moon. You could be using the moon for anything at all.
Separate dies.
And then obviously use the sentiment elsewhere as well. It's really versatile.
Only £11.99, FUHD 80, and it's a big die as well, actually.
It is, yeah. It's a
like
really
the palm of my
substantial
hand.
die.
Yeah, really good size. And dies now are so affordable compared to what they used to be many, many years ago. So you can treat yourself, hopefully, to a few. Add it to your collection today. And it's just £11.99. And we've got, remember, with us at Hobbymaker, Cat P&P, $3.95, no matter how many things you order from midnight to midnight. See you at 4 o'clock then with Rainbow Sparkles?
Yeah, see you then.
Right, we're here. We've got more Sanntangle with the lovely Sandra coming up next at 3. Tune in to Hobbymaker every Monday between 2 and 4 for our brand new Mixed Media Monday. If you've always wanted to explore the world of mixed media, we'll be bringing you some of the biggest brands to help you get started. We'll have some of the best demonstrators in the crafting world to answer your questions and give you top tips. So kickstart your week with Mixed Media Mondays.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Lights, camera, action, party! Can you believe your eyes? Crafter's Companion is nearly 17. Join us on Hobbymaker for the most glittering soiree in town.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Join us on the 18th to the 21st of October here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafter's Companion's 17th birthday. There's loads of fantastic deals and unmissable offers. There'll be shop to win prizes and loads of goodies up for grabs. There'll even be web-only deals. And don't forget, there'll be a daily deal every day called the Party Piece. So join us here on Hobbymaker to celebrate Crafter's Companion's 17th birthday. Yay!
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
I am Sandra Rushton and I am the owner of Sanntangle, which is a small business in Lincolnshire, where it's only been going 3 years or so, but we're really passionate about what we do. So it's a very mindful form of art. That's its basic core. So if you can hold a pen and draw a line, you can tangle. And it's about that mindfulness, that relaxation, and about you having a moment just for you. But as a result of you having that moment and putting pen to paper, you can create wonderful works of art. We do a lot of live videos, so we're very invested in education. We like to have people come to classes, but then of course the products that I design, we make ourselves. So we're involved in every step of the way, from the very first drawing to how it goes onto the computers, to how it's machined, to even books that we still hand make. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing where we go. It's the start of something new, and I feel that. I feel that it's something exciting, and I'm so glad I'm in at the beginning, because I don't know where it's going, but it's only going somewhere good. And this is the place for me.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Hobbymaker, and it is a Thursday afternoon, and we're being totally spoilt today with Anne-Marie from Hunky Dory, of course, and the lovely Sandra back with us for part 2 of a 3-part day. We're Sanntanglin.
I know, three times.
And
It's like
three different shows.
exactly 3 different shows as well. Yeah, absolutely. It's
And
nice to be different, isn't
Yeah.
it?
And 2 shows tomorrow as well.
2 shows tomorrow afternoon as well. Yeah, yeah.
So hopefully you're
days.
watching us live. If you're not, hopefully you're watching us recorded if you've had to go out this afternoon and miss the shows live. I hope there's still some stock of what you want. Remember, the 1 o'clock show you can watch back at any time you choose, up to about 7 days after the show's gone out. But we did have a really busy 1 o'clock show, and I think we're going to have a very busy 3 o'clock show this afternoon as well. Because we've got some brand new stencils. Now, have a little look at the bottom one just there. Now, this, not that one, that one.
Yay!
This is a nonagram. Now, is that 9 sides?
9 sides. Yeah, really unusual, really
Nonagon.
different. Nonagon, yes.
Ah.
But, yeah, there's so many things you can do with it.
Now, we've spelt it wrong, so apologies. It's in the process of being changed. We know it says NH.
We weren't sure who had.
Yeah, the nonagram. Now, you look at that and you think, OK, it looks like a spider's web maybe. or
Yeah,
whatever,
what
but
on earth's going on with that? Yeah.
What can I do with something like that? Now, already you're in. As soon as you see something new from Sandra,
it's
you want it, you know it's going to be great. Let me show you, I've got some finished samples here, and this shows you the sort of thing that you could be doing with this. And Sandra will explain how to use it in a second.
Absolutely.
Alison's done this one. Stunning.
Says you need frames. You create these wonderful things from the stencils, and then you need a frame around it just to sort of give it a little bit of something. So this is one in a collection of quite a few, but fab. Look
Wow.
at inking around that as well.
Mitch.
Use the stamps.
Mitch, you are brilliant. Look at that.
So
See,
it doesn't
these-
have to be a frame, does it?
No.
It can be a whole piece if you want it to be.
And this isn't your artwork, this is your, well, design team's artwork.
That's it, absolutely, yeah. They had the stencil. They didn't particularly get they don't get any instructions.
No.
They just get the stencils. I thank you, my team. They're fabulous. And yeah, this is the kind of things they come up with.
Now, anything that's kind of mandala-esque, I love.
Look at that, absolutely.
Anything like that. So this stencil, how on earth it works, I don't know. We're going to find out from Sandra. But from that stencil, this has been created by Sheila. Absolutely amazing. Morning all, and good afternoon to Anne-Marie, Jennifer, Jacqueline, Rose in Worcestershire. We've got Karen in Derbyshire coming through as well. Already checked out Andrea, Tracy, Sandra, Alison, Martine. Blimey, we're busy for this. $14.99. And if I just reach over and get the little book, this is what comes with it. And as you would expect with Sandra, oops, nearly.
I know I ran out of space to write instructions, so you get an extra little insert in there as well.
Okay.
Instructions for two different ones, but you can put them together or have them separate if you want to.
Okay, so it starts off basically with using the stencil at the top. You know, step number 1, then 2, then 3. Then I love the way you do it, just step by step by step. So nothing's daunting.
No, keep it simple, little bits at a time. And once I've showed you how to use this one, all of the frames work in the same way. And yeah, you've got instructions to do 2 different ones there. I think you could put them together, but create your own versions.
Yeah.
It doesn't say you have to keep it as that. There's
Rather
so
than do
many
straight
ways
lines,
of doing
do
it.
arches. Rather than do arches, do straight
Yeah,
lines,
absolutely.
do diagonal crosses, whatever you want to do. You know, you can put your own personal tangles to make your own nonagram or nonagram. How do you say it?
Nonagon.
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 Yeah, as in Lolly Donegan. Yeah, your own nonagon. You can make it personal to you. £14.99. It's ZN1227. That's the product code if you fancy getting that stencil today. So if you've done quite a few Sanntangle projects already and you're looking for the next step up, the next thing to do.
Absolutely, yeah. Or if you've never done it and you like the idea of what you've just seen, you can start with this one as your first one. If you want to.
Yeah. You can start wherever you fancy.
Yeah.
If, like me, you love mandalas and anything like that, you could even make that into a dream catcher, couldn't you?
Of course,
if you wanted to.
absolutely, yeah. A bit of feathers and things in there and all sorts.
You're getting used to this now, full screen of names.
Do you know, it's really wonderful. I mean, my gratitude is horrendous. You see that, I'm so humbled that people love what I do because you've not seen it in action yet, and I really do want to say thank you, everybody, because, you know, it's you out there we do this for, and I love what I do, and it's just nice to know that you do too. So.
Well, I've been with you through the months and the years, and
Yes.
I've never, ever known a craft have such a huge following that Sanntangle has, and it's blossomed here, hasn't it?
It certainly has, absolutely.
Massively so.
Yeah, and I think we were just coming sort of out of lockdown in a sense. I mean, it still feels a little bit like, but we were coming out, and I think it was nice to do something completely fresh, something completely different. and not just my regular customers have followed, but lots of new people have got on board as well, and we welcome you. It's just wonderful, isn't it?
I think partly the reason is obviously your teaching style and the way you produce all the booklets and everything are fantastic, but also you've had the airtime here to develop.
Yes, exactly.
Which is great.
Exactly. And that's the thing, isn't it? It's having that balance, the fact that you guys took a risk on me, because it is a different kind of craft, and you out there loved it, and I see us all as a team. Even my customers, we're all a team, and that's how it works, and that's how we want to be.
And also, as well, with us at Hobby Maker, we actively encourage you to interact with us. I've never worked at a channel that's as interactive as this is. So much so that you can actually send us a message on our website. It says contact the studio. Laura, my producer, will get that message and can put it on the screen within seconds. I've never known that before. If you email in, we can show you your makes that you've actually done. Not Sandra's makes, but your makes. It's your channel. It's almost like, it reminds me when I was younger, watching like Tony Hart's.
Yeah, and having that gallery at the end.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, if you got your picture on that gallery, that was like, oh my.
I know, absolutely.
But we do that here every day.
Yeah.
We can do that every day, which is great. Okay, how does it work then?
How does it work? Okay, I've got a few sort of steps here. The first thing is piece of paper. Now, you don't have to use the whole thing. You don't have to do this size. It'll actually fit on an 8x8 card. But if you wanted to, you could do something smaller. So you could do a 4x4 or a 6x6, whatever you wanted to do. It just depends on which lines you draw around.
Okay.
So if we're going to do an 8x8, the full size, you take a pencil, you draw around the outside, and then it depends on, again, how many you want. I'm going to do a frame, so we go in maybe 1, 2, 3 steps. So I've drawn all of these lines in, and then just on this outer one here, because I need dots in one, I'm going to mark the dots on that outside. So if I was doing one, say, starting here, my dots would be here.
Right.
Yeah, so you don't need to use all of them, just the one on the outer side. So taking that off, you've got this. So you've got little lines and little dots. Doesn't really mean much. So the next thing we're going to do, and I'm just going to do part of this, is we'd actually extend those lines a little bit so they touch. This is all done in pencil. I know we mentioned earlier, didn't we, about when to use pen, when to use pencil.
Don't use a ruler, just do it freehand.
Yeah, just do it freehand. If you want to use a ruler, you can. It's absolutely fine. But this is just a guideline. It's just a grid.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see there where we're joining it all together. All right? And then what we're going to do is we need to join these dots. I am going to bring my straight edge in for the dots. And if you notice, we've got a point, and then coming down here, we've got a flat edge.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I line up that point, and this is all in the instructions, with that dot on the flat edge there, and draw a line. I'm going to go a little bit heavier so you can see it. You see? From there to there.
Yeah.
So what you could do is you could go around all your points, and then you see here I've actually got, that's my point, so I've got one in the middle. It's a very distinctive little dot in the middle there, and you'd go all the way around.
So this is what we talk about when we say about making little compartments or little sections.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
A big picture is daunting. When you look at each section, they're miniature pictures.
That's it.
And that's the way to look at it.
So you see how that would work all the way around. Once you've done that, you've then got a dot in between. Now, again, there's nothing stopping you doing this dot to this dot. That will give you a slightly different pattern, but I tend to go crossways diagonally. So there's my point in my flat. If I'm going to turn it this way. So this one's going to the left, this is going to the right, and it's going to join that dot with that dot. And every single frame works the same. So this dot is going to, if I go back to my straight, it's going to go that way. You get the hang of that very quickly, and if you've not done it the same, it's going to look a bit different, but it matters. It's going to get something else, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is where it works. If I turn it over then, you see then you've got this grid all the way around.
Loads of little mini pictures.
Yeah, lots of little squares. So I'm going to put my pencil down now and come in with my pen. So what I can do, I can choose, I can use just one box at a time. Yeah. Or I could come across 2 or 3, whatever we want to go with. So if I start at the point, I'm going to come in, 2 boxes, I'm going to come in with a curve. And then I'm going to miss one and do another curve. Miss one, another curve.
So it's just repetition, really.
Repetition, all the way around. And again, I'm not going to go all the way around because you don't want to watch me do all that. And then coming back round, you notice I've turned my paper?
Yes.
I find it easy to do a curve that way. So you move the papers to what suits you, and then I'm keeping it the same all the way around. There we go. So there's our first little bit.
That's not difficult, is it?
Not at all, not at all.
Very, very achievable.
Yeah. Let's do another one. So I'm going to come to this box now, and I'm going to use the same point there, and I'm going to come to this one and draw those all the way around. There we go. And then come back with it all the way around. All right, so if I was to have a look at the instructions at this point, let's have a look. I'm going to take this one out. This is a set of instructions on its own for the second one.
Okay.
This one's all for the first.
Right.
So you see here, we've already done this. I'm here, look, I've done this. I'm on this one. So now I'm on this one, number 7. And it says do that again. So I'm going to go from the point there and draw another curve. So at the moment, I'm just following the boxes and drawing curves. There's nothing stopping you using straight lines if you want to.
So this is what we say, if you can draw a line, whether it's a curved line or straight line, you're an artist.
Exactly.
There's an artist in everyone. What about if someone's got like shaky hands and that sort of thing? Any
Oh,
advice?
do you know what? Shaky hands, let's do it. What we could do, we've got a little loop in the top here, so if you've got a shaky hand, rather than do a straight loop, do it on purpose. Correct a wobble.
Oh.
So
There is no wrong way.
It really doesn't matter. It's going to give you a slightly different effect, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be unique to you. Okay, and then we could do the similar thing here. I'm going to put little curves in here. And then let's do wobbles again. So here, look, we can put little petal shapes. And who's to say that the loop should be straight anyway?
Exactly.
Go. So there we go. We've got a little sort of a flower going on in there. So then we do the same all the way around. I wouldn't perhaps do one. I'd perhaps come in and do all these curves like so. There we go. And then I'd come back in. Let's just straighten them for now and draw in these shapes. That's going to give you that sort of muscle memory, and it's going to help you to sort of focus just on that thing rather than worry about what you've got to draw and work your way around. So that's sort of where that's headed. Let's just put a little droplet on there. Now we did these earlier, didn't we, with the
Yeah, we did.
flourishes.
You did.
So then let's move this on a little bit, and I've got one here in my sketch pad. I've done it a little bit smaller, just so you can see the difference. That's with all the pencil lines rubbed out. So instead of going for the full 8x8, I went a little bit smaller.
Stunning.
But again, you see I've done exactly the same thing that I did in that one there. I've just rubbed all the lines out, so you don't have those anymore. You just have something here to work in.
And the stencil gives you all those different size opportunities. So don't think to yourself, oh, that's big, that's too big, I don't make cards that sort of size, or I don't have frames that sort of size. It allows you to go quite diddy, right the way up to, do we know what the biggest size?
8x8.
8x8.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, huge.
It depends. Sometimes you don't want something too big. You might have drawn, I don't know, maybe use the fantasy flourishes, and you think, I just want to use something that's going to sort of go around that little image, and an 8x8 might be a little bit too big for it. So then at your leisure, you can come on in and you can start to add a bit of colour, or you can use your pencil and tortillon and keep it monochrome. But it's nice. I like to add a little bit of both. So I like a little bit of colour in areas, and then I like to come in with my pencil and tortillon and add bits in as well. You see there, I'm not going to spend the whole colouring, but you can see where that starts to work. And I just want to bring in a finished one.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Yep. Drum roll, please. Oh, wow.
So
That is
little
amazing.
hints of colour, look, in places. I've done a little bit more work in this one here. And then I've added pencil around it to give me a little bit
See,
of
but when you
shade.
actually analyse it, when you look at it as a big picture,
Yeah.
it's overwhelmingly beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gorgeous. But when you analyse it and you take it one section at a time,
Yeah.
you can see that actually it's just little movements, just little
Exactly.
shapes that make up the bigger picture.
That's all it is. You can see these little loops, and I did those curves.
Yep.
And I did those little petals. I've added a few little bubbles in down the side. But we've got this space then. Of course, you can put a sentiment in there. You could draw something else. I like to use the frames to actually, as takeoff. If I'm putting flowers, they go around the shape.
Sure.
But we talked a lot about mandalas, and we've got a space here. We could come back in with the stencil, and we could create a smaller version. And look at this.
Wow.
So that's exactly the same stencil. I've just used the smaller section.
Yep.
So you can see, look, here's the flat bit. here's the point.
And you could put that in the middle of that larger frame if you wanted to, raise it up with some foam pads. That would look incredible.
Yeah.
On a wall, that would be...
Absolutely. And even if you wanted to fussy cut a bit of black paper around the outside or a bit of purple, that even a little bit of glitter on these. So whether you want it as a full mandala or a frame,
Yeah.
it's just...
I can see why.
Beautiful,
I
isn't
can
it?
see why so many of you are putting this into your basket and you're checking out as well. Half the stock that we had available, we did have hundreds. Half the stock is now gone at £14.99. And remember, it's not just a case of you having the Mylar stencil and then Sandra leaving you to it. You've got the instruction booklet for 2 different projects in there. But again, you can put your own spin on it. If you don't want to do a curve, do a straight line. If you don't want to do a circle, do an arc. You know, it's entirely your call and make it your own. Now, the other stencil that we've got as well, which is just above it, this is very, very similar in that it's the same sort of concept and idea, but it's an oval rather than a Nonagon. Oval stencil, there it is. Again, with the project booklet included too. If I just grab the booklet quickly so I can show you inside it. So here we've got the oval and here are the projects that you can be doing. Look at those. And ovals are lovely because you can use them portrait, landscape, use them in lots of different ways.
You can. And it works in exactly the same way you've just seen, which, you know, you draw around whichever sort of size you want to work with, put the dots in and mark them up, which I'm gonna do in a minute.
And look at the finish. Isn't that just... I mean, that would be wonderful, again, to act as almost like a picture mount.
Yes, exactly.
Have a family portrait or your favourite animal or whatever it may be in the middle of that in a picture frame on the wall would look absolutely incredible. And people, I bet you, whenever you have people around, relatives or friends around, they'll go, wow, where did you get that from? Where, you know, where did you buy it from? And you say, well, I actually did it.
I drew it. Nobody
artwork.
believes you because it's like it's been printed.
10% of the oval is already gone. 10% gone. And like that sign says, no mistakes. Everyone's artwork is unique. Everyone's is probably going to be completely different, but you can achieve what you thought possibly would be the impossible, but you can achieve it by adapting Sandra's techniques and following her instructions in the booklet as well. So this is just $13.99.
Do you know what? It's the fun. They're real good fun to use.
Fun.
And they do work and they help with other things. I'm going to actually mix a few bits. Now, what have I done? I've stuck 4 tiles together. So I've got my blush and I've got my white. It's nice to have that little bit of difference already.
Yeah. Like a checkerboard.
Yeah, and now I've got my middle bit, so I'm going to put the dot of my oval, look, in the middle, and I can line up my dots with the tiles. There you go. So, of course, I don't want to go to the larger piece, of course, because we can't fit it on, so we're going to go a little bit smaller. So let's go down to this one here. So again, if I draw around those lines, now again, you can do the whole thing. You can I'm just going to go 1 row. There we go. And I think again, it's important you see me do this. I could have just drawn it again, but it's nice that you see it. And then I'm going to mark my dots. I'm not drawing round them. I'm just putting a little dot in there, just so I've got my space. And then all this came about is because, you know, when you do something like this and you try and add sort of sections in, you get to the end, you have to squish something in.
Yeah.
It's not quite right. This means that you're going to get all the way around. It's going to be lovely and even. So here we go. I'm just joining them up, just sort of kind of lightly.
And an oval and a circle are notoriously difficult to draw.
They are.
Evenly.
They are. But there we go. See, it's works within there. Okay. All right. So again, you know, I've got that one sorted. So if I sort of take it as before, so I'm going to go left this way and right this way, like that.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm going to draw it in with pen. No, actually, no, I won't. I was going to, but I won't, because I'm going to draw something on the top. Bear with me. So if I work my way around, see, like that.
So you're using those dots that you've made as the markers?
As the markers, yeah, and I'm working my way around it all the way along. And I know that they're going to be similar in size, and they're not going to be a really thin one at one end and a fat one at the other. So I know, I've got my faith and my trust in the fact that they're where they need to be. And of course, if they're a bit wide, you can come in then and you can split it again.
Yeah.
So you can make them even smaller. I mean, I'm doing this by eye, but
Yeah, make your sections as small or as large as you want.
Exactly.
And treat each section as an individual picture.
Okay, so how would we do this? We've talked about using it with flowers. How would we do this? I'm going to come in with my flowers in bloom. There we go. Now, big booklet, this is probably the biggest booklet I've done. And this is something, if you want to actually draw flowers, if you want to draw real flowers, this is going to do that for you.
Yes.
So here we go. I'm going to come in with, let's have a look. Oh, see it all numbered, like I've planned this. And I'm going to use number 17.
Right.
Now again, the instructions are there, so don't think you've got to remember all of this. And how many times have you thought, I'd love to draw a rose?
Yes.
Yeah, let's draw a rose. Starts with this shape here. So I'm going to draw my rose in.
And remember, as with all the stencils that Sandra brings us, inside the book or on the back of the book, all the shapes on the stencil are numbered. She just asks you if you can write the number of the shape down on the stencil so you make sure you're using the right part of it. So.
Exactly. So I've put a few curves in that shape there. I've put a little curl on the top, I've put a curve down here, and I put 2 in. That's what it says to do on the instructions.
Okay.
So then it says you're going to bring a line out from here, and it's going to join here. Okay, looking at my picture, so it's coming up, and a bit of a bump, and around. Okay. So then the next one, it says I've got to use this line here. So around here, a little bit of a bump there, it's coming back round.
Yeah.
And then it's going to come in here. That's step 3. Step 4, it says, okay, now we've got to put a little line here. So you see it looks like it's going around. And then this one is going to come along and it's going to touch there. Okay. Then we've got this one, we've got that one, next one, little curve here.
It's taking shape, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm not even reading the words I've put, I'm just following the pictures. So see, I've got 2 lines here, so that one's going to come up round here, this one's going to come up and join there. Okay, I'm just going to rub out these lines as I go, just so you can sort of see it forming. There we go, that's going to come round there, see? There you are. And then let's have a look. So we've got this one's a bit of a point on it, because then we're going to bring another one from about here, just down to here. And again, I'm just going to rub out the frame in the background so you can
all
see
of
where
these
it's going.
lines are step-by-step
Yeah.
photographed in the booklet.
Exactly, this is exactly how I sort of drew it as I went on. Okay, well, you can make little amendments as you go if you want to. Let's just get rid of that one. There we are. Okay, got this one in, got that one in. Now there I'm going to rub out that line. So we've just got that petal there, you see? This one, we're going to rub out that line. And I'm doing this very quickly. You'd follow the instructions, of course, and work your way around. So there's another. So it says put another one in here, a bit smaller. And then perhaps another one up here. And you can stop at this point if you want. See there, I'm going to make that a little bit narrower there.
If someone said to you this morning that you'd be able to draw a rose from nothing by the end of today, you'd probably say, get out of it, no way.
There we go.
No artist.
Yeah.
You can.
Absolutely. So if I bring a pen in now and let's draw this in. There we go. That's going to go up there. And of course, every single time it's going to be that little bit different. But it just means that you've got something that you can work your way around, and it's going to give you that lovely shape. And you've drawn it. I think that's the main thing.
Absolutely. I think an awful lot of people could only ever dream about, painting or drawing any sort of flower. I mean, that is a big, big skill to learn.
Yeah.
But Sanntangle allows it and makes it achievable.
Absolutely.
And they look instantly real. They really, really do.
Exactly. And this is a rose. We've actually got a chrysanthemum in there, and the iris. Not iris. You think, oh, never draw that in a million years. But yeah, actually, yes, you will. So here we go. Just going to bring in this little shape there. So that's my stem look. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it up and over the frame along here. There we go. Let's do another. It's like little letter S look.
Yeah.
Up and over the frame. And of course we want a couple of little thorns on there, being that it's a rose. We need a bit of a leaf. Now we've got a few leaf shapes. We've got 2 stencils here. This is a fantastic large leaf shape.
So you get 2 stencils and
yeah,
the
you
book
get
for
2 in there.
$15.99.
Yeah.
Wow.
So let's have a look. I'm going to use this one. It's quite a large sort of leafy shape. That works well. And again, instructions for which one to use are in there. So if I draw that in, okay, there's my leaf. Doesn't look like much at the minute. But if I then come inside that line and put some little zigzags as I work my way up. And the same this side, little zigzags as I work my way up.
Wow.
Back in. Let's draw that in. I'm just
It
going
comes
to put,
from nowhere, doesn't it?
yeah, one little leaf in there. And again, let's sort of bring this in now with a bit of pen. You see why we work with pencil for the constructions?
Yes, yes.
And then pen as much as we can. So let's just bring this in and let's add a little curl there. There we go. All right. So we've also got, you can do a little bit of tangling on here if you want to. You can add little bits in. It shows you how to do that. Or you can keep it just pure if you want to.
I've never known the gallery so quiet.
I know.
But everyone just is transfixed watching you do it.
So working my way through, we've got these lovely little wildflowers here. We don't even need a stencil for this. And it shows you how you can create them. So let's add a few of those. I want a little bit of spray, don't we? So a little teardrop. We're going to do back to back, back to back. A little sort of bubble in the middle, some lines. Okay, same again, look. Now you could do a little cluster of these, because you never sort of have a rose completely on its own, do you really? No. You always want a little bit of something with it. So you see their little teardrops, back to back. I mean, if you've got a piece of paper and a pencil in hand right now, try it, give it a go.
Yep.
It's just a little teardrop. Nobody's going to come and judge you. There you go, little teardrops, look. Little bubble. Little lines. So you do lots of those. So you could join them together, make a little bit of a spray of it, you see? There we go.
I mean, if you're thinking, okay, I'd like to do this, maybe you're thinking about very personal gift ideas this Christmas. Maybe like my mum and dad, for example, they're at an age now, they've probably got everything that they need in life. They don't necessarily want anything present-wise, but something like this, done by hand by me, they would cherish. And same with your family. You know, I don't know who you want to make presents for or gifts for or cards for, but the fact that you've done it and you've invested time and effort into it, that's the thing.
That's the thing. It's the time that you're giving to people. I mean, I do a lot more of those, but you see where that's coming. I'm going to come now in with pen and add some little lines along here. I'll just do a few so you can sort of see. I'll go around this bit. There we go. Now again, I've only used one of the frames. I've only used one sort of shape. You don't have to go really heavy. You can just do the one if you want to.
Yeah.
But then if I come in and I'm going to create, start here, a curve. There we go, little curves all the way around. And again, I'm following those shapes. I'm working within each section, one at a time, all the way around. There we go. I'm just going to go down to where the little curves are here. So you see that sort of goes underneath. There we are. And then if I do the same across the top here, again, little curves. And I know that as I get to the end, they're all going to be a similar size. So the curve you just get used to doing because your hand's in that kind of shape. And
the difference it makes to the actual frame, having that curved top and curved bottom is immense,
exactly.
Isn't it?
So if I bring in, let's just rub out a few of those lines now. And I'm not going to do all of it. But I've got a finished one. You'll see in a minute. There we go. Let's just rub out some of those spaces. So if you were to do this with colour, it makes a difference as well. But I'm just going to show you with a bit of pencil. If I add some to either side of that line, and of course you could have things hanging from here as well, and a little sentiment in there. There you go. Back in with my tortillon.
And the tortillon is the compressed paper. This is what's going to give you that lovely graduation, that lovely shading from the actual pencil.
There we are. And what I'm actually going to just work on doing is pushing it first one side, then the other. And it's all about leaving that little highlight in the middle there. There we go. You see where it's starting to now give that three-dimensional. You can just tell when you go over to that blush, can't you, from that white?
Yeah.
It looks lovely. There we are.
And this is such a relaxing thing to do and so rewarding as well, especially if you never thought you could do it.
No, absolutely. And you know, it's really nice as well using tiles because sometimes we go with bigger pictures and we'll go with a bigger piece. But actually using tiles as well, it just means that you can swap around. Look at that. Look how 3D.
Yeah, I love it.
Let's just bring on the peach or the blush here.
Let me just ask Laura, our producer, have we had quite a few finished Sanntangle pictures come in today? Oh, great. Okay. We're going to have a show you makes themed gallery, a bit like what I was talking about earlier on that kids show I used to watch when I was younger.
Right.
We've got loads of images coming through that will show you that it's not just Sandra that can do this, you can do it at home as well. And all of your makes that you show us, we will be putting those into the £100 prize draw that we give away every last Saturday of the month. So that will be in, where are we at the moment?
13th.
13th, so in about 2 weeks' time.
Yeah. You see how I've just added a bit of pencil on and coming along with my tortillon, you can see where it starts to sort of take shape. But I've got one here that I've finished, so you see where it started and how it worked. Now imagine you've got photo corners, you've got your ink stamps,
Yes.
you've got a little bit of colour, you've got your flowers in bloom, and you've got your oval.
Oh, wow.
Of course, don't forget your sentiment stamps as well. So yeah, I've inked in the background with those lovely inky stamps. And again, I covered this with that stamper's roll as well.
Yep.
So my stamps didn't go over to that. I've used a pencil just to shade this, just like you've seen me do. There's my rose, my leaves, a little bit of tangling in there. You see those little flowers that we did earlier in there as well. And a beautiful card. Of course, because I've got photo corners, that will actually come out.
Now, a lot of what we've got on that card, of course, we featured in the earlier show as well. So if you want those photo corner dies, you can, of course, go and get those from the earlier show. That will be on the website right now for you. But I've just got to show you quickly the Flowers in Bloom book, because all of these flowers that you can see on the front and also on the back of the book are covered in here, including the rose that we just did the demonstration with as well. But I love it. Just... you know, every shape, you were watching Sandra do it from stage 1 right the way through, and all these stages from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of them are photographed for you. So it's very, very easy to follow. It couldn't be simpler. I'm a big follower of pictures rather than the written word.
Absolutely, yeah. And you know, I've picked some tricky flowers in there.
Yeah,
the ones that we've always wanted to do.
But look at that. You'd look at that and go, I can't do
that. That one is so easy.
Is
honestly. And I know it's easy for me to sort of sit here and say that, but I have demonstrated that one previously.
And
it's following, it's a couple of ovals, isn't it?
Yeah.
They look a little like eggs to start with, and then you put some little teardroppy shapes in, and you work around the shape of the oval and build it and build it.
It's easy when you see how, but when you see the finished thing, you kind of go, what? I can't do that. Never. You can. It's all about Sanntangle. IS1286 is the item number. And we have got the sentiments as well, which we used in that final card, but so many people, last time that Sandra was here a couple of weeks ago, went for the Spanish fan, and we've had loads of finished Spanish fans coming through today, so you'll see a load of them in the gallery a bit later on. Are we doing that in this show or the later show, Laura? The gallery? 5 o'clock show. Okay.
Oh, brilliant.
5 o'clock show, we'll have the, we'll show you all the fantastic show you makes that you've sent in today. So the Spanish fans, you're going to get the book, and you're also going to get your templates down here as well. Now, this is a last stock opportunity. This absolutely flew a couple of weeks ago. PK1289 is your item number. I've just come back from Spain myself on holiday, so maybe you've got memories of a holiday, maybe you love everything Spanish, or you just love the beautiful decorative fan. Well, here, you're going to get the templates that you need to make them. You're going to get the books for inspiration, of course, as well. And there's loads. How many projects are there in this book, actually?
Do you know what? I've given you instructions for 2 large pieces, but there's actually 4 different fan shapes. So I'm going to show you how to do another one.
Okay.
So you can have a look at that. So if you've got your fans and you love them, honestly, I would record it right now because I'm going to show you how to do one of the other 4.
Push record if you've got a recording device. Do it now. Or watch it back later on repeat.
Yeah. Then you've got it. Okay? All right. Ready?
Yep, let's go.
So I've got my Nonagon as a frame around the outside because I'm going to incorporate that as well. At the moment, I've just got lines, so I know where I'm going. You could put your dots in and put your quotes, but I'm going to sort of start with that. And then what I want to do is I want to give myself a little bit of a line down the centre because my fan is going to sit at the top half of this, okay? So in the instructions I've given you for using these 2 different fan shapes, but I'm going to use this little one here, okay?
Okay.
So they're just so much fun to play with, they really are. So here we go. And
you never waste any space on your stencils, do you?
Oh,
Everything
good,
is always
not at all.
taken up with shapes.
Not at all. Okay. So I've just lined it up with that vertical line I've drawn, and in we go then with the first shape. There we go. So let's put some lines in it. Again, you don't have to use all these lines if you don't want to. You can, there we go. All right, so there's my first shape.
Yep.
So from that, if you wanted to, you could actually, let's have a look, you could extend that one out. And let's do it that way. And you could extend that one out this way. And again, this one, you could keep it as a shape.
Yeah.
Or again, you could extend it out. You see what you're getting as this lovely little pattern going on now.
Well, loads of you, as I say, bought this last time and have actually sent us in finished fans today that will show in the gallery
Oh,
between
fantastic.
5 and 6.
This one's beautiful. So you see how that sort of starts. So let's take the next one. So I'm going to put this dot in the same place. I know there's not a dot on every one. This one, you've got more of a curve or a base. Any of the sides you can use as the bottom of it, see? So
Right.
I didn't want to dictate and say you've got to have it there. But I'm going to use this dot as a hand and turn it around and line it up here so I can draw my next one in. And then again, if I'm just going to put these lines in. And of course, you would do this a lot lighter than me. I'm just doing it dark so you can see it. See, there's my next one.
It doesn't take long, does it?
No, then wind it round again, line it up, because you can see through the stencil pretty well. So
I suppose if you didn't want to do a fan, you could completely do a circle and make a big mandala out of it.
you could, absolutely, yeah. Or even if you wanted to do just one, do a little bookmark, and where the hole is, put a little tassel.
Yeah.
That'd look beautiful, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, see how it's forming? Let's do a couple on the other side as well.
All
Let's just-
Sanntangle bookmarks as gifts.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's so many things you can do with it. It's lovely. There we are. Okay. And yeah, there we go. Let's see. So just keep adding there. As I say, I'm working very quickly. You could do little bits, whatever you wanted to do. You see how that starts to fan out?
Doesn't take long to really come into... Yeah.
So that gives us a sort of point, and we can decide what we want to do from there. And again, you can leave this, you can have a tassel, but let's go a little bit different. Let's put this shape in. There we go. Put a little line. Yeah, and then we can use some of the smaller ones. Let's bring that in there. And then let's do another. So you see now, I'm going off piece a little bit because the instructions are in there for 2 fantastic fans.
Yeah.
I do have the originals here, actually. They're underneath the desk.
Are they the ones that were in frames?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just sort of making up my own version. So let's just join them. You see what we've got there? Look, we've got a lovely gem coming in there. And let's bring a little droplet in here. So you can see it hanging. Then here I've got little droplets or circles. Let's use...
So you can add all these extra embellishments, extra shapes, extra
goodness me, yeah,
design,
absolutely, yeah.
however you like. Make it unique
Yeah,
to you.
yeah. So you see how that's starting to sort of work.
Yeah.
And of course, on the actual instructions, you see this first one here, you've got these lovely little flowers. So let's use that. Let's bring out a...
It's just so lovely that it was only literally a couple of weeks ago that we had these for sale, and people have already done finished pieces of art, photographed it, sent it in to us today so that you can see it, I can see it, everyone at home can see it, and they're in the draw for Share Your Makes.
Oh, you want to see some on the Sanntangle group page. They're divine.
Now, if someone does start Sanntangling today and
Yeah.
wants to take it up and goes for something, buys their first purchase from you, how can they get involved in the community? What do they do?
Oh, you just go to Facebook and you type in Sanntangle.
Right,
And
that's
then
it.
up it comes. You get this group, really lovely people, really nice community there. Nice people will be really welcoming and help you out if you've got a problem or
Or a
you
question.
want to try something, questions and things. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going off the front page now here, doing these lovely. You'll notice as well, or you might not, these little shapes here that we're actually drawing by hand at the minute. If I just draw one, here we go. So sort of little loops. Right, if I bring in the Spanish Vibes background, you see the little loops?
Yes.
It matches perfectly. Let me just show you this one because it's just divine.
We have actually got this in the show as well. And remember, with most of our shows nowadays, we actually put everything that's in the show available on the website at the beginning of the show, so we don't kind of hold things back like we used to. So if you fancy going for the Spanish background stencils, you get 2 of them, don't you?
You do. I'll show you the. Oh,
Two
'cause
for
they're
under
just,
£8?
just beautiful. Yeah.
Crazy.
I'll show you this one. Now we've left it sort of wavy around the outside, so if you do, you don't want a square. If we work our way in there, there we go. So these are just fantastic around the back. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
How subtle that one. And then this one, I actually took inspiration of this one, actually from tiles, Spanish tiles. So let's just put a bit of that one. And I'll show you the finished piece, how I've worked it in. Look at this one.
Lovely.
So of course I've made a bit of a sample kind of thing of there, but imagine adding a little bit of colour on there. And certainly what we need is, if I just put a bit of pencil down here.
£4 for each stencil, that's ridiculous value.
But this, because we make them ourselves,
Right.
we can keep the price as low as we can. The whole ethos is that anybody can afford to do this, and it mixes in with what you already do anyway.
I just think it's one of the most enjoyable crafts I've ever tried. It's one of the most economical crafts I've ever tried, and we're all looking after the pennies at the moment, obviously. And you know, you've got something at the end of it that either you're going to put on the wall or someone in your family is going to put on the wall, and you can be so proud of it.
Of course.
You've achieved something beautiful. Everyone can do it.
Yeah, and you see there how it sort of just starts to sort of give it a bit of a 3D effect. Now, we did it originally, didn't we? We had the Nonagon sort of frame around the outside. So what I've done with my final piece of this, I just sort of explain it. I've actually brought my fan further round.
Yeah.
And then I actually cut the fan up here, and I've actually folded it, and then I've put my Nonagon in there. So look at this.
Oh, here it comes. Look. Wow.
So let's just talk this through. Okay, so we look at what we've just done here. Remember we did these lines? We've done exactly the same here. But then I've added a little bit of shading in and a touch of colour. Okay, shaded down each one of these pieces here. But then I've actually cut it here and here,
yep.
And then I've folded this up. So concertinaed it all the way around. So this and this was actually the same piece of paper.
Oh, right.
So here's my Nonagon, but I've just used the bottom section. So if I show you there, because there's my frame. There it is. See? There it is. So then bringing it all together just makes it more 3D, as you say. Of course, you've got your photo corners. And then if we look at this little frame shape we've done here, it's been added just in sections here. Now, I actually love the fact, with being in Spain, everything very old and very sort of the ceramics, and they're all faded. That's what we've done with the stencil. I've just put it on and I've added a little bit in there, and you can see how it's just faded away, but it's all brought it to the foreground, hasn't it?
I've got to let you know, the Nonagon, which is on the screen now, silly quantities have gone. Really, really busy. You're loving it. And remember, rather than just being one size, maximum is 8 by 8. You've got all the different sizes of the Nonagons, the 9-sided shapes as well. So you can make things small, you can make things large, and just put everything into its compartments and follow the instructions that you've got in the actual pamphlet and the booklet, and you are going to be away. You'll absolutely get fantastic results. So hundreds of you have already ordered it. We've still got stock in stock at the moment if you'd like it. ZN1227 is the item number. And just seeing all your names on the screen now, I don't know where to start. There's just so many of you. So congratulations to each and every one. You'll have so much fun with it as well. ZN1227. Now, we have got the Sanntangle sentiments. Now, these we used actually in one of the finished cards that Sandra showed you.
Yeah, that flowers in bloom, actually. Do you want to borrow it, Dave?
Yeah, please.
Here we go. There you go.
So here we go. So here is the beautiful rose that Sandra did a few minutes ago, and she used the today, what does that say? Today you will achieve the impossible is one verse that you've actually got on here. So there is that verse. You've got don't look back, don't give up. Step outside, the world awaits. Be bold, be fabulous, be unique. Choose to be happy, do what's right for you. Everything you need is within you. You just have to set it free, and you can achieve it if you believe it. All positive words, all positive statements in lovely fonts. But I just think that's the perfect sort of sentiments to go with your Sanntangle. You've achieved a lot by doing your first Sanntangle picture or your 21st Sanntangle picture, whatever it might be. And there are the sentiments that kind of back it up, really.
Absolutely. Do you know, we've all got happy birthday and best wishes and all that kind of thing. And this is just nice, something a bit different. We actually want to sort of send different different things to people. They're not always about being their birthday or a special occasion. Sometimes you just want to say, I'm here, and I know that you've had a bad time or something, and I just want to give you a little bit of positivity, and that's what it's all about. So love them, absolutely love them.
And there you can see that finished card with that beautiful rose. Who'd have thought you could draw a rose from scratch that looks so realistic? And the beautiful, what was it called again? Yeah, the flowers in bloom. That's what you need. And there's how many flowers in total, Sandra?
I think there's is there 8 or 10 or something like that?
Yeah, I think there's 10 actually. Yeah, 7 on the back and 3 on the front, so 10.
Yeah, there's 10, yeah. And actually, if you have a look on YouTube, there is some more, there's a video on how to do more.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, I couldn't fit them all in the book, so we actually did that as well. I mean, so there's so many you can do with it.
This is the thing, because once you start to do Sanntangle and you buy your first stencil or first book or whatever it might be, and books are coming up tomorrow, by the way, 2 shows with you tomorrow. What time?
I think it's 1 and 5.
1 and 5. 1 and 5 o'clock.
Yeah, books at 5 o'clock.
There'll be loads of books there. But certainly, once you start to do it and you get and invest a bit of time into it and you just get the benefits from doing it, which are, the benefits are, of course, self-belief, relaxation. So many people who I've met over the months and years that I've known Sandra have said about well-being. Now, we can't kind of make any claims, obviously, but so many people actually say that they feel a lot better for doing it, and they benefit in a mindful way from doing it.
Do you know what, creativity-wise as well, because once you've had a go and you've tried my instructions, you think, do you know what, I'm going to try it, even if it's a slight thing you change, a slight pattern, creativity is going to increase because you're going to increase your confidence and you're going to do more and you're going to do lots of different things with it. So
there's an inner artist in all of us,
there is.
Honestly, and you probably never knew it. I didn't know that I could draw until this lady inspired me by what she was showing me with Sanntangle. I had a go and I can do it. I'm an artist, I suppose.
No, you're famous. Sold a piece of work.
Well, yeah, I don't know about that. But we have the fantastic Downton Abbey building. That's what I drew.
That's it.
And we raised some money for charity with it and sold it. So that was really, really good. But what you've got here today is the first step. And anything can be the first step. Yeah, we had the starter kit in the first show that had book number 1. That's obviously a very logical place to start, but you don't have to. You can start with the fan. You can start with the Nonagon. You can start with the flowers. It's entirely up to you. Whatever floats your boat. What are you into? Do you love flowers, florals? Have you always wanted to be able to sketch flowers and that sort of thing? Then here's your chance. Now, the stamps, sentiment stamps, single figure stock left on the sentiment stamps if you want that. There's the forever flowers though, if you want those. 10 different flowers you can draw, and there's a YouTube video that you can watch, of course, as well. And this is the lovely thing. Once you start to do Sanntangle, they don't leave you high and dry. You become part of a very, very special community. And in the future, who's to say, you might want to go along to one of Sandra's workshops. You might want to go along to, like we did Kent 2 weeks ago. You may want to go to one of those in the future if we do them again. That would be fantastic. But, you do become part of a team, and you can get things like Sanntangle badges, so you can spot like-minded people when you're out and about. And maybe friends of yours down the road want to do it with you. A group of you get together.
Absolutely, and I think that's starting to happen.
Yeah.
And I think that's really great because there are people that can't necessarily get, and they want to sort of work with like-minded people. And it just sort of opens communities and it gets people talking. Because I always find this, if you're sat drawing and somebody's going to come and go, what are you doing? Yeah. And it's a lot easier to actually have a conversation while you're drawing than it is sort of face to face. And I think that really makes a big difference.
Well, it's funny, I was walking down in Poole in Dorset a couple of weeks ago. I was down there, and a guy was stood in the street with a sketchbook in his hand, and he was just sketching.
Yeah.
And everybody stopped to see over his shoulder. Didn't necessarily talk to him, but they were kind
that's
of...
normally me. Although I must admit, I did that in France once, and somebody came over speaking to me, and I had no idea what they're saying because I can't speak French.
Oh, right.
But I was drawing one of the cathedral kind of things, just a bit of it, But yeah, there's one in my gallery, actually. I drew a picture when I was in Germany. John and I used to be in a band.
Right.
We used to play saxophone.
Oh, okay.
And whilst we were waiting for the band to sort of set up and start playing again, I actually drew what was in front of me. So there's this sort of village, and it's got little people, a guy with a cap on and all sorts. And that's my first experience of this kind of doodling, which was back in 2014. because I then brought it home and I actually created this world of different patterns and designs now known as tangles, all completely throughout this piece. And it's like, it's a A2 piece, it's huge.
I mean, if you're still not convinced that you can be an artist, just think about how often you've been on the phone when we used to use our landlines.
Yeah.
And you'd be in a queue on the phone waiting, and you'd be there with the notepad by the phone just doing little circles or kisses or exclamation marks. That's a doodle.
Yeah.
We've all done it, usually out of boredom. In that case, when you're hanging on the phone trying to get through to someone. But that is a doodle, that is a tangle.
Yeah.
That's all it is. But put lots of doodles together, lots of tangles together, and you've suddenly got a masterpiece. And when we show you the gallery, basically the Show Your Makes selections that we've had in today, and we've had loads. We're going to be doing that between 5 and 6, so if you sent your make in, please make sure you record the show, watch the show at 5 o'clock to see your work of art go through. But you'll see that they are as good as Sandra's.
Yeah.
Because if you follow the step-by-step instructions, which it's so easy to do, you can't go wrong, really.
No, and do you know what? Who says it's right or wrong?
I know.
You know, if there's something that I've done in my instructions, you think, oh, that's not quite right, I can't get that. Do your own thing with it. Absolutely, this doesn't matter. Every single one is going to be completely 100% unique. So it's so much fun.
Okay, now the Nonagon, is it Nonagon? No, no.
I did this just for you, Dave.
I was thinking Johnny Lonergan. No. It's not Lonergan. It's actually the Nonagon.
9 sides.
Nonagon. There we go. The 9-sided shape that you can see there. So many of you have got these in the baskets. If you're Samantha in Hertfordshire, if you could check out, that'd be great. Thank you, Samantha. Samantha. Lynn in West Midlands. We've got Gail in Lancashire, Bernadette in Lanarkshire. Apologies for my nose this afternoon. Sorry if I'm sounding a bit weird. Andrew in East Riding of Yorkshire as well. You're all having them in your baskets, and it's on its way if you check out. And if you want to call the call centre, remember it's not abroad or anywhere else other than in this building. They're upstairs and they're lovely. And there's loads of them, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our call centre is manned, 0800 001 4433. Ever got any questions about an order you've made or whatever, just give them a call. But if you want to have an account with us, I would do that. I'd phone it because it's a free phone number from a landline, from a mobile, and they'll set an account up for you. You can do it on the website, but why not just give them a call and say hello? Okay, that's ZN1227 for the Nonagon. If you want that, then again, you've got the pattern in the booklet as well to do 2 different styles. But all you've got to do is tweak a line or tweak an arc or whatever it may be, and you've totally changed the look of it. But a 9-sided image, now, imagine that. Maximum size 8 by 8 there. Imagine that in a picture frame on a wall. It would look incredible.
Or imagine doing that and selling it. Because once you've actually drawn it, using my stencils is like a ruler, isn't it?
Yes.
You use a ruler to a straight line, you use these to create a shape. Once you've created something, you've drawn it, it's your artwork. Unique as it is, you can sell it if that's what you want to do. So, and that's the same with any of the stencils.
And, you know, I love art. I've got some nice pictures that I bought over the years, but I've never got an original. I've got a limited edition, but I've never had an original. This is an original work of your doing. What would an original go for? I don't know.
Exactly, yeah. You imagine one of those rosies, you know, with a frame around it and put in a nice mount. It's, you know, you sign it at the bottom because that's the thing when you're really proud of it, you sign it. And I'd never sign full name, I always just sign initials.
Yeah.
And, you know, you could put your name on the back and things like that. Put some photo corners on it, it'll look beautiful. Tangle around the mount.
Just imagine.
So many things you can do.
Doing a work of art, doing a tangle, and selling it. The first time you sell one of your pictures, what a feeling that would be.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're then officially an artist.
Well, yeah, you sell one painting, you're an artist. You could be a professional artist because you've sold a painting. Absolutely. Yeah, it took me a few years, Dave. It took me longer than you.
Now, I'm going to let you know, if you want the flowers in bloom, we've got 4 left. Now, judging by how many hundreds of you have ordered something from Sandra already today, they're going to go. So if you want the flowers in bloom, enough in there to make 10 flowers, 10 different flowers, all step by step, and you do get 2 stencils, not one, you get 2 stencils down the bottom included as well for £15.99, so amazing value for money. And if you thought it was all, you know, geometric shapes and that sort of thing, not floral, no, Sanntangle can be floral as well. Just follow the instructions, picture by picture, step by step, you cannot go wrong. IS1286 is the item number, £15.99. What have we got coming up at 5 o'clock?
Oh, we're going to go with, I've got my list. I always write lists.
You do?
Absolutely, I've got a list. Here we go. Hang on. We've got Dragonfly. Love that one. bit of silhouettes, another frame, and we've got our set 1, 2 and 3 minis, which are just really nice. I don't know if I'm going to get all of that in for demos, but I'll pick a few out and we'll demo a few.
And don't forget, the gallery will be in that show between 5 and 6 as well, of what you've shared with your makes from Sandra and Sanntangle. Okay, another Hunky Dory special coming up next. That superb Rainbow Sparkles brand new mirror card that we showed you. I know, that's coming up in about 3 minutes.
We're going to have to be quick.
Tune in to Hobby Maker every Monday between 2 and 4 for our brand new Mixed Media Monday. If you've always wanted to explore the world of mixed media, we'll be bringing you some of the biggest brands to help you get started. We'll have some of the best demonstrators in the crafting world to answer your questions and give you top tips. So kickstart your week with Mixed Media Mondays.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker. To watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
My name is Anne-Marie and I am the creative manager at Hunky Dory Crafts. Hunky Dory are the UK's premier papercraft manufacturer, and we design and manufacture all of our papercraft goodies back at home in Preston. We do lots of papercraft products as well as moonstone dyes. We have our prism range of colouring mediums like watercolour pencils, alcohol markers, waterbrush pens, and we also have our very own range of stamps called For the Love of Stamps. We're really looking forward to bringing you all of our brand new product launches as well as our inspirational demonstrations, which we just know the audience love.
Lights, camera, action, party! Can you believe your eyes? Crafter's Companion is nearly 17. Join us on Hobby Maker for the most glittering soiree in town.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hobby Maker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone. Afternoon all, it's Thursday, just after 4 o'clock, and yes, we're here right the way through until 6 o'clock this afternoon. Great to have your company. I'm Dave. Anne-Marie's back with us. How are you?
I'm good.
Good to see you again.
Very, very excited.
I am very excited as well. We actually teased you a little bit at 2 o'clock this afternoon that we were having a brand new cardstock that Hunky Dory's developed that we've never ever seen before. And it's part of the rainbow family.
Yes.
But it's very different.
It's so sparkly.
It's very sparkly. It's like millions and millions and millions of diamonds from a distance.
Amazing, isn't it? Look at the sparkle. It is so colourful. Look at all those tiny little dots that are just bouncing around in the light. The colour is just insane, isn't it? It is so beautiful.
I mean, it looks like it should have a really kind of rough texture to it.
No, it's completely smooth. It's a laminate finish, yep, just like our regular mirror, so it's completely smooth. But my goodness, look at that colour.
Depending on how you use that, is that fairy dust, could it be?
Oh, yeah,
Myth of
absolutely.
magic,
Yeah.
unicorn,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Could be absolutely anything,
It's out
couldn't
of
it?
this world, that's what it is.
Oh,
30
love it.
sheets, 220 GSM, so you can make boxes with it,
Yeah.
all sorts of things if you wanted to. You'd have to have a pretty special present inside the
Oh,
box
for
made of
sure, yeah.
this. ES HD 89, 30 sheets of this brand new cardstock. It's not been seen, apart from that little tease that we gave you at 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's not been seen before. Brand new. I think a lot of people are going to be multi-ordering this.
I 100% would be adding more than one of these to my basket.
Totally.
Because it's just so magical, isn't it?
I mean, how often does a brand new mirrored card like that come out? Not very often.
Not very often, because there's only so much you can actually do with this kind of mirror anyway. But just, the fact that it's just so sparkly, it's got so many tiny little dots in there. They are picking up all of that light. You can see all of those colours. We've got an actual rainbow going on there, and that's just the way I'm holding it. It's just the way I'm moving the cardstock. It's creating.
So as the light hits it at different angles, it picks up different colours.
Yeah.
Like a prism. It's incredible.
Absolutely. But you're still getting that full reflection. You can see products here on the counter reflected into it. So you're still getting that full reflection. It's amazing, isn't it?
You can still see Jimmy on camera too.
Well, I'm trying, yeah. You need, a bit too...
He's so camera shy.
Yeah, we'll get... kind of.
You want to treat yourself to this. It will die cut beautifully as well.
Oh, an absolute dream, yeah.
Yeah. I can do the same. Look at these different colours. It's like you've gone into the Hall of Mirrors at the fairground.
It's just wonderful, isn't it? And I think because all those little particles in there are so tiny, that's why it's just catching so much light, isn't it?
Think about out-of-this-world cards. It could be spaceman cards. It could be unicorn, fairies. It could be, 70s or 80s disco.
Like tiny little disco dots.
Yeah. Discos, do you remember those?
Probably not in the same way as you, no.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dave.
ESHD 89. Should we show you the price? Because you might be thinking, oh, it's so good. I bet this is going to be a bit pricey. Oh, no. 30 sheets, brand new. £11.99. £11.99 for this, for 30 sheets. That works out about 35p a sheet.
You always look at me for maths, Dave. I
know I do, don't I? I should stop doing that.
Because I've no idea. We're going with what you say.
Alex, can you 30 times 35p for me? 30 times 35p. It's going to be nearly 12 quid.
He's done 35,
£10.50. £10.50. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not 1,050, £10.50. So just over 35p. It's about 38p a sheet. So I think you'll agree, amazing value for money.
It's
and
awesome,
you can see why everyone's been so excited about it.
Oh, definitely. And look how fabulous the cards look as well. Just bringing in some of your white cardstock, bringing in some of your colours, bringing in your pattern cardstock as well. Even teaming this up with your pattern packs. Yeah. You can still use it. But it just looks amazing, doesn't it? And because it's got that rainbow in there, you can add any colour to this and it's going to go. The red works.
And to be honest, as you've got the red words, the letters, it's almost like it finds the red.
It does, yeah. That's the beauty of rainbow cardstock. It's so magical like that.
And look at behind us here. We've got geometric shapes. We've got some honeycomb going on there, some love hearts that have been cut out. I mean, that's the simplest of cards.
Yep.
It's the negative. You've got red as a background, cut the hearts out. You've got the positive ones that you can use for something else, but then you've just got this beautiful sparkling rainbow all the way around it.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Beautiful, isn't it?
I love the stars one, the Celebrate one. I think that's just fabulous, isn't it? It's so jazzy.
And you know, I'm looking at it from the side and I can see orange and yellow. Then I look at it from a slightly different angle. I see
the
green
purples
and blue.
and blues. Yeah, it's just so magical, isn't it? It's just going to jazz up any card that you're doing. If you're maybe Christmas crafting, maybe you're doing kids cards, maybe you're doing celebration cards, absolutely anything at all. This is just going to be the icing on the cake.
And if that's on the mantelpiece in the lounge and you walk in, say, from the kitchen or from the hallway and you walk past it, you'll see different colours as you keep on moving.
Definitely. Or maybe die cutting little stars and popping them on like the invisible cord and making like mobiles and hanging them in your window. They would look incredible.
Yeah, and that as a shaker card would be fantastic as well if you wanted to. But yeah, all those stars that you literally have cut out with that die, yeah, I agree with you. Make them into little mobiles or whatever, or put them in a shaker card. They look fantastic. There's no waste when you've got cardstock like this. Absolutely no waste at all. Many of you are going for multiples. Lots of you are going for more than one.
Oh, it's a good
I can't
idea.
read the names of who's. I think Christine in West Midlands, she's gone for 2. So Christine, well done. Sylvia and Linda as well. I'm trying to read the screen. Carol in the Rhondda, Sue in Dorset, Elaine in West Midlands. Oh, there we are. I can see it now. Thank you, Jimmy. D in county wherever. D in county. I don't know county where.
Optional.
Optional. County optional. Good address. ESHD 89, brand new today. We're excited about this, as you can probably tell. Look at this. That's the quantity you're going to get. 30 of them for £11.99. I can only imagine boxes made out of this. You can score it, you can fold it, you can die cut
absolutely.
it.
I mean, if we just grab the scoreboard, let's just score a piece.
Let's do it.
Let's just...
Oh, the award-winning scoreboard.
Let's just, you know, be quite extravagant. Let's just make a A5 card blank out of this. If we go just under 6, will give us the perfect fold. And because this is a laminate, so... you know, if you're thinking, is this going to crack? Is it going to flake away? Anything like that? It's absolutely not, because it's a laminate. So that laminate will actually stretch with that cardstock, give you a super professional score. But look at this as a card blank. We've got amazing A5 card blanks if we want to. But, I mean, it's very extravagant. I definitely would use this for mat and layering. But, you know, 4 boxes, like you say, for those special ones, maybe small little jewellery boxes.
Yes.
You know, it'd be absolutely stunning.
Absolutely. Now, maybe you make jewellery. I mean, Jewellery Maker, a very successful channel here in this building. If you make your own jewellery and you struggle to find jewellery boxes that kind of, you know, do justice to what you've got inside it, then this is the perfect answer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. So for box making, card blanks, die cut it, use it in whichever way you will, but it's exciting to get a brand new type of Miri card, and that's what this is from the company Miri, which I consider to be the best mirrored cardstock that I've ever seen, and put it to the test yourself. If you're a fan of Miri as well, you can see the reflection. You can see the reflection of ourselves in the monitor there. But still, you've got all of those, well, what look like thousands and thousands of tiny little speckles, like little gemstones, millions of them. But as the light hits, as you move from one part of the room to the other, as you go from left to right, it will find different colours in there. I mean, that's like the richest sunset.
It's just amazing, isn't it?
Gorgeous, gorgeous sunset. And then all of a sudden, the sea.
But then it looks like the sea.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just so cool, isn't it? I just love all that movement you get in there as well. All those little sort of dots, they just feel like they're moving around.
They do.
Wonderful.
Like millions of little fireflies in the sky or something. Now, already a quarter of the entire stock of this has gone. You've been waiting for it. You wanted it. We teased you with it at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I think you'll agree that the wait has been well worth it. $11.99 for 30 sheets. You know, if that were 10 sheets for $11.99, I wouldn't think that was expensive.
Absolutely,
over £1 a sheet, $1.20 a sheet, par for the course. No, it's about 38p a sheet for hot off the press, brand new Miri. ESHD 89. Now, shall we go over and remind everybody what we had at 2 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have a wander over here with us, because if you were with us at 2, you'll have already seen this. But if you haven't, if you weren't with us at 2 o'clock, we've got for you the Enchanted Moments Ultimate Collection. Now, this is, again, something very exciting, because you've got foiling on here which is absolutely gorgeous. It's a lilac foiling. We've seen different colours before, predominantly gold and silver, obviously, but we have seen teal from you before. We've seen pink from you before as well, and black, but not the lilac, I don't think.
No, it's not something we've done too often. No, it is just so lush, though, isn't it? This collection is so beautiful. The colours are just all tied together so beautifully with that foil. You know, we've got quite a mix of colours in here. We've got the lovely soft, almost pinky colours, soft lilacs. We've got that lovely, almost like blackcurrant kind of purple. And then you've got that really deep kind of purpley blue as well. So they all just are brought together with that lovely lilac foil.
Now, when we were getting together and chatting outside before the show, Anne-Marie, I said, you know, how would you describe this? Is it myth and magic? You said, oh, no, not myth and magic. It's very hard to categorise because it encompasses so many things.
Yeah.
It's got wildlife in it, you've got bird life in it as well. But what I think is so popular about this is that no matter what you're making a card for, no matter what occasion or what reason you're making a card for, these are all going to be appropriate.
Yeah.
It could be a Christmas card, appropriate. You've got deers and stags in there. It could be a sympathy card, appropriate. You've got wildlife and beautiful flowers.
Florals, yeah.
You've got birthday covered because, you know, someone, maybe they've got little putty cats and you've got dogs in there as well as rabbits as well. A party invitation,
yeah. You've got like everything. The owls, maybe exams, things like that.
Owl,
yeah, definitely.
Someone qualifies or something like that.
Yeah.
So what you're going to get in this collection today is you're going to get 8 sheets of toppers, 8 sheets of printed cardstock and 8 sheets of printed and foiled cardstock. So that's the first set of 24. You're then going to get double-sided papers. Now, you don't always put those in a collection, but you've done that with this.
Yeah, we have. So you're getting a real variety in here.
Okay, so there are the papers. Oops, sorry, there are the papers just there. Beautifully printed double-sided. You choose which side you want to use. And how many of those do you get?
You're going to get 12 altogether.
Okay, and then you get your inserts, and these are, again, stunningly done. Always they're printed with like a faded image on them, so it's almost like a hallmark, isn't it, or like a watermark?
Yeah, like
really.
a watermark. Yeah, definitely. It just gives you that soft kind of feel. It just finishes the card off beautifully, doesn't it?
And then you've got the little book, 144 pages of absolute magic.
Yeah, it's just beautiful, isn't it? I love that when we get the little book, we get to see the images a little bit bigger. You know, you don't, in the toppers, they're quite usually kind of cropped to fit into the shapes. But in here, you get to see them in all their glory, and they are absolutely stunning, aren't they? Really, really beautiful artwork. Again, such an array of different styles. You've got kind of cute, you've got majestic, you've got really kind of strong images with the wolf particularly. You know, he really is stunning. We've got that gorgeous black cat.
And you're going to get 6 of each. So if you want to slip into these to decoupage them, absolutely you can do that.
Look at him, and this one as well. I mean, there's just something about that image, isn't there? He's just, I don't know, he looks like he wants a cuddle.
He looks really inquisitive.
Look at the stack.
That's my favourite image. Look
it's
at that.
Stunning, isn't it? Really stunning. Then
Regal.
you've got a bit more of a family there as well.
Yeah.
We've got some more bunnies. Look how chubby he is. He's such a fluffy bunny. I love him.
Now, loads of you went for the main collection, which includes this little book. But again, as ever, whenever Hunky Dory are here, a lot of you chose to go for another book because they are collectible. Lots of you do collect them. HNHD 59. HNHD 59, $29.97 for the whole collection, including that little book as well. It should be $39.97, so we're giving you basically 25% off by buying it today. Yeah, it's like you're getting the book for nothing. Think about that. Amazing. And just one P&P, remember, of £3.95. Now, we have also got some other goodies that will kind of complement the main collection as well, which we'll go into a little bit later on. But this is a brand new collection today, never before been seen. You loved it at 2 o'clock. It's here at 4 o'clock, still with availability, but the stock did go very, very fast earlier on today. I mean, I don't know how many cards you can make from a collection like this.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, you've got easily kind of 3 substantial toppers on each topper sheet. And you're going to get 8 of those. So that's 24 cards minimum, I think. You know, absolute bare minimum.
Well, you've got 144
exactly,
cards out of the book.
That's not even including your little book. That's just using the large toppers on there. But there's miles more than that on there as well. If you make smaller cards, you're going to make loads more. You know, it all depends on what you make.
Okay, and if you're looking for a card collection that is across the board, suitable for men, women, older people, younger people, and any occasion that you may have to celebrate or mark during the year, this has got to be it. Normally collections are kind of categorized. You either like it or you don't. This collection is across the board for versatility. And that means when you're trying to sell your cards, if that's what you do with them, you're more likely to sell them because they're not specifically this or specifically that. And also, if you don't want to put the sentiments on them that say birthday or whatever it may say, leave the sentiments off until the person that wants to buy the card tells you what they need it for.
Yeah.
And then personalise it
Yeah, you
that
can
way.
really personalise it, yeah.
$29.97. I'm so pleased you liked it earlier on. There's so many elements in here, and it's Hunky Dory quality through and through. Printed and foiled in the United Kingdom, and it's here today, a brand new collection from Hunky Dory, HN HD 59. Now, we did mention at 2 o'clock that we got this extra die that's in the show today.
Yes.
Love You to the Moon and Back.
Yeah, it's super cute, isn't it?
It's really
it
super
really
cute.
is nice.
And it's just down there.
Yeah.
And this proved popular earlier, but we thought we'd maybe cut it out.
We are going to cut it out. We're going to cut it out that sparkly card.
Okay, well, here it is. We'll pop the details up for you. Love You to the Moon and Back. Imagine that being cut out of the sparkling rainbow. Imagine how good that's going to look. But yeah, how much was it? I can't remember.
$11.99.
We'll pop it up on the screen for you so you got the details. There we are. It's coming up on the screen now for you. It's £11.99 for 2 dies because the actual Love You to the Moon Back logo, the verse, is completely separate to the moon itself. And it's about a palm size. It's a, it's a big size die.
It is, yeah, it is a substantial die, definitely. Let me just grab a little bit of tape just so that we can secure it down so it just doesn't wobble around, that's all. So we're going to pop this. We can actually just go with how the die is laid out on the packaging. Let's just cut this cardstock down a little because we don't need to pop the whole sheet through. We can just trim around the shape there and we can run this through. Alex asked me, he was like, have you got all the plates there? And I'm like, I don't know. We'll find out now.
Oh, by the way, this morning, if you weren't watching Wake Up with Hobby Maker, you can watch it back, if you'd like, anytime you like. After we go off air at 6, maybe watch back Good Morning, Wake Up with Hobby Maker this morning, because we had the Gemporia craft machine back at its lowest ever price, under £100.
Ooh, oh, it's such a good machine.
It is a gorgeous machine.
It really is. And do you know what I love about the machine, probably more than anything, is that, how long have we had this now?
A long time, 7 months.
And look at these plates, which, look at how well worn they are, but look how straight they still are.
I mean, some plates that you see sometimes, they buckle as soon as you look at them.
Yep.
Whereas these,
they're
don't.
incredible.
They keep their shape for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And replacement plates, if they're not here already, are on their way up.
Oh,
for a week.
amazing.
So, yeah.
Amazing. I'm
Not
just
that
gonna...
you'll need them for a long time, but...
No, absolutely not. No, I mean, this is used by, like, every
Everyone.
demonstrator, isn't it? We absolutely love it. So what I've done is I've just run this back through. So you'll find we don't have the metal plate in, so if we had the metal plate, it probably would have cut absolutely perfectly. But you'll find with every die cutting machine, oh, it has moved a little bit on the sentiment, but you'll find your pressure points on your machine and where the pressure is best for your dies.
Yes.
And it just missed a little bit in the centre, so I always just kind of twist it around. But let's just push all these bits and pieces out with our die brush. Let's just grab, it is Dan's absolute favourite.
Our director's favourite tool, the multi-tool.
What's your favourite bit of the 3-in-1 die brush, Dan? Shovel.
The shovel, shovel's his favourite thing.
Loves the shovel. No, don't even need to think about it.
It's the little things, Dan. That's what it is.
It is. Especially if you can team up the shovel with decoupage. It's like best day ever.
Yeah. It's a win-win.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Let me just grab that. And then if I pass that to you to have a look at, I will just run that sentiment back through because it has moved.
Now have a little look at this. Look at that for a moon and a half.
Isn't it gorgeous?
All of those individual speckles. The sparkling rainbow card from Miri is here. 30 sheets, $11.99. It die cuts like a dream. I mean, sometimes with glitter card, the coarse glitter card, it can struggle with die cutting that because it is so thick and there's got this really kind of quite heavy coating over the top of it, like a gritty feeling and feel to it. This is completely smooth And you've got the reflection that you expect from Miri card, but you've also got the inclusion of all these little speckles. It's fascinating how they do this.
I know, it really is. I mean, I don't think we can ever find out how they do it.
Trade secret.
It's like top secret, isn't it?
The Miri police would be around like...
They would, they would. Let me grab this for you now. So this is the sentiment.
80 is the product code if you want to dip your toe in and try the die today, the moon, and also the sentiment that says, love you to the moon and back. That's what it says.
Okay.
And if you want that tool, by the way, that Anne-Marie's using, that will be on our website.
Yeah.
If you are new to Hobby Maker, you may not know this, that we actually have brand shops for all the brands that we have here on the channel. So if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk, there's a section that says brands, and all the names of the suppliers that we have here come up, and you can then access anything that they've got available in their stock, even if it's not on air, even if it's not on TV. There it is. You can see, there we are, look, brands, and then you click on Hunky Dory, and there we are. Everything that we're showing you in the show is there, but everything else that is available that isn't on the show, you can also order as well. And that also fits in the capped P&P of $3.95 too.
Give you that to look at.
Oh,
it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Look at that.
Such a lovely sentiment, isn't it?
Love you to the moon and back. I mean, I remember the days that would have been $9.99 for a die like that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for that, just that one.
For that sentiment.
Yeah.
But to get the big moon and the verse as well, for just £11.99.
Oh, the card just looks awesome, doesn't it? It just makes it.
All that colour, where does it come from? It looks as if it's really, really thick and deep because the colour's coming from within the cardstock, but in actual fact, it's a very clever Miri coating on top of it. Fab. $11.99, FUHD80, FUHD80. We promised you a little look at that earlier on in the 2 o'clock show, and there it is. We've done it for you. 0800 001 4433, free phone number, call centres upstairs, and they would love to hear from you right now, taking your calls all afternoon. And the website also is where you can place your order as well. Cap P&P, $3.95 every day of the week from midnight to midnight. All right.
Amazing.
Okay,
card?
should we go? Yeah, let's do it. And let's put the details up for the Miri again. This is the Rainbow Sparkles, okay? So that's what the fuss is all about at the moment. Rainbow Sparkles,
gorgeous.
$11.99, 30 sheets, about 38p a sheet, something like that.
What do you fancy? Enchanted Moments or the toppers?
What do you fancy?
Oh, I don't mind. I'm asking you. Dave.
Enchanted Moments.
Enchanted Moments.
Yes.
You're just like my husband. I'll say to him, what do you want for tea? I don't know. What do you want for tea? I don't know what I want for tea. That's why I'm asking you what I want for tea. Okay.
Then you're having a takeaway.
Well, this was our latest, wasn't an argument, but discussion was, we were having a takeaway. I was like, well, what do you want? Well, I don't know. What do you want? I don't know. What do you want? And then I just got really cross.
Do you know what? I've been on holiday last week, and I had the best Indian meal I've ever had in Spain.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
That shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't happen, but it has.
That's mad, isn't it?
I know.
So funny. Okay, so what we're doing is we are using some of our fabulous cardstock. Now, I'm using the one that's got like the moths on with the moon.
Yep.
And we're going to use some of the acetate as well that's on the show. So let's get this on to some of this cardstock first. Shall we use some of the rainbow one, or should we use the purple?
What do you think, Alex? Oh, the one we've got here. Yeah.
Okay. So, just passing all the decision-making rounds, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. It's a big decision to make.
It is, it is. Okay, so we're going to use this as like a wrap around our card, and I think I'm going to put all the sparkles kind of at the bottom.
Okay.
Let's just have a look how this is kind of going to look first of all. So we're going to use that frame. We're going to bring in our little moth here as well. So I'm going to put the frame kind of off the card.
Now, the foiled acetate, by the way, is on the screen there for you, foiled in the lilac, and you get, is it 4 different designs?
Yes.
And 4 of each?
Yes.
So you get 16 sheets for $9.99. I remember that. I'm impressed with myself. FXHD72, $9.99 for your beautiful lilac foiled acetate.
Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to pop some of this lovely paper behind this frame. So I'm just going to get the frame in place with some tape first. So let's just grab this and then just attach this onto the paper, and then we're just going to trim around it. So we're just creating like a little bit of a backing in this frame.
Okay.
This paper is just so beautiful. I mean, you can just frame so many different colours with it. It's gorgeous. But we're going to go over here, picking up those kind of pinky tones, and then just trim this to size. So just going along with your scissors, just kind of get your scissors underneath that frame a little bit, and it just gives you a really nice clean
edge.
Kind of edge, yeah. Just going to grab, there's just a little bit there that's just going to annoy me, so we'll cut that off as well. And then this is going to sit kind of up here. Let's get this on, and then I want the sentiment down here. So yeah, this is brill. Let's get some foam pads.
Yeah.
And get this topper in place first of all. They're so sticky.
Yeah, they definitely be in the sun.
Super sticky.
You struggle with foam pads and double-sided tape to get the backs off. If you leave things in your car and it gets really hot, it kind of melts the glue, I think.
Yeah. I'm just going to grab my trimmer to cut this off, just so that I know I've got a nice straight edge. So we're just going to take the edge of that topper off.
Yep.
Just kind of bringing it off the page, just adds a little bit of a different feel.
I like that. Yeah.
Our topper still kind of sits in there beautifully. So we'll get a foam pad on the back of there. Let's get that in place. And then we're going to bring this acetate in now. So we're going to create like a box around here. So let's just move some of this stuff so I can get to my scoreboard.
Well, to be fair, the love of this collection was totally unanimous. Everybody loved it. There wasn't a single person that went, oh, it's not really me. Everyone went, wow. This
definitely.
This is really good.
Okay, so my cardstock is 8x6. So I've cut my acetate to 8x9 because we need to create like a front on here. So I'm going to score...
You have like a domed front, are you?
Yeah,
right.
like a kind of like a box front. So we're going to score it half and 1.5 on both sides.
Okay, and scoreboard will be on the website, the award-winning scoreboard that everybody loves so much. It's up for an award again this year.
It is. Best gadget.
Best gadget and best tool in crafting. I think we find out who wins soon, don't we? A couple of weeks.
Yes, we may already have some insider knowledge.
Oh, really?
We may, but I can't tell you.
Oh.
Can't tell you, Dan.
Oh, I'm intrigued.
I know. It's very exciting. Yes. Yes. No. Good effort, but no. Okay, so that box front then is going to sit around that cardstock and give us that kind of dimension. It kind of gives us something just a little bit extra, doesn't it? I think acetate just makes cards just so magical.
Yeah. Yeah, it just is the extra bit of luxury. It's the icing on the cake, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
The acetate.
So just 2 strips of tape down the side of there will just secure this in place.
You made that into like a square front.
Yeah, so rather than round
you can have it domed if you want.
Yeah, you absolutely can. And just the way you do the scores on this, how you fold the scores, you can make this just look a little bit rounded as well. So if I just stick this down first, if you kind of push those score lines in, and if I hold that up, you can see that gives you
oh yeah, that's a nice
finish.
touch.
So it just depends on how you actually fold those scores, how you can make this look. If you want a more sort of squared, boxed off feel, then really kind of make those scores pronounced. It's up to you there. So we can add our sentiment down here. I've also got a just for you that we can pop at the top, and I've also got from the little book a couple of extra little moths that we can add, and because we're going to put them on the acetate, they're going to be kind of like in the foreground.
Yep.
So let's pop these on my strips here.
And that could be that speckly effect of the lilac foiling could be like pollen in the in the air or something like that.
Yeah, could just be magic, Dave.
Could be, yeah, magic dust.
Yeah.
Fairy dust in the air.
Just magic. So let's get these two on. So we'll pop this one down in this bottom edge. And pop this one at the top there. And then a couple of foam pads down the middle, just giving those wings a little bit of shape.
Uh-huh.
So I can pop him down there. And then this one, we've got a nice bit of chunky area to put our foam pad in.
What does that verse say that?
Wishing you the best of luck, spread your wings and fly.
Oh, nice.
It's nice, isn't it? I don't know, I'm down here, I think. And then we'll add a couple of gemstones onto here as well. And I'm going to go with the AB for this.
Right.
Just going to add some of these onto the front of here. Oops.
Remember those gemstones we talked about and referred to in the 2 o'clock show, they are still available and we matched the price that we had them at last week. So they're on the website now for you to have a look at. It's over 1,000 gemstones for just over £20, wasn't it, I think?
$12.99.
That's right, $12.99, beg your pardon. Yeah, $12.99 for over 1,000 gemstones. They're on the web right now if you want them.
So we'll just add a couple of the smaller ones onto here. Just add a little bit of extra kind of sparkle. And then we'll just add our matching insert on the back of here. And that's going to hide our adhesive as well from our acetate.
Yep.
So it makes it look super professional. And because we've got that fabulous box front, we don't actually need to pop this onto a card. We can just leave it as it is and it will stand up and support
to be
itself.
fair, those words super professional sum up Hunky Dory completely. Because that's what your cards will look like every single time with a Hunky Dory kit.
They will. You just can't go wrong, can you?
Nope.
Okay, so I'll just pop that. So it's top to bottom on there. Gives us that lovely finish on the back. But then we've got those gorgeous little...
To be fair, with the acetate there, it's actually made it more into a gift than a card, hasn't it?
Yeah, a bit more of a keepsake,
More
definitely.
of an ornament,
I mean, you could be popping like a top and bottom on this, and you could put sparkles in there, you could put shaker bits, you could put little gifts in there or
Little
something.
rice lights.
Yeah, absolutely, anything like that.
And remember, the kit is brand new today, the Enchanted Moments Ultimate Collection, HNHD 59. And remember, you are going to get the little book, which in itself has got 144 sheets in it. You're going to get 8 sheets of toppers, 8 sheets of printed, and 8 sheets of printed and foiled cardstock, 24 inserts, 10 sheets of double-sided papers, and the little book too. All for that price of $29.97. You're saving 25%, so you've got tenner off the price. It's almost like, you're not paying for the little book, really.
Yeah, or the inserts, however you want to look at it.
HNHD 59. And that's the lilac foil, which is so different and so new today. But remember, it's not specific to a certain season or a certain type of person. It's across the board. It suits old, young, everyone in between, and all the seasons of the year as well. That's why I think it's an absolute winner for that price of $29.97. Right, now we've also got some other goodies. To my right, we've got this. Now, I think what Hunky Dory are famous for most are their toppers.
Yes.
That's the focal point of any card, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
and what we've got here are a bumper bundle of toppers across lots of different themes.
Yeah. So what we did during our takeover back in September was we brought you our topper favourites and we brought you our Christmas version. And the whole idea behind these is they are some of our all-time favourite toppers from big collections that we've done over the last 2 or 3 years. And it's just your topper. So you're not going to get the cardstock and the foil card. It is just the topper. So in terms of value and how much we can get in here, it is just incredible. When you see that price, it's insane. So you're going to get 16 different toppers and you're going to get 2 of each. So you're going to get 32 toppers altogether. All foiled, all die cut. And these are all our absolute favourites as well.
I've basically got 1 of each here, but you are going to get 2 of each of them. Let me flick through them so you can see, because across, again, they cover everything. Someone that's into the motorsports, motorbiking as well. You've got some kind of computer games as well, retro computer games there. We've got the kids on their BMX bikes and that sort of, happy birthday, dude, you're totally radical. Skateboarding too. I can relate to that. That's how I feel at the
kind of
moment.
retirement, relaxation. Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it?
I'll be me at 6 o'clock. Yeah. And then you got your pirates. There we go, look. And then you got the romance.
Yeah,
That could be
celebration.
anniversary. Yeah, celebration, any celebration at all. And of course you've got the sentiments there as well. Look at that wonderful horse.
It's magical, isn't it? Yeah. We've got the ballet.
Yeah, ballet shoes. Oh, hang on, look at this.
Isn't that snazzy?
That's going to be,
isn't
Jimmy
it?
said that's going to be him this Saturday. That's a little bit of...
Wow, an insight into Jimmy's weekends.
Well, it's the weekend, Jim. There we go. That could be a sympathy card as well. There's your hydrangeas. There's your butterflies, your potted plants. So you get 2 of each of these.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? And these are actually chosen from like our bestsellers. These are our actual bestseller toppers when we release these collections as well. So we know that everybody loves them.
Yes.
And the beauty of this is as well is that maybe you don't know that many people into gaming, so you don't want to buy a whole collection of like gaming toppers. But buying this that's just got 2 in is perfect for what you're going to need.
Absolutely.
And you know the same with the motorsports. You know it's the perfect way to just grab 1 of 2 of lots of different occasions.
Now, when we show you the price, I think you're going to be quite shocked. Bearing in mind, you're going to get
crazy,
2
Dave.
of each of the sheets. This is going to blow your, well, blow you out of the water, basically.
Yeah.
Blow your socks off, that's right. GSHD 16, 19.99. How many sheets in total?
32 toppers.
32.
32 toppers. I mean, the actual number of toppers I don't even know.
No.
I mean...
If you've got the time or the inclination, you can count them.
If we've just... oh, bless you.
Beg
Even
me.
if we say there's only 2 on every sheet, that's 60 toppers, you know, there's absolutely loads on there. You've got sentiments, you've got frames, you've got borders.
Excuse me.
Bless you. It's full of all the sniffles today. Poor Dave.
It came on after I came off Wake Up with Hobby Maker.
Oh, he's a trooper.
It's getting worse all day. Anyway, apologies. Right, let's show you. Actually, Carol, who is on before me with Jewellery Maker, she had the snivels yesterday. I think
you're all just spreading you. We'll keep them to yourself this afternoon, Dave.
I think we share too much. Okay, let's look at this finished card. Look at this horse. Isn't it amazing? Beautiful.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Really, really stunning. The artwork is just incredible. But again, maybe you don't know that many people that like horses, so you just want to have 1 or 2 of these in your stash.
Yeah.
So you can go to them when it comes up.
Also, like you said, you know, you are very unlikely to want a complete card collection around retro gaming. But to have 1 or a couple of sheets in there for the odd card now and again, you've got it. You know, you've got a lovely mixture, lots of variety, which is what it's all about. There you've got your snoozing panda.
Oh, I love this.
In the hammock.
It's kind of retirement, relaxation, even just a birthday. It's really good fun, isn't it?
And that could be a sympathy card as well. Or it could be spread your wings and fly, someone that's moving on to pastures
Colour
new.
combo is lovely, isn't it? I love it.
I love the pirate.
It's so much fun, isn't it?
Great, isn't
and, you know, team this up with all of your cardstock and your papers you have in your stash. So, like your adorable, scoreable pattern packs, your Duo Design paper pads, all of those things that you've got in your stash are just going to come into their own when you've got topper collections like this.
Absolutely. Happy birthday, dude.
Again, you know, this is something we get asked so much for kind of teenage boys. You know, can you do a collection for teenage boys? And it's just so hard to kind of get that in one collection. But here again, you know, we've got quite a few toppers in here that would definitely be suitable.
Have the most wonderful birthday. And then, you know, anyone that's into their flowers, into growing things, that sort of thing, this is perfect too.
Lovely Mother's Day, even that one.
Yeah, I always find that whenever I've got card kits, it's always the toppers that run out first.
Yes.
So this is a perfect solution if you're in that sort of camp and in that scenario that you find the toppers just, you know, don't last you as long as you'd like them to, then this is a great way. You get 2 of each. 32 sheets of toppers for under £20 is just amazing. And I think one of my favourite ones is that one there, the kind of ball on a Saturday night.
Yeah,
kind of dressing
it's
up for
fabulous,
dinner.
isn't it? Just makes me think of like sort of Christmas parties, maybe New Year's Eve parties. You know, you can use it for all sorts of occasions.
GSHD 16, £19 and 99 pence. Now, I've got a little bit of an update for you on the sparkling... What was it called? Sparkling
Rainbow sparkles.
Rainbow sparkles, that's it. 60% of the entire stock of the rainbow sparkles has gone. 30 sheets of it. It's brand new. Often, when you see rainbow cards, you don't often have reflection quite as effective as this. You can see the reflection of the TV screen that we're looking at. Look at that. You can see it's mirror card, but with a big difference because you've got the rainbow finish and sprinkles of, it could be fairy dust, it could be gemstones, it could be really whatever you want it to be. If I just pick up a sheet again, look, as the light hits it, it behaves so differently. And it will change. If you've got a static card, if I've just grabbed that card again that was up here, this is one of my favourite ones. Look, if that's on the mantelpiece and you walk into the room, as you walk past it and the light hits it differently, all these different colours appear from almost nowhere. It really is magical, magical cardstock that debuts today. First time anyone has seen it on Hobby Maker, and to say that we're all excited about it, Anne-Marie was beside herself earlier on, weren't you?
Pardon?
I said you were
miles away then.
I said you were beside yourself earlier on with excitement for this.
Yeah, it's just wonderful, isn't it? Sorry, Liam. What is Liam doing in the gallery? Who let him in?
Who let him loose?
Get him out. He's a pest. I can just hear him like.
Let Liam loose. £11.99 for 30 sheets. Then it works out. I think it works out to be about 38p a sheet earlier on. You know, and when you get a brand new, and Mirror's a big deal. Mirror, I think, is the best mirror card out there. That's my own opinion. And I think many of you that have invested in it in the past will probably agree with me. But to get a new type of mirror card, how cool is that? No wonder people are getting excited about it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Right, what do you want to demo then,
Okay,
Anne-Marie?
so we're going to go with the kind of like retro gaming kind of vibe.
Do I remember that your husband's quite into that?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yes, you remembered correctly. Yes. It's the absolute bane of my life.
Is it really?
Yes.
You could never get him off the console.
How we're still married with the arguments we have over that console, I do not know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you play with him or not?
No, he plays on his own.
Oh, okay.
Plays online with other people.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish he was in the shed, really, playing his console, but he's not. He's in the lounge playing on his console.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't watch telly?
No, we can't do anything.
Oh.
Because you can't talk to him while he's playing it, Dave.
Oh, of course.
Can't even, no.
Oh.
No. Okay, so we're going to make a kind of like an easel style card. So we've got a 6-inch square card. We're going to score the front at 3.
Do you get the impression I've hit a nerve?
What gave you that 5?
Just a thought.
So the way we're going to create this style of card is we're almost going to create like a fold back look because we folded the front back, but it's going to be our easel kind of this way. So our topper is going to sit like this and kind of prop it up that way rather than the traditional easel style, which would be like this. So it just gives you a bit of a different look.
Okay.
So we're going to go and decorate some of these panels now. So we're going to go with the inside, and this paper is from our Watercolour Dreams and Colour Fades. It is just cool because it just picks up so many different colours. Obviously, it'd be great with the rainbow sparkles as well.
It would be actually. Duo Design paper pads you'll find on the website. We've got loads of them and they're always brilliant. It's a coated paper. Lovely, lovely, luxurious papers. So yeah, you'll find those if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk and go to the brand section where you've got Hunky Dory. Everything that's free and available there, you will see. I do like that. I've not seen that one before.
It's not a new one. It's one that's been out for a little while.
Okay.
And it's it's one of the very few that has been reprinted because it's been so popular.
Right.
These kind of pads, we don't generally reprint them. The kind of when they're gone, they're gone. But that one was just so popular.
I'm not surprised.
It is just really cool, isn't it? All the patterns are just really funky. So let's pop this one.
It's like you've walked into an art gallery and there's lots of modern art.
It's fab, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just really cool. I love it. And then this panel here is going to go on the inside, and I've just cut this one ever so slightly smaller than the 3 inches because we've got the scores. I'd always like to make sure it's not right up to the scores and it doesn't get in the way of the folds. So let's just get this. Inside.
Now the duotone pad The Watercolour Dreams and Colour. Oh, we've got it. Got details of it. There it is.
Wait.
£9.99. It's EBHD 48 if you want that. Really good. And they're all 8x8 papers, all double-sided too.
Yeah, so you've got this really funky pattern on the front, and then you've got like, it's almost like a fade, like an ombre fade on the reverse. Okay, let's just trim out the inner topper. So it is die cut, but I am just going to cut along those pips. It's personal preference. You absolutely don't have to. But we've got the topper itself, and then we've got this inner frame, and we've got that outer frame as well. So the inner frame is not going to get used this time.
Right.
So we'll just...
Save that for another project.
Yeah, absolutely. So just grab that one, that last little pip. And then we're going to attach this onto here. So this is going to be like our real kind of stopper part of here. Let's get some of our strips. And I'm going to curve this around the top edge. So I'm just going to pop it on back to front, sit it kind of central, and I know that my foam pad can go along this top half, like up to here.
Yep.
So again, we'll just line that up and just get that last little edge and trim that bit off. Oops. That's sticking to my finger, I can't put it down. And then just lay that on in the centre there. And then our topper is also going to go into the middle.
I'm just thinking the last game I probably played was Space Invaders.
Oh, retro, Dave.
I know. It's quite fashionable now, isn't it?
Very
Retro
vintage.
game. Yeah. That's me, vintage.
And
Antique.
then, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. We'll pop that in the centre. Then we've got a sentiment that we're just going to pop in between these two, and it's just going to give this some extra kind of strength. You could pop a little bit of acetate behind here or something just to give it a little bit of extra, but we're just going to add our sentiment on here, and I'm just going to pop a little bit on there and a little bit on here, because obviously again we don't want to pop that tape or that foam pad in that gap.
Nope.
So that because it will stick the card together. So that just gives that some extra kind of strength then as well. So then we've got these two different borders. I think I'm going to go with the blue one.
The thing is, we all know someone that would appreciate a card like that.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. So we'll just pop that across there. And then we just need to kind of decide where that's going to go. So we're going to go about here with that kind of step. Use that level up, just make sure it's on straight. Yeah, turn that over. And then just trim off what we don't need. And then we can add our Have an Epic Year onto there.
I still can't get over, you get 32 sheets of these toppers
Oh,
for $19.99.
it's amazing, isn't it? It's absolutely incredible. Yeah, it went crazy when we did the Christmas ones.
I think the toppers are my favourite part of any card collection anyway.
Yeah.
So to get 32 sheets of fantastic toppers, 2 of each design, 16 designs across everything, across every kind of genre you can think of, really.
And then we'll just add some of these kind of like little studs rather than the gemstones, because you don't necessarily want the sparkle on here. So we're just going to go in with those little silver studs.
Do you always do things in threes, yeah?
Yeah, threes or fives, kind of odd number. It's a bit like gardening, isn't it?
Yeah.
They always say,
Odd
like,
numbers.
and florals, yeah, flower arranging. It's always in 3 or 5s. So then we have that fabulous kind of easel style card.
Now that duo design paper pad really does go well with the
It
bright
does,
colours of
doesn't it?
the,
Yeah.
of the topper.
So
Absolutely.
vibrant, isn't it?
$19.99 for your toppers. If you want the mirror pad, do you want to have a little look at it as well? Because it is really a thing of beauty, this. And I know Alex, our producer, put this up on the screen a minute ago, so we have actually got the details. But it's like 2 pads in one because you do have them double-sided, but you've got the bold pattern on one side, and then you've got that kind of, like you said, Anne-Marie, like an ombre fade on the other side as well.
It's lovely, isn't it?
And they're just brilliant. They really are lovely.
Just really versatile as well. But, you know, even if you don't want those crazy bold patterns, just the colour fade is beautiful.
And under £10?
Yeah, it's amazing.
I mean, that looks like something's on fire maybe, or again, a volcano or something like that, an eruption. There we go. So all of this, that's the one that you used, I think, wasn't it? That one there. Yeah.
I love that one. That one makes me think
like
of
pixelated.
like something in an art gallery, definitely.
Yeah,
you know, like real modern art.
Beautiful. So that's a lovely thing. So it's only $9.99 if you want to treat yourself. EB HD48, and yeah, you're going to get, how many sheets was it? It was 48 sheets, double-sided. Now the Rainbow Sparkle, that's one of the big things at the moment that we've got. Brand new today. It is a true Miri quality because it's a Miri brand, and that's the name of the brand. And it can only be Miri if it is Miri. No one else can use that word. But not only have you got that massive reflection that you expect from Miri card, but hidden inside it, you've got all of these individual little speckles, and there are literally thousands of them by the looks of it, like little fireflies. But how they do that, how they do that technique is beyond me. $11.99 the price, 30 sheets. Box making, that's what jumped out to me actually earlier.
Say, shall we make a little box? Because I know we've got a bit of time, haven't we?
Maybe a little jewellery box?
Yeah. So let's trim 2 pieces of this to 4x4. So it is going to be a teeny tiny one. So we've got 2 4x4 squares. Excuse me. And then we've got on our board, we've got box lid and we've got box base. So when we're scoring this, we need to score 1 piece on the left-hand side, 1 piece on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And that's how that built-in box making technology will work.
So in other words, the lid will be a little bit bigger than the base.
Exactly.
So that it fits on top.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Something magical happens over this side of the board to make that work.
Right.
So if we score this at 1 inch all the way around, I'm just going to turn it over because what you can find is your tool can kind of drag on the Miri.
Yep.
It can scratch it a little bit, it's harder. So always just do it on the reverse side. So that's our lid. So we've done 1 inch all the way around, so we come back to 11 to do the inch all the way around this side. So let's do, there we go. So that's our 2 pieces. It's going to be such a cute little box, this. And then we need to take our corners together. So what I'm going to do is just to make it a little bit quicker, I'm just going to pop some tape in the corners now, like this.
Yep.
And then we can cut our little segments out.
So this could be like a ring box or an earring box maybe?
Yeah,
or pendant?
Could, definitely. So then what you need to do is cut along the score up until where they cross over and just cut a little wedge out. And you do that on all of the corners. And then the same this side. And I always like to do them kind of opposites, rather than moving it around and doing the next corner. You do them opposite, it just gives you a neater finish. And just do the same on this side.
I wonder how many of you watching at home are thinking, oh, this is how you make a box. This is going to save me a small fortune.
Definitely. Honestly,
especially if you bought a box made out of this sort of cardboard, this sort of product.
It's not something that you can get cheap, really, gift boxes at all. So having the ability to make your own just opens up so many more options when it comes to gifting.
And also, you know, if you do make jewellery and sell it, like our Jewellery Maker channel is so busy and popular, lots of people do that. You know, is the box or the presentation letting it down? The jewellery is lovely, but you put it in a paper bag or something and it's like, oh, it doesn't look good.
Okay, so then we can bring all these sides in, like this, and just bring in the corners up to the sides so you get a nice neat edge. Oops, I got stuck then. There we go. And then the same on this one. And then, you know, what you could do, if you're making a small box like this, you could actually make like a hinged lid, just like an actual jewellery box.
Oh, okay.
You would just need to, or you could stick it actually. You could stick one tab down to make it hinge, cut these two pieces off. Yeah, so let's
that would
let's
work.
do that actually.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
I think we can do that. Let's just pop that in there. Let me just check which one's the lid. That is definitely the lid. I'm wondering if I do need to, yeah, let's cut them off.
Okay.
We'll cut these two off. If only you could hear the gallery.
Oh, I know.
Do you eat bacon?
Oh, dear.
He's a pest.
One more show to go. Nearly there.
I swear he does it on purpose.
Oh, that is so cute.
It's cute, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's just take those little bits off that are kind of hanging over the edge, because you know they'll... How cute would that be?
Oh, that is so sweet.
It's so sweet, isn't it?
Yeah. A little
Such
bit of
a lovely
tissue
little
in there
box.
maybe,
Yeah.
and then what you've made earring-wise or pendant-wise in there. Yeah, fab. And you'd pay a good couple of pounds for a box
Oh,
like that
definitely.
from a gift shop, if
Definitely.
not more. So $11.99, remember, gets you the all-important 30 sheets. 30 sheets of rainbow sparkle. ESHD 89. So whether it's box making, whether it's card making, die cutting, whatever you want to do with these sheets, they are brand new today. And I don't know how often Miri develop new card, but it's not that often.
Not
is
that
it?
often, no. No, especially when we can get it at this kind of price as well.
Absolutely.
It's a bit of a one-off.
Okay, well, we'll take a short break. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Lovely to
Thank
see you. Safe journey home.
Thank you very much.
Okay, coming up next, our last trip to Sandra and Sanntangle as we bring you the 5 o'clock show on the way in a couple of minutes' time. Don't go away. Tune in to Hobby Maker every Monday between 2 and 4 for our brand new Mixed Media Monday. If you've always wanted to explore the world of mixed media, we'll be bringing you some of the biggest brands to help you get started. We'll have some of the best demonstrators in the crafting world to answer your questions and give you top tips. So kickstart your week with Mixed Media Mondays.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker. It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Lights, camera, action, party! Can you believe your eyes? Crafter's Companion is nearly 17. Join us on Hobby Maker for the most glittering soiree in town.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
I am Sandra Rushton and I am the owner of Sanntangle, which is a small business in Lincolnshire, where it's only been going 3 years or so, but we're really, really passionate about what we do. So it's a very mindful form of art. That's its basic core. So if you can hold a pen and draw a line, you can tangle. And it's about that mindfulness, that relaxation, and about you having a moment just for you. But as a result of you having that moment and putting pen to paper, you can create wonderful works of art. We do a lot of live videos, so we're very, very invested in education. We like to have people come to classes, but then of course the products that I design, we make ourselves. So we're involved in every step of the way, from the very first drawing to how it goes onto the computers, to how it's machined, to even books that we still hand make. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing where we go. It's the start of something new, and I feel that. I feel that it's something exciting, and I'm so glad I'm in at the beginning, because I don't know where it's going, but it's only going somewhere good. And this is the place for me.
Three, two, one, achoo! Right on cue. I don't know if that deafened you at home. I hope it didn't. Welcome back. It's our last live hour of the day. Hooray, they say. I'm with you until 6 o'clock. And sorry if I'm a bit groggy. I've got the lurgy that's going around at the moment. But it's not that. It's just a bit of a cold. Yeah, lovely Sandra is back with me for her third hour of the day, which is fantastic. We love Sanntangle to bits. It's one of my favourite hours to do, to be honest.
Well, thank you, Dave. You've had 3 of them today.
I have. I've been spoiled.
Yeah, spoilt, rotten.
Absolutely. And we've got a lot more different things to come up in this show as well. So it's not a repeat of what we did at 3 or at 1. This is all kind of standalone. And we've got the Dragonfly. I know we're going to be featuring that in a second, which is up here, which is a very, very popular stencil and a very popular book too, because the Dragonfly, I just think it's so romantic when they flit down the...
Yeah, it's very spiritual as well, isn't it? It's got quite a lot of meaning to it. So it's really, it means a lot to a lot of people in different ways.
Absolutely. So what you're going to get, remember, with all of Sandra's amazing tutorials and inspiration, you get the stencil, which basically gives you the outline of the object that you're wanting to draw. So that takes away that daunting filling the white space thing. But then you can then use the outline of the Dragonfly and then kind of section off different parts, and each little bit is its own individual little picture. So if I just take this booklet and show you, open it up. How many projects are in here?
There are 3. So if you look at the pictures on the front,
Yep.
you've got the dragonflies, but also 2 of them. They've got a little bit of like a mandala design around them.
Oh, yeah.
So you get the instructions how to do those as well. And then, of course, you've got the one at the bottom. It's got on that curve.
Right.
It's just lovely. You get 3 completely different.
Really lovely. Now, of course, you can do those note for note and word for word and you know, pen, line by line, or you can put your own spin on it. It's entirely up to you. So here you've got the actual stencil that gives you the outline of the Dragonfly, and the idea is you just follow it picture by picture by picture. Oh, by the way, this hour we're going to have our Show Your Makes gallery. So loads of you I know have sent in pictures of things that you've been doing. Loads of you sent in the Spanish fans, which we had last time Sandra was here a couple of weeks ago. So we're looking forward to seeing those. And it just kind of, again, proves that anyone can do Sanntangle. This is not just something that Sandra miraculously can do. It's something that anyone can do. If you can draw a straight line, if you can draw a circle, a bubble or whatever, you can Sanntangle, because it's a combination of all those things that makes the overall picture.
That's it, exactly right. So anybody can do it. Follow the instructions, and every single time you do it, you're going to get something completely different. So.
Absolutely. Now, what Sandra does recommend you do, because otherwise you could get yourself into a little bit of a mess, is on the back, there's an illustration. You get 2 stencils with the Dragonfly,
you do with this one,
you?
yeah.
But do number them. They're numbered on the actual back here, but the stencil isn't numbered. So Sandra will refer to the individual sections by number going through the book. So just number them with a permanent pen, and you'll know exactly where you're going. But that, amazingly, makes a Dragonfly. I know, but it does. And we will show you very, very soon. So that is AV1249. And what price can we do it, do you reckon, Alex? Should we get the price down? As it's a Friday, it's Thursday. It's me that's got the cold. $15.99 £15.99 for the booklet and the 2 stencils as well. AV1249, £15.99, and yeah, brilliant fun to do the dragonflies. Absolutely superb. Oh, fantastic. Should we have a little look at? Let's do one.
Shall we just give Dave a break? Let's just draw one. Okay. So yeah, instructions are in there, but I'm going to go a little bit freehand. It's nice to see, I think, because if I sort of do what's in the instructions, you're going to get them home anyway, so it's fine. But let's go a bit different. Okay. So I'm on a piece of paper. I've got a pencil, and I'm going to put myself a vertical line, just so I know where I'm working to, honestly. And here we go. Looking at the stencil then, you see you've got your bit of your mandala shapes here, but we've got body parts, tail parts, and then here, look, we've got wings. You see, actually, I've actually been using it to make notes on anyway. It'll come off after, so that's fine. Right. So first thing I'm going to do is choose a body. I've got one here looks a little bit like a coffin, but then I've got other sort of teardrops and loops and things like that. So let's bring that one in, actually. And first thing I'm going to do, put that one in. And you can see I've sort of put it in the centre-ish of that vertical line. So there's the main body shape. So a couple of different head shapes, look, 21, 22 there. I'm going to come in with 21. Let's put the head in, okay. And then what the tail, now I've got these little marks with the tail. So what we can do, we can use either or. I'm going to start with the largest section there. Bring one of them in. Then maybe 2 of the next one down, and then 3. And because you've got them and I've put them all in one row, you don't have to worry about that too much.
To actually draw the dragonfly freehand, you know, good luck. That's a step too far.
Absolutely.
The stencil gives you the outline. You Sanntangle the detail in it.
Of course, and also I've done at the moment is I've used some shapes to draw around. So I've got a body, it doesn't look like much at the centre at the moment, and the tail, So let's bring the wings in. Now the wings are brilliant because you've got lots of different ones. This is sort of one size and this is another. So you've got 2 different variations. If you want to do it on a tile, you're going to use these. You want to go a bit bigger, you're going to use these. Okay. So again, I'm going to give you numbers. You can choose whichever ones you want. But, you know, it's nice just to have a play, isn't it, and see what happens. So I'm going to bring my pen in to draw these. And there's my first wing. I've chosen number 26 there. But what I want to do is I want to get symmetrical on this side. So I'm going to mark just a little bit of what I've already drawn. You see part of that body shape there? Let's do a little bit of that head as well. And then I'm going to turn it over and I'm going to line it up with what I've already marked, you see? And then there it is. Now, because these base, we can actually rub it off.
So when you number your stencils, then what pen?
Yeah, you're going to use like a Sharpie, something like or an alcohol marker, something permanent. But this isn't, so you can draw on it. You see, I've got a symmetrical design there. Perfect. So we can use the same shape, or you can use one of the others. I think I'm going to go with the same shape and change the angle slightly. Now, the wings on a dragonfly are translucent, so I can draw over the other one, not a problem. And again, look, I'm going to come in and draw a bit of that body shape there, and then when I turn it over, let's line that up again and draw the wing again. There we go, so we've got that lovely and symmetrical. And
you've always got that reference in the book or in the pamphlet, so you can see exactly what direction the wing should be going. You don't have to try and remember that. So.
No, not at all. So the instructions are there. I'm just giving you some other ideas as we're going. So I'm going to draw in the shape now, just using a pen, because I'm quite happy with what I've got there. See, I've rounded that off a little bit there. And again, rounded it there, and just going to follow it through that way. And then, of course, we could leave it like that, but it does need antennae and wings and things. So let's put a couple of little, isn't there, a little curve look, yeah? Yeah. If we put some little dots on there, there we go.
And all these stencils, you actually draw the shape of them by hand first, don't you?
Yes, I do. Yeah, they're all drawn by hand. I have a sketchbook. I have one every year, and everything that I draw goes in that sketch pad, even if it's a bit tatty around the edges, it's not a problem. I draw it first, and then I work out how I'm going to get you to draw it too. Right. And from there, that's where the shapes come. So a little bit backwards in that sense. Drawn a couple of little lines, look. So similar to the other side, look, 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to make triangles out of them, so making them a bit thicker. There you go. A little bit there. And again, they don't have to be the same on both sides.
I never ever get bored watching you.
Trying.
And the thing is, you're going to have so much fun at home doing this. You may be a talented artist already and you're looking at this maybe as an extra type of art to do. Or it may well be that you don't think you've got an artistic bone in your body, but you're going to give it a go anyway. You will be able to do it. You'll become an artist because if you can draw a line and a circle and an arc, it's shapes. And if you do multiples of them, repetition, you build up the Sanntangle picture.
That's it. It's exactly how it is. So here we look, I'm just going to put a little V in there, another little V. So we've just worked with curves, shapes on the stencil, then little curves, little marks. So if I now rub out that vertical line, we don't want any pencil in there anymore. There is our dragonfly.
Is that brilliant? All ready for tangling?
All ready for tangling. Oh, do you know what? If you are a budding artist and you want to learn to draw, you don't have to do the tangles.
No.
But, you know, it makes it so much more fun, doesn't it? Let's put a couple of curves in.
Loads of you coming through for this. I can see that Emma in Worcestershire just popped one in a basket. JB in Hampshire. Hi, JB.
you.
C in Leicestershire. Liz in Norfolk. Anne and Susan. Susan's in Merseyside. You're all putting these in your baskets and checking out right now. And don't forget, we are going to have the gallery, the Share Your Makes gallery of Sanntangle entries that have come in today in this show before 6 o'clock. So if you sent it in, you haven't got long to wait.
Okay, so I've added a couple of curves on each of the wings there. And again, it's all about splitting those sections up, isn't it? So I've split them up. I've got bubbles into this one here, and I'm going to just sort of fill the gaps in. And this is where you can just be a little bit free with it. You think, I'm going to put lines in, I'm going to put a grid in. You know,
They're like peas in a pod, aren't they?
They are, yeah, it's lovely. I do like this one. And you notice as well, I started in the middle of the section, not at the end. So I got a real good size-shaped bubble there.
Yep.
And then as you work your way down, it doesn't matter so much. If you start here, you sort of don't have the sort of shape to work. And then let's...
Little tips like that make all the difference, actually.
This is it. Little lines going this way. There we are. And then this way. And again, that just sort of balances it up. And you can sort of gauge it there. And then maybe here, let's do a letter Y. See, letter Y. And let's do another letter Y. And a letter Y. And a letter Y. And again, you've got this lovely little shape coming up.
Yeah.
Add a couple of little thicknesses, let's just add them in there. And again, you're getting this lovely design, completely unique to you, so whatever you want to do in that sense to it. Now, there are other things that we can do with this. If I just bring the instructions in for a minute. See, this one's turned into a key. And here we've got little droplets and little gems hanging off and little mandalas. But I want to mix this with the heptagon.
Okay.
Heptagon, 7 sides.
7 sides. We had the Nonagon in the last show, which was a 9-sided. We've got the 7-sided in this show today.
Yeah.
And that's just down at the front of the counter just there. There we go. So basically, the premise is very, very similar to the Nonagon if you watched that in the earlier show at 3 o'clock. But a 7-sided stencil like that is going to allow you to create works of art just like that book there. If I just take the book off the stand and open it up for you, just so you can see. There we are, look. Step by step. So the grid, the actual stencil gives you the grid, which you then section off. And then you section them off further. So you've got tiny little small sections, each one an individual picture potentially, and then you just follow the prompts and the hints. And before you know it, you've ended up with the most incredible 7-sided frame. Isn't that just brilliant? So there's 2 projects in here, but of course you can do your own thing as well in addition to that. JX1275, the Nonagon earlier on was the 9-sided. That's still in stock, but selling very, very fast. That was at 3 o'clock this afternoon. If you want this one, this is going to go very similar. It's only £14.99. And you know, the biggest one is
8 by 8.
8 by 8.
You can get on 8 by 8 card.
But you can do much smaller too.
You can do much smaller. You can go down to, I think actually the size there, you're looking at 2 centimetres, if that really. So you can get really tiny, which is brilliant for a gem, or you can get larger, you can go 5 by 5, 6 by 6, whatever card size you've got. Okay. So I've just done the top little bit here. I've got that grid marked, but you would actually mark all the way around. And I'm using just 2 of the shapes here. And idea with this one, I want to create something a bit different. So I'm going to create like a little curve. You see, a little curve, almost like
it's like an elongated S, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, yeah. Let's do the same this way. That's a bit, it's never quite the same, but you get the idea. It's the same that way. Let's do a few more. There we go. Same this way. And this way. And then I want to do the same sort of thing here, so let's do this.
Is your hubby artistic?
No. He can build bridges, he can power nuclear power stations, he can do all that kind of thing. He actually, his claim to fame is one of his jobs was to actually work out how to wrap a Kit Kat. So the machine in the Kit Kat factory in Nestle, he actually designed.
Really?
Yeah, he used to do all that kind of thing.
Wow.
Yeah. So you've got this really lovely little shape going on now.
Now to unwrap one, I don't know how to wrap
Yeah.
one.
And when he was a lot younger, in that factory floors where you get the lighting, it's like a really mechanical light, quite a long, elongated one. He designed that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, as he was an apprentice, but he never got any money for it, he said. He always goes on about that. So you can see how we can create a different shape around the outside. And I'm not going to go into detail too much about that because we did it with the 9-sided earlier.
Yeah, we did. And you can watch that back if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
The 3 o'clock show.
So I want to bring you to this one here. I've got my dragonfly, which you can't really see because I've actually got some of that Stampers roll over the top of it. I've actually drawn my heptagon frame around the sides, and again, I did a little bit of detail, and I've used those lovely Inky stamps.
Yep, the splodge stamps,
Absolutely,
splatter stamps.
and it just sort of breaks it up a little bit.
We had those in the 1 o'clock show today. I don't know if we've got any stock of those left, Alex, have we? The 1 o'clock show, the splatter stamps. We'll have a little look for you. You get 4 of them. 2 of them have got straight edges, and the other 2 are just literally like paintball splats.
Like
which is
random.
fantastic. Yeah. We have a few.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a few of the paintball splats if you want those. 4 stamps in total, and that was £12.99. And the reason that Sandra's done that is that she did do some, you may remember, some splat tiles, but they were black splats. And someone said to her, or a few people said, oh, it would be good if we could get them in different colours. So if you've got the stamps, you can make the splats whatever colour you want.
Absolutely, yeah. So I've just added a little bit of ink over the top just to go around the edges. I think that just finishes it off, doesn't it? And it's sort of a bit of the reveal now. I hope it's going to work anyway. So I can take away the heptagon frame. And of course, I've added a little bit of colour in there, of course. Here we go. So you see where that just sort of brings it together. There's my dragonfly. There you go. But this is the beauty of it, isn't it? You really think about what you're going to do and you draw something specifically for somebody. Yeah. Makes all the difference.
But also frames like this, the heptagon, or indeed the nonagon, what's it called again?
Nonagon.
Nonagon, that's it.
Or Nonagon, yeah, that's it.
We're all at it. Yeah, they can be used in so many different ways, in so many different sizes. So, you know, if you've got some of the earlier stencils from Sandra over the months and over the years. You may have got like the hummingbird or the bumblebee or whatever it might be. You know, you can use all of those in conjunction with those frames as well. So
Absolutely.
It's not just a one-trick pony, is it?
No, the frames actually just work with anything and everything. Even if you wanted to do just something that was, you know, just a frame and then put a sentiment in the middle, you can do that. That's fine. Just gives you that something you need around it. So you see, I've done my outer frame now with my heptagon. Exactly sort of same shape there. Yep. But then let's have a look at how the dragonfly looks with a bit of colour. Now bear in mind, this has been in my bag and it's been stuck down for a good 24 hours.
This is the stamping roll, isn't it?
This is a stamping roll, yeah. I stuck a piece over the top and then I did use a craft knife and very carefully just went around the edges.
Right. The stamping roll you'll find on our website as well. It's a brilliant product for doing masking and that sort of thing.
I've got a little bit coming off there, but that's fine. I can go back in and I can redraw that in. So I'm not so worried if it's come off a little bit. But the whole point is we've been able to ink and stamp and do all sorts of things and then just reveal it again. There he is, look. Dragonfly and that. We can go in with a little bit of pencil as well, do that kind of thing.
That is great.
But that's nice in its own. What I have done, I've used a bit of acetate. This is me being a bit crafty now. And I've drawn around the wings with a bit of acetate and I've cut a couple of little beads on. And let's just take that off. There we go. And if I actually put that, let me make sure I get it the right way around. Look, there we are, that way around. So if I stick that over the top, you're just going to get that little bit of a hint of a sheen. Yeah. And a little bit of movement that I think, you know, dragonflies need.
That is wicked. I love that.
And then if we just bring it in, again, photo corners, absolute must.
They were in the 3 o'clock show as well.
They were, yeah.
On the
Just
website.
sort of sticking that in there.
Now these are dies basically that cut out those photo corners that you can then fold, and you can use them, of course, for photographs as well, scrapbooks, that sort of thing. But perfect to use with your tiles.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't have to permanently fix the tile down. You can, you know, interchange it and move it around.
You know what? Glue never works, does it, live? I'm just going to put a little bit of tape because it's nice that you can see the finished thing. So yeah, we don't want to always tape our work to a piece of card, in a sense. If it's going to be a card, it's nice that if somebody wants to take it off and frame it to match their decor at home, then they can do that. And by just sort of attaching the photo corners.
These cards often get put in drawers, even if they're kept, you know, they're not always kept out all the time. But with your tile, is that a macro tile?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, there you go. So there it is. Just gives you a little bit of something there, doesn't it? And of course, it's completely unique. So I probably will just go in and put that little back in there. But there we go, little signature. And that's, yeah, beautiful dragonfly in its own right. But with having that slightly unusual frame around it, that 7-sided heptagon, just really brings it to life, doesn't it? So there we go. And of course, our ink around the edges, and it's just lovely, isn't it?
Well, maybe you treated yourself to the 9-sided frame in the 3 o'clock show. That flew. That was brand new. We'd never seen that before. Then why not treat yourself to a variety of different frames, because you can all do different things with them. Remember, they're 7-sided, the one that's in this show, but of course you can choose up to 8 by 8 or down to basically an inch by the looks of things there. They're the sort of frames that you can make. That one is the heptagon. So the 7-sided, and you get full instructions and of course a tutorial step by step, picture by picture, how to do those 2 wonderful frames, but you can do them smaller or larger, it's entirely up to you, up to a maximum of 8 inches across. For $14.99, which I love. They really are gorgeous. You don't have to do them in those colours, obviously, if they're not your favourite colour. You don't have to do them in colour at all. You can do them in monochrome, black and white. And you know, if you're looking through the actual book or the pamphlet and you're thinking, okay, I'd rather not do a line going in that direction, I'd rather do a line going in another direction, you've put your own twist on what Sandra's given you the idea for. And before you know it, even if you just do 5 minutes a night before you go to bed or something like that to help you unwind, before you know it, little picture by little picture by little picture makes a big picture. And that is going to absolutely blow you away. When you've done your first Sanntangle finished picture, you're going to be so proud of yourself. And why not put it on the wall? Why not have it as a work of art? Why not present it to your nearest and dearest as a gift at Christmas? Because that will mean probably much, much more than spending an awful lot of money on a gift maybe they do or don't want. You know, something that you've spent time and effort and skill doing is going to mean so much more than many things you can buy.
It certainly is. And sometimes even if the smallest piece, like the piece we're going to do in a minute, really small, but because you've drawn it, it's not going to take a massive amount of time, but time, certainly for me, is a commodity. So if you're giving somebody your time, that, I think, these days is truly worth more than going out and buying anything. Really.
Are we doing silhouettes next?
I thought we'd do a quick silhouette one, yeah, and then we'll have a look at the set.
Let me show you basically the silhouettes that we've got here. Now, this is another lovely technique, which I think is fantastic. We talked about tangling all day, and we have for many, many weeks and months. But these stencils that you're going to get with this book are going to give you the positive and the negative. So you can actually use this as a mask if you want to. So you've got the one to draw around there, or you can draw around this as well. But the idea is that if you want to, you can make it like a negative silhouette of the animal in question, and the tangling can be all around it. So what you get stencil-wise is you've got your fantastic stag, you've got your little bunny rabbit down there, you've got the dolphin, in different sizes, and you've got the howling dog there as well. All of those, and you also get.
Yeah, you do. Well. Yeah. I've actually got the originals here in my sketchbook, which I can show you in a minute.
Okay.
So yeah, they look great there. The bunny actually came from the idea of the chocolate bunny.
Yes.
And if you look at it, you'll think, yeah, it's quite nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, these are a little bit different because normally we draw something and then tangle in it. These are where you draw something and you tangle outside of it.
Yeah.
So you've got your shapes, and of course you could do this with all sorts. You could actually use the dragonfly if you wanted to, couldn't you? And
you could, yeah.
Any of the flowers. So we've got a sort of silhouette. Again, you could actually fussy cut these and have black in the background, or you could colour them in. Imagine actually colouring this in black and then putting like a little set of mountains and some stars and things. So you could still do stuff inside it.
Sure.
but this is where the original came. So here's all the different tangles that are in there, all the different patterns, and this is what I've used to create these.
Now, this
is where the instructions come from.
This is your booklet, and this is what is going to be staring at you when you open it up, and it's very, very simple. There's the outline of the pussycat, for example, and Sandra tells you that she reckons the best thing to do is this tangle first. And the tangles being used are actually drawn across the top here. So if you can't instantly, when looking at it, work out exactly what the shape is, they're all there for you. Do that first, do those flourishes and swirls second, do that third, and so on, until you gradually build up your image, and it will end up looking like this. Wow. But you look at it and you think, I wouldn't know where to start, but Sandra shows you where to start.
Completely different, isn't it?
Yeah.
And these fit perfectly on the tag stencil, the tag tiles that we do as well. So they're just so nice, aren't they?
Now, we're getting lots of messages coming through as well, as we always do, for Sandra. And we've got, to, of course, our gallery to come in the next, what? When are we doing that, Alex? In the next 10, 15 minutes? OK, after this demo, we'll do the gallery. OK, fantastic. Who's the message from? Cherry. Hello, Cherry. Good afternoon. Sandra and Sanntangle are truly amazing. I can and do get lost in this simplicity, but the end results are always stunning. Thank you.
Oh,
brilliant.
Well, thank you for giving it a go and trying it, because, you know, once you start, it gets very addictive, doesn't it? In a nice way. But it's just lovely to do, and people get so much joy from it. I get joy from seeing what you've done. I can't wait for that gallery.
Honestly, words from you are worth more than anything, because obviously I'm sat here to present and show you and say lovely things about everything. But I can't honestly put my hand on my heart any more than I do to say that yes, everyone can do it. Cherry backs me up there as well. I don't know whether you thought you'd be able to do it, Cherry, when you made your first purchase of Sanntangle, but it's obviously worked and you can do it, which is absolutely brilliant. And let us know if you've got any works that you want us to show in the galleries and go in to share your makes. Please send them in, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. And as I said before, probably about 60 to 70% of the makes we get in are Sanntangle.
Really?
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Absolutely. It's phenomenal. It really, really is. Oh, now there's the price if you want the silhouettes, okay? $15.99. All your favourite animals are in there: cats, dogs, rabbits, and the stag, which is my favourite, and the dolphin, or it could be a whale. Is it a whale?
Fish.
Fish. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Over to you then.
Right, I'm going to go with the bunny, and I've actually used the tile stencil. But was it the last show we did circles and triangles to fit your tiles? So I've actually turned my tile into a round one. I've drawn my bunny. There it is.
Cute.
I'm just going to give it a little tail, a little bubble there. And of course, you could add little flicks around
See
it.
the bunny that would have the little gold bell?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, was it like, you know, that Maltesers one that I can't eat? Yeah. So here you go, looking at my bunny. It's got this funny shape coming all the way along. You can do what you like, but it shows you where we're heading. So this is sort of like a little moon shape. Here we go. So each time I do this, now I know sometimes doing that first one can be a bit tricky and then bringing that one in. So bring that one in first and then go in with that one. So it's, you know, it sort of has a mind of its own and it goes into its own direction. But it's a real fun one to do, actually. It grows ever so quickly. And again, it starts to split up that space that we've got. So it's not suddenly a full short shape anymore. You've got something that's taking it along. See, they're going to get smaller and smaller, and they're sort of going in their own direction. I've not particularly planned that it's going to go this way. Let's see if we could turn it that way a little bit. So we've got this going across. And then we've got these lovely little sort of seed pods coming out there. So let's put a few in. It's a little rectangle. It's like the little dragonfly, I suppose, with a line in. And then we'll do another one with a line in. You see how they grow quite quickly, these two. A little bit, yeah, barley kind of thing, isn't it? Let's have a few up here as well. Of course, you know, you take as long as you like on it. My advice is to go straight in with pen with this. Don't even worry about using pencil, just go straight in and see what happens. I mean, after all, it's a tile, isn't it? It's a small piece of cardstock. You're not going to worry too much about. Okay, then we've got some little curves and flowers coming in now, so let's bring a little curve in. Again, I'm following the instructions. In a sense, I'm not trying to sort of put it in the same place, but I'm just going in with the next one. See a little loop, and I've added a little bit there. A little flower in there. See little curves There's that leaf again. We've been doing that throughout all the shows today.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, or you have.
Well, I have, yeah. Okay, I have. Yeah, put a couple little flicks in there. You see, each time you get something a little bit different from the same shape, so it sort of works. We could put a few more of those in. This is a really nice one. You know, we do swirls a lot.
Yeah.
How about doing it as a squarish
Oh, why
swirl?
not? Yeah.
Turn
More
it
geometric.
round, yeah, and do another. It's really it's quite nice to do, actually.
See, Sanntangle is nothing other than posh doodling. That's all it is. We've all done it, even without even thinking about it. We've done it. We've been on the phone in a queue, waiting to get answered, whatever it is. I used to doodle like I couldn't believe. You know, I didn't even realise it.
No.
But this is, you're thinking about it. It's not your subconscious, you're thinking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm more focused on what I'm drawing rather than what's going on around me, which is why sometimes Dave's talking to me in a dance room. I'm busy.
Oh, I get that all the time, don't worry about it. Sherry was saying as well that, you know, it's just such a lovely zone to be in. It's your space, it's your time, it's your 10, 15 minutes, half an hour, whatever it might be. You get carried away with it. And, you know, you are making something yourself. Okay, Sandra is guiding you with the books and the leaflets and so on. But whether you take that guidance or whether you do something completely different is entirely up to you. And you might stick to the guidance for the first couple of projects you do. Then you might think, oh, what if I do this? What if I do that?
Absolutely. You're going to find that as you're drawing one, you'll be thinking, I could do this, or that could perhaps go that way. What if I did this? And before you know it, you'll have 2 or 3 different ones. And you'll be thinking, each one's completely different, but fabulous in its own right.
And the lovely thing is, as well, is that you can share what you've done with us. You can share what you've done with Sandra direct on Facebook and that sort of thing. So it's not a case of you doing something, putting it on the wall in your house and no one's ever going to see it.
No, unless that's what you want. But...
Your friends and family will come round and they'll admire it, I'm sure. And you can let everyone else, you know, give you a pat on the back on Facebook. Join the Sanntangle group on Facebook. Search for Sandra Rushton on Facebook as well. Get involved.
Yeah. We still do live tiles twice a week.
Yeah.
We've got one tomorrow, so...
And we've still got tiles available, by the way, from the 1 o'clock show. So we've got the new blush colour and the cream and so on. So.
There we go. So you see how that's starting to build really quickly? I'm going to bring in the finished sample now. So imagine doing that, putting it on a little card. Look at that. How sweet is that?
That's gorgeous.
Put a couple of little holes in the middle there, just for the neckline. Put a little bow in it. And of course there I've actually used different colour pens. So I've used an orange and a grey pen just to give it the similar difference. But
that instantly
again,
makes
just
it
lovely,
Easter.
isn't it? Yeah, it's just so sweet. And of course I've glittered the little bunny tail.
Of course.
But from there to there, you can see it's not quite a jump that now, is it?
No.
It's really nice to do.
You know, okay, some of these projects are an investment in time. It will take you a while to do, some of the bigger projects. Some of the smaller ones, you can probably get them done in half an hour.
Yeah.
And you'll be amazed. Do a small project first. That's what I'd suggest you do, because if you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to give this a go, but I don't think I can do it, which I know a lot of people say to me they've thought in the past, but they've then since been convinced otherwise. Do a small one, be chuffed with yourself, and then tackle something a little bit more challenging, a bit bigger. Now, we said we're going to share your makes right after that demonstration, so I know a load of you have been sending your makes into us today. I know Sandra loves seeing them, I do too, and hopefully this will inspire all of you at home that have never tried Sannttangling to give it a go, because all of these are not Sandra's, they're yours. Louise McNally.
Louise, look at that.
Louise.
That was actually a tile we did on
That is.
live, so you'll be able to get that on Facebook and on YouTube. We did one live, and then we did all the others in their own time.
So that's 4 tiles making
That's
up one
4
big
tiles
one.
making up one piece, yeah.
Louise, that is amazing. Thank you for
Beautiful,
sharing it
isn't
with
it?
us. Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh.
Susan Samak. Hopefully I pronounced your
Timepieces book.
surname right.
Beautiful.
Perfect for this time of year.
It certainly is, isn't it?
Isn't that amazing? And these are all your
Love
works
that.
of art. Catherine Gaius. Now, I did mention earlier on,
Yeah,
last
there's the fan.
time we both did a show, Sandra and I, we launched the Spanish fan. So Catherine's only had this for less than 2 weeks.
Yeah, I love those colours as well. Look at that. How 3D it looks.
Yeah. Isn't that fabulous?
I love that.
And this is proving that anyone and everyone can do what Sandra teaches,
look at
because
that.
look at the results. Lynn Burston. I would love to know, did you all think that you could do this? Or were you all thinking, I'm not an artist, but I'll give it a go?
No, look at it. It's fabulous.
Is that a leopard's tail, by the way? Looks a bit like it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
In the middle.
Yeah, I love the dark and light. If that's just how it's been photographed, but it looks very, very photography, doesn't it?
I tell you what, you'd be so proud to have that on the wall. Maybe that's where it is, Lynn. I don't know. That's where it deserves to be. Fantastic. Sarah Morley.
Oh, look at that, beautiful.
Now,
that's the flourishes we've had
Flourishes that we had earlier on.
Yeah, yeah.
Beautiful. I'd love to know how many times you've done Sanntangle. Is this your first? Is it your 21st?
Yeah. Gosh.
Nice one, Sarah. Thank you.
Love
Beautiful. Oh, more fans. Alison Raggett. Hello, Alison.
Yeah.
All of you, by the way, by sharing your makes, are going into the draw 2 weeks
Absolutely.
Saturday
Look at
for a £100 credit. One of you may well win it. I think out of all the share your make straws we've done so far, about 5 of them have been Sanntangle, I think.
Oh, yes. No, we're on a roll.
studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Send in any make you've done, not just Sanntangle, anything you've made, card-wise, scarf-wise, whatever you've made, that will get you in the draw. Now, the last one for now is from Nicola Onions and another Spanish fan.
Look at that.
Oh, look at those colours.
And you think it's from a simple shape, but then you've done the work, Nicola. I just gave you the shape to start with, a bit of instruction, and you've drawn it. It's your work. It's fabulous. Love the colour.
Yeah. And to be honest, if we didn't have people's names on those and we were showing them to you, you would have thought they were Sandra's.
Absolutely, yeah. Look at them.
Every bit as good as what Sandra shows you. Okay, she's come up with the original concept and the original picture and then put it into step by step. As I said before, and I keep on repeating myself about this, but getting in new viewers all the time, if you can draw a line, if you can draw a curve, that is a doodle. That is Sanntangling. You just put them together. It's all about repetition and putting things in compartments. If you're doing a circular frame or a 7-sided frame, whatever it is, section it off, and the dots on the actual stencil allow you to get those sections even, and then each one is a little picture. That's the way you think of it. And then tangle in each little picture. Before you know it, boom, you've got works of art like that.
Look at that. I know. Doesn't seem possible, but it is.
How does that make you feel when you see those?
I love it. I'm so proud of everybody and the fact that you're producing work like that. And I know some of you have done quite a bit of tangling, but some of you, it's your first piece and they're sharing it. So you must have that confidence to think, do you know what, this isn't half bad, it's my first one. And I just love it, it's brilliant. So thank you, just keep sending these pictures in, it's lovely.
And get your friends involved as well, because you know what, you can't invest in anything better than something that rewards yourself. Self-esteem, makes you feel good about yourself. And a lot of people say it's very mindful and help to kind of chill out and unwind at the end of the day, that sort of thing. Now, we had a message from Wendy. Hello, Wendy.
Hey, Wendy.
She says, hi, Sandra and Dave. I didn't think I could draw anything, but wanted to have a go. I have stunned myself and my family with what I have done. Love it. There you go. Wendy, that is brilliant. Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
It's lovely, isn't it?
I'm so chuffed about that because, yeah, a lot of us think we can't do it. I didn't know I could draw until I met you.
No, neither did I.
Okay, what we're doing next?
Okay, I thought I'd go with set 3. We do demonstrate occasionally set 1 and set 2, but set 3's not really had much of an outing, and it's fabulous. Yeah, absolutely. In here, you actually get 4. Now, if you think frames are a little bit big for now, this gives you 4 different shape frames, and it gives you stencils inside it as well that you can create these little pictures. Now, the instructions are a little bit different because let's just bring it on inside here. And I actually give you some words and I've given you the shape, but then I've actually showed you what to do all around the frame. So you can see where it starts, where it ends. And I've given you an alternate version as well. So a little bit less in the words, more in follow the pictures. But look at our balloon here. It's a little bit different. I'm going to demo this in a minute. Same with the shell frame shape. And again, these will sort of fit on a 6x6 card, so they're not going to go much bigger than that. You've got this lovely sort of weave shape. I've done it on a black tile with white pen there. And look, nice. You've got a light bulb, but again, it looks like a balloon on the stencils, but you can turn it into a light bulb or a little ship in a bottle. So there's lots of things you can do there. Yeah. And then here you've got your sort of a rectangular frame, which has got a clock in it, and then you've got a more round frame with a scalloped edge, a little bit of a vine in there. So there's quite a few things going on. Okay. But I want to sort of show you the balloon, and I'm going to use it as a standalone balloon shape kind of thing.
You get a lot of stencils in here, don't you?
You do get a lot in these, yeah, you do. So if there's something you've never tried before, this is a great one.
What's the price on this one, I wonder? SX1289, you get the booklet with all the inspiration and you get loads of stencils as well. Here comes that price. It's a set that we've not featured very much at all, so it may well be you've not seen this one before. $14.99. That's all it is. If you want that, that's SX1289.
Right, I've just sort of marked those shapes, and I might not use them, but they're there just to give you the shape of the actual balloon. So first thing I'm going to do is we need to sort of join these lines to the basket section there. There we go. And sort of the same around here. Okay, and let's bring in some little lines. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3 that way, and then 1, 2, 3 that way. I'm going to do 3 that way as well, and then 3 that way, and there. And you see, each time I'm sort of moving it and doing verticals. Then
you always turn the card, don't you?
Horizontal.
Turn the paper.
Yeah, turn the paper. Yeah, you don't want to try and do this the same way. It'd just be awkward. So I'm just going to bring those in. You see, you've got these lovely sort of little lines going off. Again, 3 there. You could do 1 and then 1 on the other side, 1 in the middle. So if you think you're not sure about getting 3 evenly, that's fine. And there you go, a little bit of a basket weave going on there. There we go. So let's sort of take it to this line here. I'm going to bring in a curve, so I can follow the line around a bit. There we go, curve there, and let's do a little space. And I'm going to do another curve. See, it looks like it's going around, and then another one here. Let's bring this around, little curve. There we go. So if I put some little bubbles there. Let's have a little line go into those bubbles, and let's just bring that down a little bit. You've got like a little, it's like a little sash, isn't it, almost?
Kind of a Phileas Fogg balloon.
Yeah. This is the thing, see, once you've got the shape and you know where those curves are, you can do all sorts of shapes, can't you? So that's our starting point there. Now at the top here, we've got a little bit of a different shape, hadn't we? I'm just going to bring in some little sort of part bubbles and give myself a little bit of a design around there, and then around here. So you know, you could add another tangle in there, something different, but what if we put in a triangle shape? There you go. Then another triangle shape, and another one. Let's do a little one. Yeah. Now, nice thing with this, if you put a line along, and I'm going to draw lines of that kind of angle, just sort of using that line in the middle there as a hand. Same this way. So you're actually getting a little bit of shade already with that kind of a line. Same on this one.
And we have got the Sanntangle fine liners in the show. They were available in the 1 o'clock show this afternoon, so they will be on the website now. And you do them in 2 different widths, don't you?
Yeah, there's an 03, which is what I'm using now for all the fine lines. Yep. And then your 08 is going to give you a thicker line. So whether you want to really define something, or if you want to actually come in and, you know, fill something in, that's fine. There you go. Bubble. That's not bad actually for a bubble. But I do that a lot. I see I shot myself there.
It's like the sun coming up over the pyramids, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So let's have a look. I do have some, I'm sure I've got a brush pen somewhere. You know when you sort of collect pens and you think, right, I've got one, and you think, oh, I don't know. Ah, there we go. Never find it. Brush pen. Okay, a brush.
And the brush pen's basically got a brush nib on them.
Yeah. And of course, if you've got my pack of different colour brush pens, you can use, there's a black in there as well. Oh, this one maybe's had its day. That's why it's probably at the bottom of my pencil case. Used too
You must
much.
get through quite a few pens, I would have
I
thought.
do get through a lot of pens. Got an 04 there, it's a bit thicker. Well, I'll do a little bit so you get the idea, actually. Hang on a second, I've got a bigger one. There we are.
So this is set 3 of the, you've got the shell, you've got the hot air balloon that we're working on, the watch, and the twisted vine as well. All of those, a myriad of frames inside with the booklet for guidance as well. Just £14.99, even better.
Yeah, and you know, even if you're using just the frames for your cards, use the frame and then go back in, use the dragonflies or the flowers we've had on this afternoon, And they just, you know, they don't go up to the same size as the other frames do, but you've still got different shapes in each one, and the shapes that are not necessarily in the larger pieces either. So there you go, you get the idea with a bit of a moon in there. So let's just bring in, oh, see, I'm playing now, I've got time to play. Here we go. A couple of little stars. So let's have a couple of little ones going in there.
I love the fact as well that you can watch these shows back. Remember, today we had an hour with Sandra at 1 and at 3. So if you've just got home from work, for example, 5:45, a lot of people do get home around about then, and you're thinking, oh, I'd like to order one of these or order what was on air earlier on. You can, up to a week, still watch the shows back, and you can watch on YouTube indefinitely shows back, and you can actually tangle along in real time with Sandra when you need. So it's like having a private kind of workshop.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just lovely to do, and there's so many different ways of doing it. And I think once you get the idea that yours isn't going to look exactly the same as mine, that's absolutely fine, because we're all different people, so it's never going to look exactly the same. But just have a bit of fun with it. You know, who knows where it's sort of going to lead and what you're going to do.
You made a point in the last show, which I'd not really thought about, when you said, you know, you can sell what you've done, because when you actually start Sanntangle, it's your artwork, you own it. But yeah, think about maybe starting up a little bit of a sideline. I mean, if you give it a go and you like your results, offer it for sale. What would you sell original art for? Of
course.
I haven't got a single original painting in my house. I've got limited editions, but not original.
Now I must admit, my house is full of original artwork.
Well, yeah.
But you know, yeah. If you you know, if you're going to do this for a living, then you put it on your walls, don't you?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, it's not covered. My walls are not covered. But so you can see where that's sort of heading now, and you can add a little colour. I want to just bring in something I've done. I've started in my sketchbook creating a little bit of an image with it. So let's bring this in and have a look. So here we go. There's my balloon that we've just drawn. I added a touch of colour in there. You see little stars going on?
Yeah.
Here I've done a balloon I've used those lines that we drew in just to give me some stripes so I get the shape right. I've added my little stamp in the middle there, which is this stencil here. This is our flourish stencil we brought back I think it's about 2 or 3 shows ago. But then to add into it as well, and again, I just love that. Where is it? Love it so much I've lost it. See it? It's never clean. This one. You can use this as wispy little clouds.
We did that in the 3 o'clock show, didn't we?
Exactly. Yeah. So if you see here, look, I've got little wisps coming across and through it.
Well, that is what we're calling a background stencil, which is really, really useful. A Spanish background is basically what it is. $7.99, and you get 2 of them, 2 different stencils. That's only one of them there, but you do get 2 for $7.99, £4 each. Yeah,
this one is just so delicate, and it's great to add, even if you've got little bits of foliage and you want to add something in. It's just giving it that swirl. This, of course, if we just have a quick look at this, I'll show you where that comes from. Comes from this.
Right.
So there it is, look, there's our shape. And then it's a case of drawing the dots, joining them together to create your frame. And then, of course, we've got a bit of Pauline Wheeler at the bottom with her stamps there. So you can see you can bring lots of different bits and pieces in, and you can work it to create a large picture, or you can use it to create just a card, whatever you want to do.
Do you know what I do? I'd buy something and get started if you've never done it before, even if you're sceptical. And like we've heard from viewers this evening saying, you know, how they didn't think they'd be able to do it, but actually they're amazed they can do it. Anyone can do it. But then join Facebook, if you've got Facebook set up, search for Sanntangle and Sandra Rushton and become part of that community. You'll have your order in the next day or 2 anyway from Sandra, direct, straight out to you. But isn't it nice to kind of introduce yourself to a group of people who are like-minded like you, who you can have a chat with via Facebook, personal message, that sort of thing. But you'll become part of that community. And as was evident at Kent 2 weeks ago, when sadly that created event had to be cancelled and Sandra stepped in to give a Sanntangle show for the weekend. The community and the sense of community there, people who'd never seen each other before, suddenly became a real kind of unit. And they probably have made lifelong friendships, I would have thought, many of them.
Well, I'd like to think so, because
Yeah.
there's so many people that were there and they did sit next to people they didn't know. But they do know them because they see them on the Facebook page.
They recognise their names and things like that.
Exactly, and it was just lovely to sort of have that moment and everybody get together. I'm so glad that we did it, I really am.
Yeah, I think
Best thing we
everyone
could
was,
have done.
to be honest.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that was frame set 3 that we
Yep.
did with the hot air balloon. What are you on to now?
I thought I'd show you the cross in set 1, actually.
Set 1, right, okay.
Yeah,
this is set 1. So in set 1, you've got the cross stencil. You've got, is that a dragonfly again? Smaller dragonfly?
Yeah, a smaller dragonfly. You've
And
got
you've
a
got the 2
star
flowers.
and a flower.
There we go. And all of these, remember, are your Mylar stencils. So you're going to get the outside shapes as well as the positive and the negative from the stencils as well. So there's loads of those, but look about those for works of art. I've got the boards here to show you, actually. Ooh, look. Look at that. Is that amazing?
They're fantastic, aren't they? Just in monochrome. But imagine just having a pop of colour somewhere.
Yep.
Just one little accent of maybe a bit of red or a bit of blue.
And of course, you know, you can use the frames completely independently of what's inside. You could put the cross inside that frame. You could put, you know, the centre of that in the middle of that. It's entirely up to you. Mix and match them. $16.99 gets you the booklet with all the tips and the step-by-step instructions and the stencils, importantly. Right. Back to Sandra.
Okay, so I'm just drawing around my cross here. And again, you could have it as a solid, as silhouette. You could actually use this in conjunction with the silhouettes and use the main shape. And then, you know, add tangles around it. But there's one, and this is the one that people sort of love, but sometimes you think, how on earth does that happen? So here we go, I've got my cross shape. First thing we're going to do is split it into sections. So here we go, split it there and into there. So we've got a middle section. I'm going to take the corners off at the top there and there.
So making the little compartments.
Yep.
Yep.
And then I'm going to split this into 2. There you go. All right.
Yep.
So if I then, right, okay, what am I going to do? I'm going to draw a line from here to here and then from there to there. So I'm creating little triangles as I work my way around. And just sort of keep it going. Now again, you'd be turning your paper a little bit more than
Like a spiral staircase.
Yeah, spiral staircase or a little aperture or something. Or
How effective is that? That's brilliant, isn't it?
yeah, and then I'm going to mirror that triangle there to create one there, look.
It's only straight lines.
And then continue it round. You see, each time I start from where I ended and pull outwards.
Yeah.
Start from where I ended, create the triangle, working my way round.
It looks like you've been in technical drawing or something and done something very, very measured and calculated, but actually...
Actually, you've not really at all.
No, you haven't, no.
No, not at
But
all.
it looks like it.
Yeah, so I'm going to
Look at
mirror that one.
It's like a spiral. Amazing.
And again, work my way. Of course, you would take your time with this. I am doing a quicker version because I can see what time it is. So you see where we can just keep going with it. And of course, when you come to the triangle, you do exactly the same again, look. But instead of 4 sides, you've got 3.
Right.
There we go.
I love that technique.
Yeah, let's do the same going up here. So exactly the same in every single one. There we go. And then, of course, there's detail for creating roses. Let's draw a little bubble. Then
A bubble's still your favourite thing?
I love bubbles. Then a square, then a bubble, then a little diamond, and a bubble, and a square, and a bubble. And then we can create some little leaves coming off of that.
Are you watching this now at home thinking, do you know what, I think I could do this? Yeah, absolutely.
It's curves.
Everyone can do it. If
Yeah.
you can hold a pen and draw a line or a circle, you can do Sanntangle. And
Yeah.
that's the thing that I think most people are so overjoyed about when they do their first picture and think, do you know what, I've just done this. I never knew that I had an artistic bone in my body, but I can do this.
Absolutely. It's lines, it's curves, and it's just knowing where to put them, and it's having that little bit of confidence just to have a go. And every single thing we do comes with instructions for you.
See, no one really tells you when you're at art at school, oh, do this first, do that second, do that third.
No.
There's a piece of paper, off you go.
Exactly. But
Whereas you do it step by step.
Yeah, but then again, it's going to turn out different. You're going to then do your own things with it. I mean, this fantastic Easter, but you know, we all have to do sympathy cards now and again. This taking the time to draw something like this really makes a difference, I think.
And I think the fact that you've done it as well, it's come from your heart, not from an anonymous artist in a card shop.
Exactly.
You know, you've heard the news, you've felt sorrow, you've sent this with best wishes and love, and I think that will go a lot further.
Exactly. And do you know what? It's really beautiful, just sort of going in with your pencil and shading it, but then going over the top. Let's, for example, let's go over top of that flower there, that little rose, and just adding a hint of colour, because you've got that, gives it almost like a vintage vibe.
Yeah, it does actually.
And just mutes the colours just enough. And you don't have to shade or do too much with your pencil then, because the shading's already done.
Well, we're nearly out of time, Sandra. I've really loved this afternoon. Sorry for my snivels.
That's okay.
You're back tomorrow.
Back tomorrow, yes.
Yeah, and tomorrow also we have got the launch of The Crafty Witches. Lovely Linda Chapman, who I've known for many, many years, is joining Hobby Maker tomorrow, and also Hel Sheridan as well. They've got a few surprises up their street, up their shirt, should I say?
Absolutely, yeah.
That's going to be at 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, so make sure you join them. And you're on at 1 and 5 tomorrow with more Sanntangle. Thank you for your company today, and thank you for putting up with my snivels. I'll see you in a few days, got a few days off. Lots more to look forward to, though, on Lifestyle, of course, here tonight on...